All right. Something came up in my algorithm, and I'm not really sure even why exactly. Um, I know this feminist that this guy's talking about. I've already added to my list and showcased her many times as being a fundamental reason why, you know, her kind and the kind of bullshit she does is why our society is so fucked up. So, this guy, though, hello, Manletopia, by the way. Hello, Kush. Hello, JR. Yeah, I don't know. The verdict is still out on this one. Because you know what? I made a couple comments. This is the video that popped up. And I made a comment and I said, yeah, that's exactly what these feminists all say. Who created these men, though? Plot twist, it's the exact same women who are now complaining that they aren't getting all the attention. Just let the snake eat its own tail, dude. These women created this problem. Let them take responsibility. So I never got a response to it or anything. And then I shared his video, and he shared. Hold on, let me see. He shared my comment in his little community tab. Only he blurted my name out because I shared his video in my community tab. He blurted my name out because I said, "Dude, it is the fault of feminism. End of story. What are you having a problem understanding?" So he said, "The channel's seen a weird spike of you dorks within the past day or two." So he called me a dork, strangely. While you're entirely free to regurgitate this opinion to your heart's content, I thought I'd let you know that you've come to the wrong channel to do so. I've heard it. See, I don't think he's heard my take on anything, personally. Judith Butler and queer theories. Yeah, I don't really care about those people. Women want to be treated like men and have thus invited men into womanhood. Yeah, that's not my argument at all. Back when women were being legally raped by their husbands. See, this shit is feminist dogma. Puppeting the feminist rhetoric. So, I will play. Though this one I think. Because see, this is her. This is the thought. Kelly J. Keene, aka Posey Parker. I don't know if Posey's her stage name, but that's the crazy bitch that he's white knighting for currently. Hello, Johnny. How are you? Yeah. R.I.P. Sifu. Yeah, he's one of a couple people that I heard pass away this week. It's kind of really sad. I mean, I wasn't super close with Sifu. I didn't know him very long. We've had some really awesome conversations. He actually is one that warned me about certain Blackos / Build-A-Sphere people going around talking their shit. But yeah, I thought about playing our first discussion, our one-on-one. It was pretty good. But it's not quite the purpose of this stream, though. This I want to know, because I don't get guys like this. Because actually, I'm gonna go to the thought herself first, I think. Now, I've connected this crazy bitch to many things. She's part of a couple organizations that absolutely trample on the rights of people. So, first time she made my list, her stupid ass was over in Japan harassing the Japanese government about getting more women into their government. So, I don't know why any of these countries allow these crazy bitches to interfere, but she is part of a major organization that is in what, like 157 different countries? Yeah, pushing women's rights, which it's bullshit. It's women's irresponsibility is what they pander and push. Hello, Outlaw. How are you? Yeah. Yeah, Sifu is a gent. Hello, Uncle Guns. How are you? So, this is the crazy bitch that this white knight's currently white knighting for. Listen to this. She does a little breakdown of how her trip to America was. And strangely, she doesn't give any men credit for fucking anything. Not surprised.
First to comment. Right, I want to talk to you about what happened to me yesterday. I realise I'm coming to you looking like I'm a ghost, maybe of Christmas past, present, or future. You just never know your luck. Hello from Brazil, bom dia, I think is the common parlance in New York. Hello to you, hi to fly over. And there's myself and quite a lot. Oh, it's so lovely. I'm just going to have to say this, right?
More.
And I didn't know it was water when it came towards me.
Here we go.
And we know that nasty, vicious, malicious men have squirted acid, urine, concrete, bleach, all manner of horrible things into women's faces. I love it. I'm going to get really distracted by where you all are from. Thank you for tuning in. You are most welcome. Welcome. And we told the police, and Katie was also had some of her property trying to be stolen by one of these trans activists, and the trans activists were there with bizarre, peculiar signs like "arm all trans people," because that's not at all threatening and weird, is it? Oh, look, Austria, Madrid. What did I miss?
Hello, Lord Jeremy. So, right, Johnny Midnight. So this is a TERF, I guess. It's a trans exclusionary radical feminist. Now, she hates men. Like I've broken down many of her videos in the past where she can't stand them. She's on the spectrum of female domination. So, yeah, super radical feminist who I guess travels the world harassing governments and men. But yeah, she's well. The only reason she's fighting the Transformers is because you know all those spaces that the women have invaded that were the men's. Yeah, the snake is now eating its own tail, where these trans women are kind of invading women's spaces, and they don't really like that. And these radical feminists don't like the men getting more attention than them. So right now the trans women are dominating women, and these women have fought so hard to subjugate the men, and these men actually figured out a way to get some payback, and these crazy bitches don't like it. So the literal men that they created they're now complaining about, like, all that the crazy bitches do. So I might have to fast forward this. I can't remember where let's see. She talks about I'll let it play.
What's up there? Boston. Thank you to you amazing women in Nottingham. Look,
Amazing women, blah, blah, blah.
What's interesting, right, is a man who was a little bit cross that I said women don't have penises. A man reported me to the police, and do you know what the police did? Is they said, "Oh, you said jump, sir. How high exactly? Let's just quickly make sure we tell that woman to come in for questioning, and then what we'll try and do is fit her up, give her a caution, and tick a few boxes for ourselves." Right? That's what happened. I was actually assaulted. Now, I don't know what laws are like wherever you live in the world. Good afternoon in Oregon. Good morning, sorry, in Oregon. But in the UK, if somebody spits at you or chucks water at you, it is common assault, right? So it is actually a crime. It is a crime that carries a certain sort of tariff. I wouldn't imagine it was particularly high, but the intention in that assault was to frighten me. What that man got is a community order not to go in Hyde Park anymore. I think I have the right, actually, to insist that he gets charged.
Oh, here we go.
I want to press charges because I want these nasty, misogynist little upstarts who think that they can frighten us, think that they can make us submit, think that they can ensure of our silence. Don't know what's happened to my words today. But I want these nasty little wannabe misogynists, I want them to know that it is not okay. That any act that is supposed to intimidate women, supposed to make us shut up, is absolutely categorically not okay. And so what I want to do is I want to make sure that they just get charged and that the law works for me. Because if someone's allowed to pretend that I've said something rubbish, hateful, in speeches where I had a policewoman stood right next to me, then I'm going to be the squeaky wheel that the police are reliant upon women that we won't be. And even when we are, they ignore us. So what happens in stalking cases is women are routinely ignored. What happens in cases of revenge porn or when women's photos are put up online, police, and I know this from a friend of mine who's serving, said all too often what happens is they go, "Oh, he probably didn't mean it. He probably just really likes her. Probably just can't get over her." And what the police do is they make all these excuses for these men. Do you think a single police officer, when that hate speech nonsense came in, said, "Oh, well, she's probably just defending women's rights. Oh, well, she probably didn't really mean to cause any offense. All she's doing is standing up for women and children"? No, they didn't. What they did is they probably thought, "Oh, I know, we'll just pass it on to somebody and they can..."
See, and that sounds like good news. If the police are not taking these crazy bitches as serious as they would like to be, that seems like progress to me. Hello, Nella Wolf, by the way. All right. Those roots.
They can actually make this woman shut up. Now, somebody said, sue him in the civil court because the burden of proof is left. That it's all on video. This guy doing it is all on video from multiple angles. There's no question that they did it. There's no question what their intent was, because before they did it, they said some pretty nasty things to me. So it's not a difficult one. But I don't see why us women shouldn't start behaving and reporting crime in the same way that the TRAs do. And let's see what happens, because I'm telling you, they absolutely don't care. They don't care. I'm not satisfied that a man who assaulted me in public is okay to just be banned from a park. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Julia Long, I don't expect watches me.
I mean, she's a good month overdue to get her roots touched up. I mean, the thing about having a bleach and tone hair color like that, it's the highest maintenance. You can't go around leaving it undone like that. That's just fucking disgusting. That's the trashiest thing in the world. There's a reason her hair can't even be long. It's because most people don't know how to properly do those and maintain the integrity of the hair. So her stylist probably lets her get away with waiting so fucking long. It's awful though. It's horrendous. Like you're dealing with two different zones at that point. So yeah, there's going to be a chemical haircut every freaking time. And one day she'll fucking be bald. So then we'll be in the bald-headed hoe territory. But as distracting as those fucking trashy roots is, I don't want to detract about what she's saying. She's saying some really important stuff. She's upset because some dude said some words and threw some water on her, and she wants to prosecute him. She thinks a do no longer trespass order issued for that person wasn't enough. She wants the gynocentric system to do more. And they're not currently, which is lovely news.
She talks to me often enough, but I'll pass on your messages. Julia Long, if you see this, I see you at Groove. I love you. Well, we all love Julia. So I'm going to try and pursue that, see how it works. But I think the police have a long track record of ignoring the concerns of women. And I think it's about time we let them know that it is not remotely acceptable. Just while I'm here, because I am such a grifter, I don't know if you've seen these, but this is a long sleeve black top.
She is a grifter.
I mean, how nice is that?
She's very honest about it.
Polar neck because it's now becoming winter, and I'm 85. But yeah, I've done. Oh, we've got so many nice things. It's ridiculous.
Hey, Bandit.
And we can do it a little bit quicker. So I'm going to update the time frames. We have suffragette umbrellas coming in. The pink umbrellas coming back. So much going on here. It is the busiest we've ever been. It's crazy. We are working around the clock to actually do as much as we can and get your orders out as quickly as possible.
For stuff. Hello, Timothy.
Hazel Isaacs. 2 years ago, 2 men were convicted of threatening behavior and went to prison just for pointing at me and saying next time, in a threatening way, threatening words, sue him. Oh, it takes so long to do these things as well. Christmas mugs. I can do Christmas mugs. I'll have to do them very, very quickly. I just lost so much time going to America, which, as I've said, was a life-changing, amazing trip. Thank you to every single woman that came out and spoke in America, every single woman that stood and listened in the United States, and a massive thank you to all the women that organized every single event. It was just the most incredible. Get a Lamborghini. Get that Lamborghini, KJK. Oh, thanks so much. Oh, I would be so horribly ostentatious. It would just be so terrible.
Hold on, let's go back to where she just thanks women. Now, here's the main point here.
Amazing trip. Thank you to every single woman that came out and spoke in America, every single woman that stood and listened in the United States, and a massive thank you to all the women that organized every single event. It was just the most incredible.
Okay, so thank you all the women who spoke, who were there to support, and all the women who organized it too. Thank you, all these women. So I'm going to go back to dude's video, because here's a dude that was there. And he's a witness. So he seems to...
Hi, I'm Rand Pennington.
Apparently there was guys there. So no thanks to these guys, though. You know why? Because these crazy bitches fucking hate these guys. And they don't care. But these little white knights are totally willing to sacrifice themselves and run to the defense of crazy fucking bitches that would rather see them dead. Why? I don't know. Maybe you gentlemen in the chat could help me out with that. Timothy, you have any ideas? Outlaw? JR? Bandit? Douglas? Do you know? Do you know why this guy might try to run to that crazy bitch's defense?
I just wanted to put this out into the world for anybody who may be following from a distance the campaign of Kelly J. Keene, or anybody, doing the speaker's corner type events. Because I finally got to see one for myself today in Chicago, and it does not exactly translate to YouTube. And so I wanted to kind of paint just a brief picture of what these events actually look like. Okay, so what you see on YouTube, Kelly J, and of course the idiot TRAs are banging their pots and pans in the background, and sometimes they get violent, it gets ugly. But ultimately we right, we hear these women say what they have to say, and the TRAs walk away thinking that they've won no matter how long the event goes on, whatever, fuck them. No, in person, you don't hear what these women have to say. When they say they're being silenced, they mean as in they're being made literally inaudible. So I showed up early enough to see Kelly J walk in, and you can have a moment like you're seeing your favorite band, like, oh shit, it's Kelly J. It gets real in a hurry. Within minutes, a bunch of fucking dorks in masks with the most palpable incel rage you have ever experienced swarm these women. They're not interested in the men, funny enough. I had a couple of them bump into me, and it was sort of like the scene in Jason Takes Manhattan, where he pulls the mask up and the street thugs are just like, oh, never mind, it's cool, man, it's cool. They're fucking cowards. They're cowards. All they know how to do is bully women. They're also liars. You might have seen a clip going around of one of the TRAs, like, screaming, help, like acting like.
Wait, he just said that they were cowards. All that they want to do is bully women. That's exactly the same story of these feminists. These feminists are literally the female version of those dudes. So the feminists only want to bully men. They're fucking cowards as well. And they're liars, all of them. So you're right, Manlittopia. Well, you're not what is it, the TRAs. You're not a trans rights activist. Even though I'm an avid supporter of trans women, especially in sports. Only because it's what all these fucking feminists deserve. Like, deal with the problem you created, you crazy bitches. All of you. Take the responsibility for the problem you created. Because you did. You created all these fucking problems.
Kelly J just did something to her. I was standing right there, nothing fucking happened. I watched them lie in real time. So what I don't think you dipshit TRAs realize is exactly how deep of a hole you're digging yourselves. Because let's say that I know like nothing about this issue. I'm just a passerby. All I see is a bunch of dudes banging pans in the faces of women women holding a mic. Okay, that's all I see. So then maybe I go home later. I think like, well, what was going on in North Michigan earlier? I wonder what that was all about. I wonder if that's on YouTube. I go look it up, and I hear what these women have to say. Once you actually hear what these women have to say, what you were trying to drown out, you look like people who hate your mothers. That's what you clowns look like. And everybody's going to see it firsthand.
And you know what's so funny about that? Yes, they are people that hate their mothers. You know why? Because it's their mothers that fucked them up to begin with. So, yeah, I don't think this dude gets it. So I want to share something else. We had a bit of an exchange back and forth, and I don't really think he's very educated on this subject, and I think he's backing the wrong horse. So, this Kelly Ray and these stupid feminists aren't special. Because you know what? Anybody who speaks out against this receives the same treatment.
It is illegal for me to tell you that my boys are male.
And you know what? I think this might be a better spending of his time to look into this stuff. Because guess what? It's the mothers. Like if you're gonna back all these feminists, yeah, you might go down a little more down the rabbit hole and point the finger at who's actually responsible. I mean, you can complain all day, every day about these doctors, but there's actual mothers that are doctors that are doing the same damn thing. So a kid's not going to transition or get transitioned unless the mother consents to that shit. And unfortunately, we have a whole bunch of mothers that want to use their children as tools. So it goes, I know I heard this guy saying in another video, narcissistic. Yeah, it goes down the mental illness fucking rabbit hole too. But I think this guy, if he wants to, support a cause, he should actually turn his attention towards something like this.
I'm talking to my judge right now, Judge Mary Brown, Dallas County. I'm not going to follow your gag order. I'm never going to follow your unconstitutional illegal gag order. If you believe that gag order is constitutional and moral, you're obligated to give me the maximum criminal sentence under criminal contempt that you can give me, and I will issue a writ of habeas corpus, and we'll go to the Supreme Court of Texas, and we'll see who's right. That's the 5th time I've told you. I am not following unconstitutional laws, mandates, or orders ever again, and don't you do it either. You're conditioning the matriarchy to push you around. Don't do it. I'm going to say whatever I want, whenever I want, however I want, and I have a right to do it, and I have a duty to do it for my sons, and I'm going to continue to do it. I'm not one of these guys that's going to opine much about what the supreme virtues are, but I thought this was pretty good. You stand to lose everything, but you still do the right thing. So I've taken $1.2 million, took my retirement. That's what it's taken for me to defend my boy. Now they're trying to take my boy's genitals and eventually kill him. And if they think for 1 second that I'm not going to keep swinging and punching and kicking, they got another thing coming. I ain't stopping for nothing. And if I live like Diogenes in a pot with nothing but a woman nagging me all damn day, I'm happy to do it. I'm not stopping. If I'm going down swinging. Let's talk about how this happened. Let's go back a little bit. And I think this is really instructive in how our society is abusing the trust that men place in their families and the false views that many men have about the laws surrounding families. These are my boys. This is my son, James. We go to church, and he noticed I wear a suit when we go to church, and this is me fitting him for his first church suit. That's them. They just programmed their first electric circuit, a voice-activated circuit that could turn a light on and off. You can see that Jude's very happy. Jude is very, very good at logic and thinking things through. He was very proud of that. That's James when he goes rabbit hunting. He heard all these stories in my family about me when I was a kid. I went out with an Apache throwing stick up by Lubbock, and I used to hunt jackrabbits all the time, bring a couple home for the pot. So he wanted to do that. So I got him a hunting boomerang from Australia, and that's him back from the creek after he got a couple of rabbits. So this is what happened to him. This is him at 4 years old. That's the website of his mom. She's a pediatrician in Capel, Texas. I name names. Her name is Ann Georgelis. She is a pediatrician in Capel, Texas. She had my son on her website to help advertise her business. All the while, she was complaining that I was posting pictures of him on the internet. So I pointed this out in court, that not only is she posting on the internet, but she's posting him as a boy when it raises money for her, when it's commercial. She didn't even believe that he was a girl. The next day, that's how she put him on the website, in a pink dress with a bow in his hair. And it just really happened that fast. Do you know the court did absolutely nothing about this? So at the time, we had a court order which prohibited either one of us from presenting the boy in a way that he wasn't known to third parties. So if somebody knew him as a girl, I had to present him as a girl. So here she is. She's presenting him as a boy, and then she presents him as a girl. No consequences.
No consequences. And that's the You too, huh, Catch? Well, tell those crazy bitches to fuck off. Yeah, only a crazy bitch, a crazy feminist bitch with a mind of male domination would accuse another man of that. So that's how you know you're dealing with a feminist. But yeah, let's go back to this other guy's video, because, and you know what, I'm gonna share a link here in the chat just in case dude wants to look into it. Right? And Manletopia is my son. Yeah, these crazy bitches, if they only knew how many sons. If they only knew. So, going back to
I am Rand Pennington.
this guy here, who seems to be wanting to do something. Here, men's place in the GC movement.
Just going to add another layer with every video. I'm very glad that my account of the Chicago selfie seems to have gotten around a bit and been useful in helping to counter some of these smears against Kelly J. Keene, which the Twitter TRAs remain quite committed to. They're clearly willing to ride that train straight into a wall, seemingly unaware that we in the U.S. are literally witnessing you bring your encyclopedic knowledge of the far right to these events to ambush Kelly J. But that's fine. However you'd like to dig your own grave is fine with me. I want to, in particular, thank Maria McLaughlin of Peak Trans for sharing a clip from that. And a number of people in the comments note the relative silence of men on this issue, with some women suggesting that men who kind of dismiss this as not having a dog in the fight, as I've heard a number of prominent YouTubers say, who seem quite passionate about just about everything except this issue. I saw several women note that would seem to suggest indifference at best and consent at worst. And I would strongly agree with those women. I think that if like half the population being body snatched and kids being groomed and mutilated on an industrial scale isn't enough to get you fired up, I'm not sure what is. Obviously,
my question for this guy is, does he have children? I'm curious about that. Because
there are some men speaking out, increasingly so in the Twitterverse, which is great and everything, but it seems like when it comes to men putting their face out there, they always kind of come with a bit of a disclaimer or some fine print, don't they? They have, either just a strong political allegiance or religious allegiance, or they're just speaking out as this issue relates to another issue, obviously compelled speech being a big one. Or they're sort of disappointingly timid. The one that drives me crazy is people still caving to preferred pronouns. Like they'll say everything else except for he, him, man, which you'd think would be the easiest starting point in rejecting this ideology. You really don't get a lot of just boring straight guys. Gay men don't have serious grievances with this whole thing. But just straight guys who have no particular affiliations, attacking this issue strictly on its own merits. And it seems to me like at least one significant reason for that is so-called gender-critical men, who I might just call men who aren't psychotically sexist, don't really have a solid sense of their place in the movement. And so I thought, let's finally solve the mystery. What is men's place in the movement, however you conceptualize that? I think it's sort of a misconception to begin with. We're definitely witnessing a movement, a major historic women's rights movement, which I think everybody absolutely can and should amplify as much as possible. But if you're essentially wondering how you might obtain your sort of honorary turf card, I think you might be facing the wrong direction. I follow a woman named Gabrielle Clark, who, if you don't, you should turn my crap off right now and go follow her immediately. She said,
Gabrielle Clark. Who in the hell is that? See, Frank, right? Oh. Yeah. What do you guys think? Why is he doing this? Is his mom a feminist? Maybe. Seems strange. I don't know why this guy came up in my algorithm. Probably because he was defending Posey Parker. Probably because he's white knighting for a feminist. Well, he has some things here that he's gonna put out there.
Said something in response to a guy on Twitter before she was suspended, who was complaining about, like, well, I can't say anything about this issue because feminists are going to yell at me or whatever. She said, men don't need permission to protect society, was Gabrielle's response. I think that's your whole answer right there. Like guys who will say, like, well, how am I supposed to speak up without women telling me to shut up? You risk them telling you to shut up. I know that, even though it kind of feels like at times, like we sort of all know each other. We're starting to recognize faces and voices and personalities and stuff like that. At the end of the day, we're a bunch of strangers, sort of forming an emergency alliance. And so,
Emergency alliance with the feminists.
different people are going to
That's
react
awful.
differently. I think if your guiding principle as a guy in this is, I'm doing something because I see a gross violation of boundaries, that
Okay.
should guide you
Yeah.
in not violating boundaries.
Right.
The only people who act confused about boundaries are the people who enjoy breaking them.
Actually, see, Billy, and I agree with him on that. I absolutely agree with him on that. Oh, you think so? I don't know. I agree with that, though. Listen to this.
So, which should tell you all you need to know about people who act like they don't even know what a woman is. So if that's not you, I say let your conscience be your guide. I mean, that's how I arrived at
Hey, Peng.
this position. I mean, the thing that the LARPers like to sort of narcissistically say all the time is,
The N-word.
world just hates them. No, my starting point was to believe them. Back before I knew how.
See, he just brought up the N-word, Billy. By the way, hello, Peng. Yeah, he brought up the N-word. All right, Bandit, you think his mom, he was raised by a feminist, became a feminist, or simping to become a faux feminist to get the girls? I don't know. I think he likes that crazy bitch Posey Parker, that feminist. He keeps defending her for some weird reason. Even though she definitely knows this guy exists, but she hates him because she's in fact a narcissist. She is a radical feminist. So, I don't know. He sounds like a feminist.
How hideous this whole thing was. I mean, my starting point was, to believe that there was an affliction called transgender and that this was a vulnerable population. And,
It's actually true. There is an affliction called transgender, but it's societal induced abuse. So he's missing the root. Missing it by a mile.
I should listen to and support them. And in doing that, I could no longer, in good conscience, continue to do so. Maybe next time will be my peaking story. But I guess just to close the point out, what is men's place in the gender critical movement? Well, I think maybe just stop thinking of it as a movement and just consider it a big fat problem. There's
it is big time.
No reason we should claim this as our moment in history as guys. This will go down as a mortifying chapter in women's rights history.
Wait a minute. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Women's rights history. Yeah, women caused this shit. How can he be so naive? But then call me a dork. You know this guy called me a dork, right? Maybe. That's quite possible. I don't know. Frank, he came up in my algorithm. I shared his video. I shared this video in my community tab.
I added the Resident Evils because this can be a channel of nostalgia and horror. And I can't help it. I'm going to do my Kelly J homage. What a day this has been. What a rare mood I'm in. Why, it's almost like being in. So, I said I might share my peaking story next, and I might yet. I think there's something more pressing at hand. The moral of the peaking story is basically, I listened to trans voices, and do you know what I found out? Every one of them's an impression. Every one of them. Magic gender potions don't even work, at least with the guys. Don't believe me? Search trans voice training. It is a literal field of study for these guys to dissect the mannerisms of women like psychopaths so that they can mimic what they think you all sound like.
Yeah.
So you're authentic.
Yeah. Who told them to do that, though? Who's been telling men for decades that they're trash? Who's been picking apart these men to try to convince them that they need to be more like women? Guess what? It's the fucking feminists that have been doing it. They created these men. And now they want men to come in and fix the problem that they created? Really? I think he's thinking that it's his job. Some feminists convinced this guy that he needs to come in and clean up the mess that these feminists created. And that's just simply not true and impossible. It's the women. It's the women that need to fix it. I think, you know what, guys? I think he just has a crush on Posey Parker. Maybe he has a Monroe fetish that he's trying to get scratched there. That crazy bitch fucking hates him, though. So I don't know what he's doing. I don't know. But I shared this video.
Self requires voice acting, does it? I sat on the phone and listened to I'm kind of going into the peaking story, I guess. I sat on the phone and listened to a trans woman years back, and all his wisdom of wearing his hair long for a year, explain womanhood in a learned voice, a learned character voice, while a woman sat on the other end of the line next to him in complete silence. Dead silence the whole time. It was an absolute abuse situation as far as I'm concerned. And there was a lot that led up to it and a lot that followed. But that was when like a tornado siren went off in my brain. So Kelly J's been called in for a voluntary interview. Again, I like how that's a thing in the UK. It's voluntary, but we're going to arrest you if you don't do it. For hate speech against homosexuals, which should immediately tell you who's filed this complaint if you follow Kelly J. We have Billy Bragg, who I didn't know anything about before his accountability culture, blaming a nightclub shooting on a gender-critical feminist, and specifically mentioning J.K. Rowling, not Matt Walsh. You know, if Billy was that passionate about protecting trans people in the US, and if he's that convinced that anti-trans rhetoric led to the shooting, you would certainly think that Walsh would have been the first person he mentioned. No, J.K. Rowling. That's who came to mind first for him.
Why Matt Walsh? Exactly. That's my question. Why is this guy trying to blame it on Matt Walsh? I don't get it.
I said it in the first video, and I'll say it again. They're not interested in the man, are they? So, I deleted my previous video because it was beginning to generate nothing but drama, which is not what I intend to do with this space. But I'm going to tell you, this sort of thing is exactly why I have a big fat problem with people like Billboard Chris offering their idiot analysis of feminism along with their activism. Like, feminism pretty much caused this.
Yeah, that's true. I wonder who Billboard Chris is. Does anybody know that name? Yeah, I don't know, Billy. Posey Parker's one of your feminists from your neck of the woods here. So, yeah, it's feminists. So, hello, Tony. How are you? Maybe. Well, I'm trying to redirect this guy to a more noble cause. So, instead of being one of Posey Parker's little fucking white knights, he should probably, yes. Thank you, Billy. He should probably, if he's really, really that, moved to do something and take part in something, he should probably go not white knight for Posey Parker. If he wants to do something. Bandit, come on. Yeah, well, Posey Parker. Yeah, well, we've been exporting feminism consistently from the U.S. for many decades. So apparently we just, had a rally. Yeah. I don't know. I shared this guy's video, though. And I said, yes, it is the feminists who are the problem. And then this guy claps back with calling me a fucking dork. So I think he's very much wanting to educate me, which then he said he doesn't want to educate me. So I don't know. But he blocked out my name and all the good stuff. I think because he has a huge major deprogramming. Well, I'm going to drop the link because I told him specifically that I wanted to know what it is that he's doing and why he's fucking listening to those crazy bitches. And why he doesn't think it's feminists' fault. He clearly doesn't think it is. I don't know why. I'm curious. He wants to listen to women. Don't silence women's voices. But he clearly silenced my voice in this. Like, how can he be for women's rights and try to silence my voice? That's what I don't get. I'm just curious. I mean, this guy wants to help out, and I respect that. I just think he's backing the wrong horse. Horse. We'll just call Posey Parker. Or what does he call her? Yeah. Kelly G. Keene. That's who he's backing. That horse. So I don't know. What do you think, Billy? Bandit, Billy? Saunders. Well, maybe. King Arthur. I want to hear his stuff, though. I want to hear why he... Let's see. What do you say? Spiking weirdos past day or two. He's calling me a dork, which is weird. I even saw in his little comments. What's he got here? They blame feminism for everything, but don't have the first clue on feminism, what it is, and what it has achieved, and why it's still needed. Ah, Celeste. I understand very well what it has achieved and why it was a huge fucking mistake. So, hey, Hermit. Is this really Hermit?
Nah.
Oh, this is Manlet-topia. Are you LARPing as Hermit?
Yeah.
That's funny. There you go, Frank. Well, this guy called me a dork. And I don't really understand.
That last guy was fucking cringe.
Yeah. Well. Right?
He was boring the fuck out of me.
Okay, the hell is this about? The post or the caption makes sense to me. What am I missing? And he says, the picture is a screenshot of someone sharing my most recent video, which was me, which predominantly discusses the phenomenon of women being blamed for men's choices. Actually, that's not even true. Within the past couple days, I've had a spike of guys showing up in the comments of multiple videos to try to explain to me why it's feminists' fault if a guy chooses to invite himself into womanhood. See, I think that's his way of saying trans women. Yes, it is feminists' fault. These men are doing it, what they're doing. I'm assuming a general statement to any more of these goofballs who might show up, and that I've heard the argument they are recycling a million times, and I think they are idiotic. So, which is kind of strange because I think this guy's kind of idiotic too, with his feminist talking points.
Oh, hey, how's it going?
Hello, Mr. Kush.
Son, to stop in and say hello.
Hello.
So,
What do you think? Why is this guy a feminist puppet?
well, I put it in the chat. Is he a bastard himself?
Oh, I don't know. That's a good question.
That's what I put in the chat. That was my immediate answer.
So daddy issues. See, I thought daddy issues out the gate. I'm like, what?
Well, I think the lack thereof, the lack of a father in the life.
Why he would side with a feminist?
Yeah, that's really about the only.
Yeah.
Only reason. But then he goes and attacks you. That's feminine in and of itself. I mean, that's feminine.
Well, I don't really see it as an attack per se. I mean, I did share and I did tag him, and he came in my comment section as well. But he didn't seem to want to, because I asked him a question. Let's see. Yeah, why block my name out, Ryan Pennington? Don't want your viewers to know I'm a chick? I'll invite you to come on my panel to educate me on why it is you listen to and protect these man-haters. So, I was talking about that crazy bitch specifically. And I didn't quite understand his response.
Yeah, I don't follow it either.
I was hoping for a conversation, but if you'd like people
he doesn't seem to me like the one who would want to do that.
to have a conversation?
No, he doesn't seem to me like the one who would want to come out and talk on a panel about that. I just don't get that sense that he would want to do that.
Well, he went to that crazy bitch's speech or whatever because he was defending. Like he seems to be very activist-y.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't think he'd be comfortable outside his own little petting zoo.
Oh. Without all the women stroking his ego? Or?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Well.
Yeah, I get the sense that he's just he's like simping real hard for women, and I think he's being manipulated. He's being in my opinion, he's been indoctrinated or manipulated somehow by some kind of a woman of that. He's been manipulated by somebody in his family, or somebody, a woman, or somebody close to him, or another white knight close to him. There's something weird like that going on. I mean, it's not normal to be that feminine like that. Because like, what exactly did you say? I saw your original comment. It was just like you said it, dude. It's the feminist. That's totally it.
Yeah, I said, dude, it's the fault of feminism. End of story. What are you having a problem understanding? ? And his response to me was to post, because I shared his video, He said, the channel's seen a weird spike of you dorks, meaning me. I mean, he blurted me out. You dorks
Well,
within the
that's
past year,
feminine. I mean, that's feminine talk.
right? Well, you're entirely free to regurgitate this opinion to your heart's content. I thought I'd let you know that you've come to the wrong channel to do so. I've heard it. Judith Butler, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
So then I asked, why block my name out, Ryan?
Yeah. Yep.
Don't want your viewers to know I'm a chick? I'll invite you to come to my panel and educate me on why it is you listen to and protect those man haters.
No way. Not gonna happen.
You don't think so? Well, no. I mean, he typed in the chat there, or in the comment. He said, I didn't know you are either. Oh, he didn't know I was a chick. If you'd like people to know you're the one that made the comment,
well, maybe if he didn't know you're a chick, and if he knows you're a chick, maybe he'll try to white knight for you or something, or try to convince you that he's right. Maybe there's that possibility. I don't know.
Well, he said, I'm not interested in educating you about my opinions. You have your own.
That says it to me.
So I said, it
sounds like his mind's made up, and he's not going to be told otherwise. That's what I hear there.
Oh.
My mind, I can't read that.
Let me see if I can make it bigger.
I don't know you either.
Oh, hold on. There. I didn't know you are either. I'm thinking he meant.
If you'd like people to know you're the one who made the comment, how about it? If you'd like people to know you're the one who made the comment, what's the point of that?
I don't know.
No, I am not interested in educating you about my opinions. Yeah, that's pretty much he's saying he doesn't want to. You have your own. It sounds like to me like he has concluded you've made your mind up. He's not going to simp for you. That's what it sounds like to me. It's something along those lines. It sounds like he doesn't want to. It sounds like much like these feminists, he's scared of you. I don't think he wants to confront you. He's afraid. He's afraid. No, I think that comment obviously got to him. That obviously really got under his skin. I mean, he went to the effort of blotting out your name, writing all this additional stuff. That it tells me it bothered him. But it sounds like this guy just sounds like he's kind of a coward to me. He just sounds like he wants to hide in the shadows, but he says, you have your opinion, I'm not going to come and talk to you. It sounds like he doesn't want to listen to anybody else's point of view. It sounds like you have your point of view. I don't want to hear it. That's what I'm taking from that.
Well, what I thought was weird that he said, I said, you are interested in educating this dork, as you say. I'm interested in learning how you came to your gynocentric opinions. You sound a lot like puppeted dogma of resentful women who look like me. I pretty much said you sound like a feminist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just saying, yeah, why
he said I wasn't addressing just you, or I wasn't just addressing you. So he was calling me a dork. I was addressing the numerous people sharing what sound to me like dogmatic opinions of resentful men. You are obviously entirely free to agree with those men, the idea that an individual's choices are someone else's fault is self-evidently ridiculous to me. See, that's why
Wait a
I
minute,
was confused.
the idea that a individual's choices are someone else's fault.
Yeah.
Other individuals' choices are influenced by other people.
Yeah. But he's saying that I sound like a resentful man, and I'm saying that he sounds like a hateful, man-hating feminist. So we're pretty much saying the same damn thing, which is weird.
It was weird. I find this to be a little weird, actually. I'm reading the bottom part. Strange how you are giving yourself
Hey, Ranger.
dogmatic, puppeted opinions. Wait, now he's saying you puppeted the opinion of resentful women. He's all over this. Guy's all over the place.
No, this is me.
Oh, that was yours. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're responding to Ryan. Okay, that
Right,
makes sense
because
now.
he said the idea that an individual's choices are someone else's fault is self-evidently ridiculous to me, even though he just accused me of puppeting dogmatic opinions of resentful men. That's why I was like, that's strange how you're giving yourself agency in your dogmatic puppeting opinions that mimic those resentful women, but yet somehow diminish my lived experience and my own research into the matter before ever coming across men who share in my opinion.
Can I just interrupt the discussion for one thing? I saw that Red Ranger's in there. Red Ranger, that video that I played on my stream last night was absolutely hysterical. I was pissing my pants all day today and yesterday. That one about the fat chicks.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my God.
Right.
That one was hysterical. And I didn't say hello to Father Saunders in the chat too. So, but yeah, back to this. And Outlaw is saying the same thing I am. He's not interested in conversation. I agree. I totally agree.
Yeah, well, I don't get it.
I mean, what is this guy specifically? What does he claim to be, or what is his thing? What's this guy's angle?
Well, he was
who is this guy as a I mean, what?
He's just, I don't know, he came up in my algorithm. He's trying to, he seems like he wants to be hopeful in fighting against gender ideology, but he's, which I agree with, but he's supporting the people who created the people that are proponents of the gender ideology, instead of like he's backing the feminists instead of backing the men who are fighting the same thing.
Well, the way he's coming at you comes across to me as very feminine. Very
I know.
Feminine.
Yeah.
Very
That's
snaggy, snotty, bitchy, feminine.
Yeah.
That's what and that's the way he talks. When I heard that video, that's the way he sounded to me. That's the way he came across to me.
Well, but I agree with him pointing the finger at a problem, but I disagree with the solution, just like all the other fucking SJW types. Like he has very good points, but he's making excuses for the people that are doing it.
Yeah, so what's yeah, he identifies the problem, but he doesn't excuse it. That's baseless, in my opinion.
Right, Lord Jeremy? Right? By teaming up with the crazy bitches who literally hate him.
Yeah.
All right, Red Ranger. See you later.
Back to our Jim. I guess he's coming. Oh, he's back in new videos, new intro. I'm just reading some of the chats.
Mm-hmm.
So Scorpion and Oki. Yeah.
Mm.
Cool. Yeah, I've noticed like YouTube is doing some really weird stuff.
Yeah, what is it doing?
Because I think it must have it shadow banned my stream last night because it had like a few views as of this morning, and then probably when more people were able to watch it, I think
Mm-hmm.
viewership went nearly doubled. So it's like really weird. Really weird what it's doing. If Billy wants to come up. Iridium won't read what? Won't read what? Hmm? Good mother is shadow banned. I can only find her by searching. Oh yeah. You can't find. I every time I go to your channel, Good Mother, I have to go to my channel and go to my subscriptions. That's the easiest way for me to get to it. I get notifications, but they're only like a couple seconds before you start.
Yeah.
So I have to, but that's what I have to do. That's the quickest path to get to you.
Huh.
And I'm subbed to all three of your channels, so I can easily get to all three of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's otherwise, yeah, to try and search for you, impossible. I tried.
Well, and I don't get a lot of notifications either from you guys. Like I got your notification, like that you had a stream, like 12 hours after you had the stream.
Yeah, and a lot of other people are complaining about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's not me. What's the way Twinkies? Okay. I'm still curious what Manlet wanted me to read so badly.
I don't know. That was funny. It came up though for a second. Impersonating Hermit.
Yeah, I think Hermit's streaming as
Oh yeah, I bet. A chill stream.
because of the volcano.
Yes. Oh, in 15 minutes. Oh, the guy bro's there.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
Hermit's gonna love that. Looks like somebody already deleted his message.
Oh, yeah.
That could get interesting.
Yeah, it could. Yeah, I'm not. Well, I was hoping to. Hermit. Yeah, what happened? Hello, self-made.
Hey, there's Hermit. Self-made.
Yeah, self-made is from. There's so much.
I've seen him a few times.
In the. Yeah? Okay, Billy. Yeah, because I really want to get to dissecting some of this. RJ, hello.
How many feminists have created the trans movement? My take on it too is it's really interesting how, as you said, they're eating each other apart now. The commies are all fighting each other.
Yeah.
I just want to kick back and get some popcorn, man.
Yeah.
So RJ is here as well. Frank. Oh, Hermit's gonna put Guy Bro on his stream.
Oh, Guy Bro is gonna get it. Hello, Billy.
Hey
Hey,
GM.
Billy.
Hey Iridium. How you doing?
Good.
How's
Good,
it going?
good. Oh, I've got a bit of a pot belly now. At my late night, 8 eggs, 8 egg
Yeah.
omelet.
Oh man.
Oh, that sounds good. I'm gonna make myself some eggs for dinner then. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, yeah. Ooh. Loads of tomatoes, loads of garlic, loads of ginger, some red pepper, loads of spring onions, and then 8 eggs.
Billy, why are feminists afraid to talk to me?
Do you want the short answer or over-explained? Well, we already know, you know. Because it's like you're ruining the party, basically. You know, they want to say what they want and do what they want without question, without accountability, and
You want to
anyone,
hold them accountable.
you know, yeah. That's like
Even the male feminists are afraid of me.
I mean, even just asking a simple question is enough to like make them think they're being held. Well, it is kind of like holding them accountable in a mild form,
Yeah.
and that's already a problem. You know, so even if you weren't trying to like put the pressure on them with being accountable, responsible with what they say, but you're just simply asking for clarification, you know.
And any kind of clarification. Why okay, why can't they answer simple fucking questions? Maybe I should ask that question. Why can they not answer simple questions?
Well, what are
Because
the kinds of questions?
well, but to answer a simple question is making a commitment to an answer, and they want to be able to have the option to like move goalposts as need be. Same with like marriage.
Right.
So you asking a question, you might as well be asking them, "Can we get married?" And they're like, "Uh-oh, you mean commitment? You mean I'm going to have to keep my word and not admit to being wrong later on?" Because that's another component.
Right?
So they don't want to say something that they have to commit to and then possibly later regret. So they'd rather be vague. They'd rather let you make the deductions or deducing and make you do all the thinking. So it becomes more. So the point of blame shifts over to you.
It's a failure to accept accountability. That's all to me goes right back to not wanting to accept any accountability for an answer you give. Like you say, Billy, any answer you give, you have to face the consequences for that answer and either admit that you're wrong, which they won't do, or and it's just not wanting to admit that they're right or wrong. And
Yeah.
and I think they know deep down, somewhere deep down, they're full of shit. And if they go after good mother, good mother's gonna call, is gonna dissect. Good mother's a woman; she can analyze it better than any of us can. So she's gonna dissect them apart.
There's also a bit of risk assessment. I'm sure, like Iridium, you could talk further about that. But you know, if you got someone who's like good mother coming at you, and you know that she's going to be like a challenge or you know a strong opponent, whereas you got the world is your oyster in a way, and you got all these other feeble-minded people.
Yep.
Then why would they bother try and engage?
Well, the thing is, like whenever I enter into a conversation of somebody else's chat, I never come in there feeble or anything like that because I am who I am. I mean, I am the person I am. And if you don't like me for who I am, well, then I'll leave.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's just like, I'm not gonna sugarcoat or candy coat or be something that I'm not.
Yeah, and that it's not just confidence you sort of exude, but there's another sort of nice word you could add to it, which is like confidence.
There. I'll put up my friendly avatar
What's that for?
to make them feel less terrified.
They might take that as insulting.
They also like in a general sort of way speaking, they err on the course because they have trouble with perception, their senses, assessing dangers and threats and decision making, making judgment calls and all these other kind of things. So quite often they underestimate their opponents they encounter, but they've got this overconfidence thinking they can just conquer anyone and everyone. But that doesn't really help them at the end of the day, because they're not really, as much as they might like to think of themselves as being able to gauge a person, they're actually pretty bad at doing it. So it kind of comes back to that risk, I suppose, where it's like, unless they're boxed in a corner, they won't really want to interact, unless there's other, not just boxed in a corner, but maybe you might have something they want from you. So there must be some sort of residual benefit for them to bother having these interactions.
Yeah, and I think it ties back to the emotional aspect. If they don't know the answer, or if they're uncomfortable with giving the answer, or if they're afraid they're going to give a wrong answer, the thing is, if you box them into a corner, that's when they're going to lash out, and that's when you see that's when you'll see the lashing out type behavior.
Yeah.
At least that's what I've seen when I've seen that kind of interaction happen, is if you keep forcing the issue about answering a question, they'll eventually lash out, or they'll just try and or they'll what I notice a lot of these women will do is they'll stray off topic a little bit, then they'll stray off topic a little bit more, then they'll stray till they're completely off topic, and then I'm always find myself in a situation where it's like you're trying to focus on 2 points, one stationary and one that's moving, a stationary and a moving target. What
Yeah.
was the original point, and what's the point that they're going at? And you have to be cognizant and fighting both, in my opinion.
Yeah, definitely. So you're describing like deflection from the main point
Yep.
at hand, and then bamboozle you with a bit of word salad and hope
Yep.
that you forget the original point.
Yep.
And if they could just keep it going, maybe you'll become flustered and exhausted, and either A, you'd give up pursuing it, or B, you'll be the one that becomes emotionally unregulated because you've just been taken on a journey, a joyride, and
No,
they're the
'cause,
ones in the driving seat.
exactly. Femme Sapien tried to do that to me when I got up on her panel. I tried to explain to her, I can't even remember what my lifestyle, why I've not been married and whatnot. I'm not sure if I mentioned exactly MGTOW, but she tried to like pigeonhole me into that corner and say, "Oh, you're one of those guys that does that," and tries to get me on the defensive right
Oh,
away.
right, yeah. That's
And
a go-to one where it's like, you're trying to put accountability on them, or you come to them with an issue, and suddenly now they're putting a spotlight on you.
yeah, that's
Like,
what I
it's got
did. I had
nothing about, nothing to do with me.
yeah,
I'm not the one in question here.
yeah, I had started asking her some questions. I had started making some points to her, asking what her thoughts were about that particular topic were, and she quickly deflects the topic to go, "Oh, you're one of those weird MGTOW guys that lives out in the woods in a trailer somewhere. She said something like that. I'm like, no, that wasn't my point.
Yeah. And that's, so like compound it with a bit of shame and degrading, minimizing and all this as well. Yeah. Like a multi-prong attack. There is another
she is nasty.
There is another little, see, quite often, nothing they do has a singular benefit or purpose. They try to maximize their profits in a way. So if they can kind of get 2-for-1 deal or something like that, or multiple gains from one particular action, that's fantastic as far as they're concerned. So by not giving you the answer that you're looking for, by answering your question or refusing to have a conversation with you, they're essentially denying you. And that simple act of just denying you what you want, one, will piss you off. Two, will keep you holding on and chasing them, which is another like, yay, I've got someone wanting something from me and I've got the power to withhold it from them. And the ultimate one is that you don't get to have any closure from the matter. So all of that comes under basically the sense of having control over someone.
Well, it's about control and just in general what I consider to be a destructive behavioral tactic.
Yeah,
I
mean, even if you got
that to me is that just to me is an inherently feminine tactic to be destructive like that. To instead of just provide the answer to the question, tells the story, end of it, you got to turn it into drama. You got to turn it into an argument. You got to try and piss the other person off. You got to be in with the in crowd, get your girlfriends cheering you on, all this bullshit. It's all about the drama. It's all about the hype. It's all about that crap. It's not about giving a productive, simple answer. They live for that kind of entropy.
Well, to give you the satisfaction, like, even if you present all the evidence, you caught them red-handed and everything, and you don't even need to ask whether or not they've done it. You already know, 99.9% chance, like they have, but you still have to present the allegation to them. They will still most likely want to deny admitting the truth, just so they could be spiteful as well and just be like to deny you that satisfaction. Look at what happened with Amber Heard. I mean, it's come on, it's like, you're guilty, but she's not gonna want to admit it because it would kill her to give someone else a satisfaction and validation as well.
Well, because she continues to get away with it. There was really no real consequences for all of that shit that she did.
That's why they squirm so much and weasel. They're like proper weasels and snakes, wriggling and writhing through the leaves or whatever. And their sort of mantra is like, whatever happens, deny everything, no matter what. Right. They rather listen to that sort of line or that thought or sentiment line of logic than actually being like, look, the jig is up. I might as well admit it now, It's like, nope. Even if I sound like a complete contradictory, hypocritical nutcase, thou shalt not tell the truth.
Right. Thou shalt not.
Yeah. Well, it's an interesting, maybe an interesting twist on that. That one that you called out on my stream, the Samantha P.
Yep.
The one who posted the comments. You remember when I called her out on my stream later? I think you were in on that stream. I just said, does your wife know you're posting comments on my community tab about tailoring my suits? And funniest thing is, all those comments on my community posts are gone. Funniest damn thing. They're just gone. I didn't remove them.
Yeah.
And after I did that stream, I found her in another stream just before I went to bed, and I said, "Hello there, Samantha. How you doing?" Because I had scrolled up in the stream a little bit, and she's like, "Well, I was coming from Cush's stream, and I got kicked out, and I don't know why."
Right.
Oh, Really?
Right.
Hmm.
Right. She's
And
been
I
playing
didn't
that
even, I
game.
didn't even bring the point up. I just said, "Hey, Samantha, how are you?" And man, that chat just went poof, dead.
Yeah.
And I just said, and to the person who was hosting the stream, I just said, "Have a good night, sir." He's like, "You
Yeah.
have a good night too, sir."
Yeah.
I think I helped him get rid of that leech off it. Got that leech off his neck too.
Oh no, she'll just make her presence known when certain people aren't there. she'll find a way. She's got her hooks in a few of them.
Yeah, I was just I haven't seen pooping with standing while standing for a while. I'll look at a couple convicted. Hey,
What?
both complicit in the fraud. Yep, pussy pass.
Yeah.
Bullets is here. I'd say hi to him. Show me, man. I think.
Well,
I agree. I quite agree with bullets. There's no negotiating with those. I agree. You don't negotiate with them. Nope.
well.
At least I don't. Maybe you want to, but I don't.
Oh no. No, I don't know why. He just came up in my algorithm. I commented on his thing. He did that. This is just how it unfolded. I didn't really like. He seemed like a reasonable person in his fucking videos, and then this thing happened, and I was like, okay, that's weird.
You can't negotiate. I mean, it's kind of funny because their love style is transactional. So really, they should be very familiar with negotiations. But it's what do you call it when it's like a one-sided deal? You know, they're gonna benefit, and you're gonna suffer somehow. You know, even if you get them to so-called promise they're gonna keep their end of the bargain, they're gonna try and undermine you some way. So you can't trust that they'll be true to the arrangement.
I met a guy in the business world a long time ago who sold certain I'll just say a widget to large retail stores like Walmart, Target, and whatnot. And he said very common business practice with some of the humane stores like Target or whatever, they would be like, "Hey, can you give me a discount on bulk purchase of your items? And in our next TV commercial, we'll show your product on the shelf." You know, a little. That's just typical business negotiating stuff, with the exception of Walmart. And he said Walmart just comes in. They said, "This is the price we're going to pay for it. It's below the manufacturing cost. Go make it in China. Fuck you. Go talk to me later when you do that."
Right.
That's how you're dealing with a feminist. Was the latter.
Yeah.
To me, there's no negotiation. I mean, the first was what I would consider a good negotiation. One party gives some, the other party gives some, and you come to common ground. Whereas the latter was, you do what I tell you to do, or we're not going to do business with you.
Yeah, it's like you give and I take. It's like that's not really fair.
Nope.
You know,
Yeah.
You're mugging me at that point. You know.
No, it's just fleecing.
Yeah, and the thing is, with you add to that the level of entitlement and the grandiosity, then you can see why they are very quick to, like take advantage of the situation. I mean, look what happens with co-parenting arrangements. It all sounds amicable at first, so it might seem, but bit by bit, the custody gets, the time with the father gets reduced more and more, and well, you all know the stories. So, yeah,
I can think of one, and I call this a semi-success story about a friend of mine back home from college who came from a broken household. The parents divorced. They divorced amicably, They both agreed to share proper responsibility. They didn't get into any ugly gyno court crap, from what I understood. The problem was they both, and he loved his parents both equally. It was equally welcome. They had equal custodial rights when he was under 18 and everything. But the problem is, because they were married for such a short time, he was an only child. And being an only child made him, being an only child of a broken household, that put him at a disadvantage, even that. And it was by virtue of the broken parenthood that he didn't have siblings. That he never had siblings, and that's still, it's successful, but there's still cracks there's still, I want to call it surface cracks. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the times it's a bit like making the best of a bad situation, or minimizing your losses.
Well, it's just these things it's the stories I hear from everybody in this community, all the things I did in my saw in my life with my friends in college, like this guy, all my friends who got married way too early, way too young, didn't know what they were doing, were inexperienced, and I saw that problem then, and that's why I never got married. I just I saw the fractures in the system then.
Well, I was very lucky in my case. I mean, I count myself as one of the sort of successful ones. Like, apart from me and one other guy, Chicken Man, we're the only, well, me and him are the only ones who have full custody of our kids.
Right.
But as at the time that was all taking place, I mean, I did try to co-parent at first. And
your guy Ryan Pennington is here.
Oh, he is here.
Yes. How do I join? He wants to join.
You want to come up and chat, Ryan?
She put this. Maybe put the StreamYard link up again. Bullets. Here he comes, I guess.
Sweet. If it's really him, we'll see if it's one of the trolls. Scorp thought.
You might want to put up your. You might want to put up your barrier there.
Anna Rodriguez or any one of these crazy bitches. Sure, with an exclamation point. We'll see.
But yeah, going
No,
back to, while waiting for Ryan to pop up, we were still talking about negotiations. And again, I think Kush would probably be better at speaking on this point, which is like having a sort of not necessarily a customer relation, but I mean some sort of prior relationship or knowledge of who it is you're dealing with, so that you can ascertain whether or not this person is somewhat trustworthy. I mean, even it's still it's a gray area, because how many negotiations take place, and you thought you were trusting the other party, but it turned out you were mistaken. So to some extent, you might be a bit annoyed or aggravated by the other person breaking their vow or whatever, but at the same time, you got to take a little bit of the responsibility, because you were a bit silly and naive to do that. But that's why having a customer relation style of prior knowledge is helpful.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The first
Track record or something.
I was getting some weird. Was that you, Billy? I thought I was getting some weird feedback or something.
Yeah, I heard like some sort of like I don't know, like a clunk, like a cable being plugged in sort of noise.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be my end. I have
Yeah, that's you.
yeah, I don't know why. I have
Dodgy wires and plugs. The connections are breaking.
Yeah. Well, I'd say in terms of customer relations, that's what's always the hardest sale you can make, is always the first one to a customer. Because when, like you said, Billy, when you don't have that element of, and I don't call it trust, because I don't trust anyone, a level of confidence, a level of confidence and a level of respect and a level of rapport.
rapport. Yeah.
Rapport.
Yeah.
If you don't have a rapport with a customer, you have to establish that. And that takes time to do that. That takes time, energy, and effort to do that. And it's that's why it's so important for me, like when an inquiry comes in, to address it and answer it right away. When a customer asks for a proposal for something, to answer it, I try to make it within a week. Cut it, give a time frame, and say, don't say I'll get it to you tomorrow, and then wait 2 days. Say, hey, I'll have it for you in a week. Then I get it to you in 3 days. You look like a hero doing that.
Yeah, and also you gain respect as well, and that also goes up. There's actually a lot into this sort of area of negotiations and making deals.
So that's I mean, I literally have to convince people to write checks for $250,000, $500,000, and fork that over to me. And you don't do that by just saying, gimme. You have to establish rapport. You have to establish that, look, but if I don't answer and get you a price for a machine in a reasonable period of time, what confidence do I have as a customer that when my machine breaks down and I need a critical spare part for this thing, it takes me weeks and weeks and weeks to get an answer from you guys? Those things matter when you're in the upfront negotiation, because they influence what that customer is thinking is, are they going to be this flaky after we order the equipment, or are they going to follow through on what they're telling me? And that's that's that rapport building that's real important. Trust is not an issue, because everything I do is in writing. It's not in writing, it doesn't exist.
I mean, what we're talking about is a little bit, because we're using like a business sort of style as an example, but if we were like trying to make a negotiation with a relationship, with emotions attached as well, then it's quite a bit different.
Well, yeah, and you're not going to establish that exchanging a couple of chats, like you said.
I mean,
he needs to come up here and chit chat and give us his angle.
Yeah. I mean, you could be like in my case, I was with my ex-partner for 12 years. You'd think by then you would have a rapport with them, and you would know them inside out. And then when push comes to shove, and it comes to the co-parenting stuff, it's like, what the hell?
I mean, I'll use the example here, entering into this community. It took me time before I established a rapport with you, Billy, where I established a rapport with GM, JR, Bullets with Teeth. I mean, after I speak with you guys for periods of time, I get to know you better, and I can, I know what I, you know what I mean. It's a stronger relationship, and we know what we agree upon. We know what we don't agree upon, and we know what our styles are, what our what our ticks and our clicks are, because a lot of those things all matter.
Yeah.
Those things all matter. The things that something you might think that is completely unoffensive to you is totally offensive to me, and vice versa. Um, and you need to you just need to be cognizant of it, and it's not about hurting people's fifis. It's just knowing how to navigate through to get what you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As a sort of expanded little area I could bring into this sort of negotiation is policies, where if someone is to introduce a policy, you expect it, for them to stick with this policy. So I'll use an example of like my kid's school during the COVID years or whatever. They're telling us at one point, it's like, we're gonna get the parents to wait outside the gates instead of in the playground to pick up their kids. Now you can come in, and then it changes. Now you can come in, but it has to be at staggered times. Then it's like, we want you to use the other gate instead of the main gate. So it just keeps shifting, the procedure. And you never know if it's going to stay like that anymore.
Yeah, and you can't have people shifting goalposts like that. We had a customer do that on the negotiations. We thought we would, we'd meet with them, submit our proposal, and they're like, then they throw something else in there. I'm like, that's not in there. They're like, oh, we thought you'd throw that in. It's like, no. That's got to be in writing, man. We got to do this. And people will try and do that stuff. They'll try and and sneak a thing in there, oh, well, that's only $1,000 here. It's only $200 there. Well, those nickels add up.
Yeah, well, like massaging the goalpost, see what they can get away with.
Fucking like goalpost diddlers.
Like, if I can get a vegan chicken pie, I wonder if I can get some soy milk and make the whole shopping list vegan.
Little escalation
what else
there.
Can I get away with?
Yeah. Hey, Ryan's saying your browser doesn't support StreamYard technology is the message I get when clicking the link. See, I don't really know about technologies.
What browser is he using?
Yeah, what
maybe check is it like a blocked type thing on the browser itself?
Yeah, StreamYards might be blocked, or maybe it's a very an old form of a browser, or maybe it's a type of browser that isn't as well known.
There might be a little pop-up window that comes up saying like, do you want to grant access, because it's going to need to use your microphone and camera if you're using a camera, that is.
Yeah.
Emmanuel's like, come on, dude, if I could sort it out from a fucking third world country in South Africa, what are you doing?
Yeah, and before I started using StreamYard, I was able to get on your channel or other people's channels before through Chrome.
Well, he might be a newbie. Emmanuel, which did you mean? You sent me a whole playlist. Sargon of Akkad. Why do people hate feminism? Why do people hate? What do people hate? I think it's sexist, gender studies, yeah, patriarchy, feminists hate men.
I like Timothy Sokol's comment.
Hey, Vega.
Isn't it because of worms?
What?
Why the dogs drag their butts on the carpet? Itchy butt.
Yeah.
What did the guy send you? Oh yeah, so I sent a link to some. Let's see if I can. He sent a link. It's James, or no, that's something else.
Yeah, Emmanuel sent the male feminist. Okay. We have a video Emmanuel wants us to watch. It's 15 minutes.
But yeah, I mean that Timothy Sokol's statement there, like the psychoanalyzing thing, that is a very strong statement actually, and it's a very strong point being made, which it like, as many people know, I like to talk about the narcissism, which is why as much as people talk about it, and they think they know it all, you will never know it all.
Mm-mm.
Right?
It's impossible. And if you think you do know it all, then you're deluded.
Right.
Well, it's just that my take on what you said there is just gaslighting comes in so many forms.
Well, one of the whole hallmarks of narcissism is to be evasive and never to be able to be pinned down, like with the accountability. So you can never pin them down. As soon as you think you got them, like I gotcha, then it's like, nah. Now suddenly I'm the victim of you persecution. It's like, oh, bollocks.
Oh yeah, that's what happened to the lady we had to let go from our work. Well, I mean, you could never pin her down.
Yeah, I mean, it would be pretty shitty survival defense mechanism if it didn't do its job in making sure this person was surviving and defending themselves.
See, and that's why I want to cut the rewards for doing this shit, because if it doesn't work as a survival mechanism, they will cease to do it.
Well, yeah, you can sort
Really?
of you can curb their behaviors and you can try and control them, but does
Yeah.
it eradicate the narcissism from within their mind? No, it doesn't, because now you're punishing them and you're the abuser, and even
That's
though
fine.
they're the culprit. So yes, you can
That's
kind of
fine.
control them, but it doesn't. There is no cure as such. They're not going to turn around and be like, "Oh, I see the error in my ways. I'm going to turn over a new leaf."
Well, no, I agree. There's no cure. That's why they need to be kept in line.
I have a theory that if you stop rewarding these idiots' fucking shitty behavior, that they will change their behavior. They will start. If we stop,
they'll change their behavior, but
yeah,
it's out of necessity in
yes,
order for them to carry on in a more covert way.
living, yes.
You know,
Well, I think
I don't care why they change it. Really.
The way it was explained to me once was when a woman gets married, she goes from having her father as a child to going to having, she needs to have that father as a husband. That husband doesn't keep her in line. Like Billy said, there's always going to be that component. It's always going to be there, and that's got to be kept in check all the time too. And that's what I think our society has done. It has allowed it to project itself, and the whole military, the whole industrial complex has taken advantage of that, exploited that.
Yeah.
it would help if we had a united front that said, like, look, no more of this. But
yeah,
as long as there's enablers somewhere, then they've got their weasel way out of the situation, because someone's going to allow it to continue.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why it's the enablers, man, that are the biggest problem. Well, and that could be translated to simp.
Well, in
right?
part, this is why a lot of the feminists and narcissists are now trying to position themselves as the so-called like the police or whatever. They want to be the ones who are so like hunting out the narcissist and saying no to themselves. Like,
Yeah.
They're trying to get into the positions of power, like in the therapists and psychologists, those people, because now they're untouchable and they can call the shots what gets allowed, which basically be like no to everyone else but yes to themselves.
But Billy, that's been going on for 3 decades, man.
Well, yeah,
that's way, that train is way past the station.
Right, which is in part why it's hard now to try and stop this bad behavior, because it's been normalized and accepted.
Yeah.
It was funny when my colleague who has one daughter in college, you know, I want to tell this poor guy, you know, you understand that college is teaching your daughter to hate you,
Right?
you know that, right? She's already been indoctrinated.
We had anti-bullying week recently. Guess what my kid is now saying to me when I tell her, you can carry your own bag to school from now on?
Nuh-uh.
Oh, Dad, you're bullying me.
I'm
like, what the hell? I'm the one carrying your bag. It's your bag. You can start carrying it to school. It's not even that heavy.
Right.
You know, oh, you're being mean to me. It's like, honey, you know, you'll thank me later. Carry your own bloody bag.
Yep. So,
but the sort of audacity of her like testing it with her own dad, you know, like so tomorrow when I go to school, I'm gonna have a little word with her teacher and be like, what the hell's going on now?
Yeah, just wait till she comes home and calls you a misogynist. That's coming, Billy.
Will we see Billy mad? Well, you seemed like you were pretty, I would say, I don't know if flustered is the right word, but pretty agitated by the whole Alice thing. When you did that video about Alice, you seemed, that seemed to strike I know that it struck a real sour nerve with you, because it seemed to affect you because of your own daughter, and seeing her do that to her kids. I could tell it struck a sour nerve with you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to sound like everyone, like, you know, talks kindly and fondly of children and things like that, but obviously as a single dad, and I work closely with the school, and I'm seeing kids all the time, so kids are a big thing in my life, and it pisses me off what I see happening. And obviously when we think about it on a bigger societal level, that these kids grow up to be adults and what the hell is going to happen to them, it concerns me greatly. I mean, that stream I did at first, I mean, I had someone commenting, it's like they were a bit perplexed because it seemed as though I was having fun at first with a scoreboard and, you know, getting everyone in the chat to be on her side. And come on, you know, this is going to be entertaining. But I had to make it a bit humorous, because if I were to be, you know, serious about it, I mean, that's giving into.
No, but Billy, I could tell I could tell that's what you were doing.
Yeah, I mean, the humor was to sort of calm down the anger, the rage, because if I was to be really serious, I would have ripped her throat out.
Oh, I know. I could tell I could tell you could barely contain yourself. I could tell. I could tell it was. I could tell it was boiling. It was right at the surface with each time I heard you talking. Each time you did the little points on that thing, I could hear your voice.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're asking for it, you know.
Yep. No, I heard it. I heard it. No, I heard you were getting agitated, and I was even saying to myself, as I was listening to it, I'm like, Billy, you can't let this can't let this thought get to you.
Yeah, no. Well, it was up until the point that kids were getting involved, because like
Yes, it's
going
terrible.
months,
Terrible.
going months back, like with GM doing talks, it was always like we had a really, I had no like the dog in the fight. So I could speculate and I can comment, but I had no real need to have an interaction up until suddenly now children were involved, and now it's like right, and this. So that's why I was saying, as far as I'm concerned, that's the isolated incident I want to discuss, regardless of everything prior and all the shenanigans surrounding it. It's the bottom line is what's happening with these kids, and
Right.
and then a few of the tentacles leading out with like the accusations and with the claims of pedophilia and lawsuits being thrown at people and
Right.
all this bollocks, So I was just like, fine, you want to go there? Fine, let's go there then.
Emmanuel, you said you wanted his reaction. I was waiting for Ryan to come up before we played it. What do you want? Play it or get his reaction?
You asking us or?
I'm asking Emmanuel.
Okay.
He's feeling oppressed. Okay. I'll play the vid.
If Ryan, like if you've got Google Chrome, or if you, I'm using Firefox
That's
right
really
now,
strange.
but Google Chrome should definitely do it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I have Chrome. Uh-oh.
Yeah, so I'm using on this.
I think my earphones, something's wrong with them, by the way. Okay, let's play the vid. While he sorts out his internet. He sounds, oh yeah, Ryan used Chrome. Okay, Outlaw. Yes, sir.
And make sure you got a mic connected at least, or mic and camera if you want camera as well.
The more I've spoken about feminism, the more I have realized that fighting for women's rights has too often become synonymous with man-hating. But my recent research has shown me that feminism has become an unpopular word. Why has the word become such an uncomfortable one?
Hello
Why
and
is she
welcome to
talking
the
like
7th
Greta?
episode of Why Does Everyone Hate Feminism?
Why is she
In this-
talking like Greta Thunberg?
This episode, we will be discussing
I think there's something wrong with my headphones. It's been
the male
in the background the whole
feminist. Also,
It's crackling, good mother. You need to find that sweet spot.
Yeah, like the little sweets. Yeah, exactly. I know what you're talking about. And Bandit wants to come up.
See, if I get Bandit up, it's just going to turn into a whole panel. And I'm not going to be even able to have a conversation with Ryan to ask him why he listens to crazy bitches who hate him.
Well, I can exit out or
There's yeah, if you want me to, I'm gonna go in soon anyway. It's kind of getting late in the morning over here. But there's an interesting point.
It might make them feel better anyway, coming up with a brotherhood up here.
Solidarity. Where if you got someone, now I'm not making an accusation here, just as a generalized sort of thing. I mean, I'll try and make it sound more societal level. If you've got people who are who have experienced a lot of trauma and abuse and manipulation. They might not even be aware of it. They might think this is the norm because this is what's been going on for a prolonged period of time.
Mhm.
And then they get to such a point where they no longer recognize what a danger is anymore. They got cognitive dissonance, so they can't really trust their own senses or their own judgments. There's a lot of confusion. So they don't really recognize danger. They don't really recognize a threat. And then someone comes along with a genuine good heart wanting to help them. They won't really recognize that. And they might even turn on someone who's trying to help them.
Mm.
And defend the people who are actually abusing them. So that's like Stockholm syndrome,
Pathetic
where
thing
they're
to have
identifying
ever
with their
crawled
abuse.
across God's green earth. Now, despite
Stop it.
feminism appearing to be
Time for a new headset.
a man-hating supremacy movement, there are indeed men who think they should become feminists too. And it's not by any sort of accident.
Maybe you could put subtitles on the video.
There we go. I was getting no audio for a second there. Hey, Bandit.
Hey, Bandit.
What's going on, guys?
Not too much.
Men, I would like to take
Is this the Harry Potter chick?
I think so.
Harry Potter.
take this opportunity to extend your formal invitation.
Not in the slightest, in fact. There are famous feminists who are inviting men to join feminism like lambs to the slaughter, and they're being applauded for it. But why do these men become feminists? Well, while they have many, many, many different rationales for this, these broadly fit into three overarching and often overlapping themes. The first and easiest to explain is that they aren't really very good at being men. They're very effeminate, they're very camp, they're not masculine, and so being a feminist is pandering directly to self-interest.
I need feminism because in a world governed by the current gender roles applied to men and women, I would not be very successful at that. If all of a sudden I found myself time traveled back into the 1950s, being married with 2 kids, having to provide for the family, having to make all the decisions completely for everyone in the house, oh God, I would not do well at that at all. I'm shy, I'm passive, I'm definitely not good at making decisions for other people. That would be bad news bears. I need feminism because
Bad news bears.
I'm not very good at being a traditional man. Feminism.
As cringe-inducing as that was, it's at least easy to see why people like this guy need
That's like
feminism. He
embrace
probably
the
would benefit a
pussification.
great deal by tearing
That's like embracing the pussification.
down the current
That's
gender.
like a guy that, like, if he has a strong bowel movement, he'd like break a couple bones. I mean, good grief.
I mean, the arms on that guy, he doesn't even look like he's like, doesn't like way too much soy going on there.
It's not even just that. It's like, what happened to men? Brutal.
He doesn't even realize what he's saying because there's a little bit of honesty. He's like, if I was teleported back into 1950s, I wouldn't be able to keep up with men. I don't feel masculine enough to do like men's jobs and duties and all that sort of stuff. So instead of like taking that as a signal to be, maybe I should work on that a little bit, Instead, he's like, I'm gonna run for shelter and protection from the females and get a sense of security that way. It's like,
Yeah, but look what he has on his wall though. That looks like a 50s style movie poster. I mean, it's hard to see what it is, but that looks like.
Strange case of Dr. Manning. It says, I don't know what that means.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, look at the artwork. It looks like 50s, 60s. So I mean, he seems to understand what that mentality would be in the 1950s and 60s.
That wouldn't necessarily clue me to say that he. I don't know. I think it's I think it's what Billy touched on. I don't think he realizes how messed up he is. That was programmed at a very, very young age.
he could have references to like that poster, or have male archetypes in his mind, and instead of looking at it as something to possibly aspire to, not that you should really aspire to other men in that sort of way, like carbon
Paradigm.
copy them.
The second type of male feminist is the type who.
But he can hold these masculine men, as he can point at them and be like, well, that's not me, and if that's not me, therefore I must be something else, so I'm gonna go this way instead and become a feminist.
But how much of it is environmental? Like, if he was thrown, just hear me out, if he was thrown back in the 1950s and, every single person in the 1950s beat the living snot out of him for being, they would call him, they would beat the living snot out of him. Eventually, he'd have to grow a backbone.
Yeah,
At some point.
Yep.
So, like,
build character.
it's in there somewhere. It's just the environment's not allowing him to even, grow some balls.
Well,
like,
this is the thing.
dropped yet.
Yeah, it's like this is the pussification of it all, where it's made these people soft, and it's kind of like a privileged way out or way of living. They've got the opportunity to be complacent and lazy, and that's what they've decided to do.
Yeah, exactly. Like back in the 1950s, that guy would have to work a man's job.
Oh yeah, he
wouldn't have to. He wouldn't be able to work in like an HR position, or I mean, he'd have to do real work. He'd have to real responsibilities. This exists because of our modern convenience, and it's all part of we've become too fat and too happy, and this is the product of that.
Yeah, too much freedom.
You have people who are dependent on a system like this. He's dependent on a system of feminism. That guy couldn't exist without feminism, literally. I mean, could he?
I agree, but I think it's environmental. If he was pushed into an environment where he had to either man up or be built up.
No, he wouldn't be like that. I agree.
Well, he wouldn't. It wouldn't allow this to happen. Like,
well, he's in an environment that's telling him that it's like, no, it's okay. You don't have to be masculine. You could be a feminine instead.
Exactly.
Yes.
I think this is a classic example of, good times make weak men. Bad times come, he would grow a backbone. He'd have to. It's either that or die. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. So,
in a way, he's choosing, like you said, like good times, bad. How he said it, but in a way, he's got he was at a crossroads in life where it's like, do you want to do what's hard, be a man, or do you want to do what's easy and be a woman? And he was like, well, I'm going to do what's easy. Like, well, there you go.
But I mean, he's like halfway there. He's like, he realizes what his potential could be. He's just not taking the steps. Like, this is where, like, absent fatherism or absent leaders or absent someone, he needs someone in his life to kick his ass and say, you know what? You need someone to set some goals for you and, start going in the right path, because you can clearly see he has no leadership or parent figure telling him what he should do. He's lost. He's completely lost.
I bet he came from a 2-parent household, Bandit.
That doesn't mean because you come from a 2-parent household doesn't mean you have a leader or someone telling you how to improve your life.
mean,
Oh, his mom's a
for that
feminist.
for that kind of reasoning, you can have a bit of sympathy for him, where it's like, no one was there to really kick him in the backside or guide him or mentor him or something like that. And there's a little clue in the start of that clip, because he makes a reference to living in the 1950s. Now, if this is someone who has no interest of that type of masculinity, he wouldn't have even bothered bringing it up. So the fact that he's brought it up is something that he has thought about, and he's weighed up the possibility. Could he live in that sort of world? And he's come to the conclusion that no, he can't survive there.
I think
Yeah.
he can't survive under the things that he wants. Like if push comes to shove, like if hard times do come happen, he'd actually have to like I've dealt with kids like this doing like Boy Scouts and stuff. Like this is what I would call a person that has ginormous potential because they see their own faults. They just need to be pushed in the right direction. Like this would be a good way of looking at people with potential. Like he has a lot of potential. He's just on the wrong path. There's some people that are just lost. Like,
Yeah.
we'll just say like the guy from H3H3. He's completely lost. There's no way of convincing him to go to the gym, for example, because he said going to the gym is a waste of time. This guy, it seems like you have a decent conversation with him and just give him some benchmarks and then build his confidence up. You could change this guy's around in a heartbeat.
Yeah, I think there's a masculine man hidden away somewhere in there.
Okay, well, that's the first kind of male feminist. Let's watch some more and see what the second kind of male feminist is.
Oh God.
Okay, so there's potential in the first. All right, so we won't write off the first.
Who is simply really well-meaning. He just is so sorry that he ever caused you any inconvenience.
Yeah, no, I'm not a feminist. I just believe in equal rights, is something I said about a year ago. Little did I know that is feminist. A couple of years ago, I used to make a podcast called the Man Time Podcast, ironically named. This isn't the best way to start a conversation about feminism. I used to make a podcast exclusively for men, but we did used to make jokes about feminism and stuff like that. And I used to have the opinion, bloody feminists and things like that. These are the things I used to say. And it doesn't feel like it's me anymore. And if you were offended by the way I used to be, I apologize.
Not only do these guys all look like they're from the same upper middle class family, they are so sorry. They are just so sorry. That was my first comment. Enough.
Yep.
When you're trying to be a good ally, there are going to be times when you slip up without even realizing it. That's fine, as long as when someone points it out to you, you apologize and try and change your behavior.
Now, don't be mistaken. There's no way that these guys have ever actually done something wrong. They are far too worried about potentially doing something wrong or even potentially offending someone to actually have any legitimate guilt.
Can you pause for a second?
Can you pause this for a second? There's something I want to say about this.
You can go first, and I got something to say too.
In the business world, when I make a mistake, what's the one thing I never put in writing to a customer and I never say to a customer?
I'm sorry.
I apologize. Never say that because it looks weak. I learned that a long time ago. You could say, I made a mistake, but don't ever say, sorry, I made a mistake. Say, I made a mistake. Here is the correct answer. Don't ever say, I apologize. That looks weak. It looks like you're making an excuse. In the business world, I got slapped on the hand for doing that. And I see people do it now, and it shows weakness. And when you can make yourself look, you can still save face when you make a mistake. If you just tell the truth, say you made a mistake, here's the correct answer.
Mm-hmm.
And that just ends it right there. But you don't need to, I apologize. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hurt your peepees.
It also sounds a bit open-ended. Because like when you say I apologize, it's almost like you're waiting for the other person to say, okay, I forgive you.
But I have another take on this. It also, to me, seems like this guy is suffering so much white guilt that he's been told his whole entire life that, you know, you're white, you're a piece of shit, that he has no self-esteem left.
Yeah, I was gonna
So,
make a point
let,
about self-esteem.
I would say he has potential, but this is a client. I see this all the time. This is a clear example of being told since you were in fifth grade, 5 years old, that you're white, you're a piece of shit. This is the end result. This is what happens when a gender is, or I'm sorry, a race of people are blamed for everybody's faults. This is what you get. You get a guy that has no self-esteem, no direction in life, apologizing for everything. He's been told he's been the devil since he's been born. This is what happens. And then his life is screwed because what girl's gonna want to date this guy? I mean, he's probably well-meaning, but he's been cucked his whole entire life.
Oh yeah, this guy's has been damned to a life of cuckery.
Yeah.
Well, on top as well, there's a potential for it becoming a dangerous situation.
Yeah.
Because if you've got someone with low self-esteem who's always taking the blame and thinks they can get out of it by just apologizing all the time.
That's a deletion concern?
No, I would say it could be deletion or it could be a lashing out, depending on how it goes. This is one of those situations where you need to be put in some kind of guy group. I don't care what it is, and you need to do activities to build your confidence up so you can get out of the hole that you're in. Like, he needs to be shown that even little things, like, I mean, just as something as like, okay, you're afraid of heights, maybe rock climb. Even if you did it for 20 feet, just to break that, just to give me a little bit of self-confidence. Like, self-confidence is one of those things that you build off of. It gets better and better. You hold yourself with better character.
I would start off. Sorry to cut you off there, Bandit. But before building the self-confidence, I would actually address the manipulation aspect first. Because if you build his confidence up first, and he's still manipulative, then where is he going to take that?
I think his self-confidence is so low. You need to build a base before you can even talk about that. I think he's so low that, like, you need to have a little bit of self-worth just to even have that conversation that he's being manipulated. Like, he's so in the basement. You got to get him up to par.
Not that he's being manipulated. He's manipulative.
Yeah.
Right. Reactive.
Yeah, I see what I agree.
PTSD.
That's why they're so apologetic, because it's like, I'm just a sweet, soft, kind. Oh, I'm sorry. This is manipulation. This is giving you the puppy eyes. Feel sorry for me. I was like, okay, we'll let you off the hook. We won't tell you off severely because we don't want to make you cry. This is what babies do.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
It's rough.
Yeah.
This is so rough.
Okay. This is the second type of feminist.
I would feel safer around the first guy than I would around this guy and the one just before.
100% agree with you.
I agree with that.
I think he's the same guy.
No, there's nuances. This guy, the first guy recognizes there's a problem. That's
no. I'm talking about, like, this guy is the same as this guy.
Oh, is it?
Oh, yeah.
He's the same guy. Different than this guy.
Yeah, that guy has potential. These guys are kind of in the lost category.
Yeah.
Because they don't even see that they don't even see the problem. They have no self-reflection.
Yeah.
Nice, really soft types who are afraid of asserting themselves in any way, shape, or form. They don't want to leave an impression on the world because the world might not have wanted them to do so. These are the guys who are completely harmless. The third type of male feminist.
See, he just said these are the guys that are completely harmless.
They're harmless if they're not in packs, because then they're gonna white knight. Like, if you're one-on-one on this guy, he's gonna be your shadow. Your personality is gonna overpower this guy. But if you had a group of these guys, like 3 or 4 of them, that could be bad. That could be where you have your white knighting situation, because it's gonna take a group of them to have the confidence to stand up to you. This is kind of this is a good.
I agree. They'll act like a bunch of little women and gang up on you.
Exactly.
Well,
So the,
yeah, and
this is
where
one of
he-
those wolf in sheep clothing kind of guys where you're in a friend group and you get introduced to this kind of guy, and he's like, yeah, he'll do everything great. He'll talk to you, and then he's with his friends and he'll backstab you, or you know,
Right.
when you need him for something, like you get a flat tire, this guy will never show up.
Right.
Well, you said the backstabbing, so yeah, there's a chance that there is a deep-seated rage that is just masked so well, but it's there and present, and you know, you never know. They could backstab, but also with this, because he's sort of trying to not just convey it, but I suppose he is like soft and weak and etc. That if you put any pressure on him or push him a little bit with his manipulation, he'll recruit people to fight his battles for him.
Oh yeah.
Using the sympathy, like, and then
Yep.
and then his white
Like a
knight,
woman.
like a woman, yeah, will be like, why are you picking on him? He's such a nice guy. He's got a pink top and everything. I mean, he's so camp and you know, and innocent
Yeah.
or whatever. And
Yeah.
so
But this is
dirtiness.
at the
Don't-
same time, this is like the
Don't
kind of
attack him for what he eats.
this is the same
Yeah.
kind of guy that's like a girl's gonna see this as a wounded animal and just like
Yeah.
twirl him around her finger. You know what I mean? Like you can people like this.
Yeah.
Like
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. All right. Let's figure out the third kind of feminist.
Feminist is the male feminist that has done something wrong and feels guilty about it. And so to expunge the guilt, they have to convert you to the religion of feminism, which of course
Ooh.
means
Well,
that
these are the
the
ones I
best place
hate.
to find
Oh man.
these are the ones you want to take. You want. Well, I can't really say on YouTube.
the
But-
guilty male feminist
Right.
is in the atheism plus movement.
If you are not a feminist, you are a sexist by definition.
That was Atheism Plus heavyweight Aaron Ra, attempting to just simply assert that if you do not claim you're a feminist, then you must be a sexist. Why? Because he is afraid that he is a sexist, and he wants to make sure that he isn't by declaring himself a feminist.
I was raised in a very sexist environment, but I don't think I was ever sexist myself. Although it may be that we all are, and it's just a matter of degree. My wife describes me as roaringly.
Wait, pause. He's married. I'm sorry to pause it all the time.
Yeah.
This guy's married.
Yeah. He
Oh,
says he's
sweet
married.
Jesus.
Yeah. What the hell?
Well, this just to say something before we're gonna continue. This is the guy that will get you killed. Like we need to all recognize this is the guy you leave 10 feet away. This guy will find a way to get you killed.
Oh
He's
no,
the white.
this guy's bad news. I agree.
Yeah, this is the
That's
white knight
dangerous.
kind of guy that will will call, Child Protective Services, or say you raped your girlfriend, whatever. This is you avoid this guy like the plague. You don't talk to him, you don't associate, you don't give him eye contact. You avoid this guy like a plague. This guy's bad news.
Oh yeah, any of these, I totally agree. Any guy like that who will come to and like Bandit said, will come to if he very capable of coming to violent defense, or violently lashing out.
This is a guy that you do not tell secrets to, because they're going to. This is one that will try to be friendly with you and try to get you to open up and tell secrets and use those secrets against you. You need to all recognize that that's the kind of behavior you got to be careful about with opening up personal details with your life. So this is, Sargon's. This is a good video by Sargon.
And I'm visually stimulated as men typically are. So I have objectified sexual partners. I'll admit to that.
So he thinks that we're all sexist to a degree and that there's something wrong with objectifying a willing partner. Aaron Ra is not alone in confessing his own sexism.
I think you are secretly sexist, and you probably won't put this in the video, but
well, no, I mean,
take a look at your bookshelf. Take a look at your
my music collection.
I always give you crap about that because it's true. Yeah.
Well, I'm not. I mean, I didn't ask you because I wanted to deny that I have
No, you're
sexist
right.
attitudes. I know that
You admit
I
it.
do, but
You admit it, so therefore
and
it's all
since I
okay.
admit it, it's okay.
I'm really glad I'm not Steve
Oh my
Shives
god.
here.
Did you guys just look at her face the whole time? She is
Oh,
repulsed
yeah.
by him. She's repulsed. She look at her face right now. She can't even look at him.
Yeah.
Like,
So, so I bet she's talking about, look at your bookshelf, look at your music collection. I bet he has books written by mostly men and
Yeah.
music. Yeah.
he probably has
I
a
must-
Jordan Peterson book, and she's probably losing her freaking mind. You
Or
know I'm right.
Jocko
Yeah.
Willink, like Stream Ownership. She probably
Or
would
Andrew
hate that book.
Tate.
Yeah. She'd fucking hate it.
Or at all. But anyway, this is why these atheism plus guys have become feminists. They need to cast out the demons of sexism because they feel guilty about it. They shouldn't be sexist. They know it. But they know that they are sexist. And what else could they do than become feminists? Because, as Aaron Ra said,
If you are not a feminist, you are a sexist by definition.
as I
Hold
said
on a
earlier,
second.
there is definite crossover.
Because you mentioned bookshelf, it reminded me of something. I happen to have, no, don't shoot me. I don't know how this appeared. A while ago, anyway, I was sorting out some things, and I found a little book. I was like, "What's that?" And I sort of dusted it off or whatever. Now I've got it in my hand, literally as I'm speaking. Like, here are the pages being flicked.
Uh-oh.
I kept it as a reference. It's called Women's Wit and Wisdom.
How thick is it?
Oh, it's like a sort of miniature book type thing.
Okay, good. It sounds accurate.
Yeah. But, you know, I mean, maybe I'll save it for another time. I'll see if I can find an interesting one I could read out quickly.
I mean, is it written? Is it a collection of all the cool shit that women have said throughout the ages?
Yeah, I mean, some of it dates back apparently. Like, let me see if I can find it. All right, so look, of two evils, choose the prettier. And that's by Carolyn Wells, 1870 to 1942.
What?
What's
1870?
Yeah, some of it goes back. Like, I've got one here, George Eliot. Oh no, it's in brackets. Mary
Well, that's
Ann
just
Evans.
that's to me sounds like a very, very sneaky way of saying being hypergamous.
True. But that's also a time frame
Here's
where
a funny one.
hypergamous was shameful. I mean, that's pre-suffragette time.
I don't believe man is woman's natural enemy. Perhaps his lawyer is. Shanna Alexandra, 1925.
1925. Who?
Oh,
What's her name?
I don't know where it is now. I just lost the page.
Alexander. Something Alexander.
Shanna Alexandra. 1925.
How do you spell Shanna in the case?
Shana.
Yeah, she's a American journalist. Although she became the first woman staff writer and the columnist.
Yep, I found her here.
Here we go. Marrying a man is like buying something you've been admiring for a long time in a shop window. You may love it when you get it home, but it doesn't always go with everything else.
Well, that sounds like a feminist.
All right.
Can you repeat that again? I was.
Marrying a man is like buying something you've been admiring for a long time in a shop window. You may love it when you get it home, but it doesn't always go with everything else.
Oh, that's classic feminism.
Jean Kerr, 1923.
Hmm.
Yeah, that sounds like modern feminism.
Yep.
Oh, here's a great one. Oh, I'm so inadequate, and I love myself.
Oh God.
Meg Ryan, 1962.
By the way, where'd Ryan go? There's no way that man could be more technologically fucking retarded than I am. There's no way. Who's the dork that can't? There's no way. Come on, Ryan.
That's strange.
Well, let's continue with this. Let's see. We have male feminist number 1, 2, and 3. Okay. We got to figure out which kind Ryan is. Being since he's not coming up here to tell us, we have to come to our own conclusions based on our own research.
Between these three groups.
I actually wrote a script for a video I was going to make on feminism about a year ago. And I actually said that being a feminist takes balls. I had no idea how problematic that language was.
Whoa. Being a feminist takes balls?
Yeah.
That's got to be a tagline. There's no way. You got to play that again.
Maybe it means that the feminist that wants to castrate men.
Takes balls. Yeah, they do.
Wow. I mean, I've heard some crap in my day, but this one's got to be up there. It's got to be in like top 10. Most bullshit thing I've ever heard.
Well,
If I were to,
brave, isn't it?
yeah, if I were to venture my guess, that guy would be kind of like this guy. He's projecting himself as he's glorifying the fact, vindicating the fact that he's defending women, and I kind of heard that same thing from that guy. Like I heard that similar kind of underlying tone.
But just look, okay, how old do you think this guy is?
This is a young guy.
If he's 20.
Yeah.
Okay, look what he has equipment-wise. He's probably got about an $800 to $900 mic, probably about a $200 screen, and he probably has a following.
Well, how much mic? $800 mic? Did you just say?
Probably something like that. That's
that
a
looks like
decent mic.
that looks like the same mic I'm using, like a Yeti or whatever.
The screen. I mean, what I'm getting at is he has some money, and and I don't know. I'm in the firm belief that there a lot of these people out here they're getting paid to do this to a certain degree, because there's no way this guy probably has, like, on YouTube he probably has like 5,000 people following him at least, and he's creating more of him out there, perpetuating this bullshit generation to generation.
Yeah, and he's also got that kind of the sense of like, this is what I think is the how you go about doing live streams. So I'm just gonna go with the consensus instead of having any individualism or personality of his own. Really, he's just following guidance from social cues. He's just kind of like going with the flow. I mean, I get it. People want to have a good setup and everything like that, but like I'll use like Good Mother. Like, you're not set up like that, and Iridium, you're not set up like that. You're kind of like, fuck it, I'll just stream how I want to stream.
Yeah,
but that was something I wanted to touch on, and it's something that keeps bothering me when I look at this. I notice maybe Bandit's leading on to something, that this is a whole elaborate setup, because you look at that wallpaper, that lavender crappy ass wallpaper, the pictures in the background, the shirt he's wearing. that all projects very feminine colors. That
Yeah.
it looks staged when you say that. Though.
He looks like he's in his bedroom in his mom's house.
He looks like he's in his sister's bedroom.
Yeah, and if this is a production, like his whole life might be a production.
This just reminds me of like suburbanite middle class.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, maybe upper middle class, but it's like I know so many people like this. This is just like everybody has an opinion, everybody has an asshole, and they have to view their viewpoints out there, and they're the best thing out there in the world. And like my opinion matters, and all this other bullshit. And you just look at these people going, "Have you done anything in your life?" No, then shut the hell up. Like this guy this guy shouldn't be having these talks. He's a young kid. He should be soaking in knowledge.
Exactly.
Not
everybody know. It's the problem with the availability of all this stuff now. Well, I can get my microphone and a cell phone, and I can tell people what I think. But it's exactly you said, they don't have anything based.
Yeah, his whole. I mean, look at this. His whole persona is
got corn bots.
Yeah. His whole persona is basically a manicured self-image, like you're saying, Kush. Like his outfit's purposely picked out. His hair is special way. His glasses, the image that he's trying to say, the way his back is, like everything is manicured to the point of being like, because he to have this certain image about himself that he's supposed to be. This is, in my opinion, this is the guy version of a pick-me girl.
Well, and you're touching on like the perhaps the main objective of feminism in a way, which is it's all about the facade, the appearance, the stage show, the production, just to make the person feel as if they're something because they've got the low self-esteem, that they're somebody. But it's all smokes and mirrors and baloney, because at the end of the day, it's not a real life experience. It's a manufacture or a manicure. I like how you put it with a manicure. So it's bogus.
Yeah, the problem is like because he has this, we'll call it semi-professional look. People, it's giving him validity that he shouldn't have. Like,
yeah, it's giving him the message that this is the way.
Yeah,
this is the way to go about life, and it's like wrong.
Yeah, this is basically like having no soul. Everything is about a personal appearance, and there's no validity. There's no meat to the potatoes. You know what I mean? Like, and the problem is with all this, if you just listen to people like this that don't have valid viewpoints or not old enough to live through life, like this is like leading. This is like I'll call him like a lemming. This is like hopping down the trail and then everybody just falling off the cliff because he's gonna steer his community down a dark path, and he doesn't even know it. Like, I mean, I don't know if you guys ever played the games like the Lemmings back in the 90s.
Yeah.
But you know exactly what I'm talking about. They just go off a cliff and that's it. And this is what he's going to do to his community because he hasn't lived a long enough life to have these opinions. He's just spewing things that he hears on the internet without actually living life.
I mean, he doesn't
actually thinking these out.
He thinks he's walking on Broadway. It's like, this is fabulous, darling, fabulous, wonderful. So they think their life is all glitz and glamour, and this is spectacular. But what's going to happen when the power gets cut?
Well, the problem is when the power gets cut, this is the kind of guy that's probably going to commit suicide because he relies on his image and having community that he can't access now. So what happens when you don't have that narcissistic hit? Billy, you know this. You're either going to
collapse.
Your ego's going to collapse, and you're either going to you're going to lash out on the others, or you're going to lash out on yourself.
Yeah,
because it's a deck of cards.
And this is this guy in particular is the one who's very apologetic as well. So he'll quickly go into the victim mindset and self-pitying. And again, that's not going to help you get by in life.
No.
You know,
I mean,
and then victimhood mentality is another sort of springboard of complications and problems. And the more and more I look at it, it becomes more and more predatory.
Yeah. It's so sad.
All right.
You know, you wouldn't suspect it looking at a guy like this, but you know, have you seen that movie Predators, the sort of remake of the first one?
Mm-mm.
No.
No.
There's a guy in there who, so you've got a squad of Marines. So the
Mhm.
Predators abducted these hard, badass people, right?
Mhm.
But amongst this group, there's this dweeby dork, as it were.
Oh yeah.
And they're all a bit perplexed. They're all a bit like, why is he with us? This must be a mistake. It turns out he's actually the most dangerous one of them all because he's so passable for society. You know, you wouldn't bat an eye at him. So everyone's
Right.
got their machine guns and, you know, weapons or whatever. This guy hasn't got anything. Turns out he knows poisons and he knows surgeries. So he's kind of like a doctor or a pseudo doctor.
I agree.
And
It's more like a
he's dangerous.
white collar type criminal. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Played by the actor who played Venom in Spider-Man 3.
Oh, Topher Grace?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. He always plays a slimy role. Even in that 70s show, he was kind of slimy.
Oh my god. Okay.
But
We're
that's
6
why-
minutes in. 6.5
why-
minutes in.
If you
We're
got-
almost halfway there.
There's so many
If you-
good material, though. This is so much. Like,
I know.
You complain about toxic masculinity, but if you had like a whole bunch of like uber alpha men, muscular, you know, and all this sort of stuff, and you had this guy, I'd be watching out for this guy.
depends on the context.
Oh my
Like-
gosh. Okay.
Bullets
Okay.
is trying to draw out Scorp thought.
I know. Here, let's play. Can we play some more? Emmanuel's being very
yeah,
patient. Who knows when his power's going to go out again?
All right, I'll put myself on mute so I
Out
don't
to me,
stop interrupting.
which just goes to show that even when you're actively trying to do good, you can still be oppressive.
And all you need to do is apologize. This is what being an intersectional feminist is all about. Now, I don't want you to think that these guys are necessarily bad people for what they're doing. A lot of them were raised this way.
Right.
I was strongly conditioned, and this actually took effect with me. I was strongly conditioned to react violently against homosexuals.
So in a lot of ways, it is actually kind of admirable for a lot of these guilt-ridden male feminists to need to be feminists and to project that feminism onto other people. It's a way for them to overcome the programming that they suffered from as a child. And I suppose if I had a message to any male feminists watching this who suffer from this kind of guilt, I just want to point out that not everyone was conditioned to be a sexist or a homophobe or a racist. However, as I said, these are the well-meaning ones, the ones that haven't really done anything wrong, the ones that at worst have committed a thought crime against feminism, and, well, they're just trying to pray the sexism away. However, there are male feminists who have committed real crimes against women, and these are the ones who are the most vitriolic in their hatred towards non-feminists.
You have a lot of people on here who attempt to be bullies. And like I said, one of these days, I am going to find a way to fuck you over for what you did, one way or the other. If it's the last fucking thing I do, okay?
Either they were bullied and now they found a chance to bully someone else, or they've always been bullies and they just keep on doing it.
I am hostile, and I am spoiling for a fucking fight. Okay, Phil? I don't give a fuck who you are, Phil. I will knock your dick in the dirt if I have to.
This was a message
I've heard
from
that
YouTube
before.
user Hannibal the Victor 13 to Thunderfoot, specifically in
Yeah, knock your dick in the dirt. Isn't that what the language universal mother was fucking
That's what she
saying
said.
to you?
Yeah, she was gonna put
Yeah.
my dick in the dirt.
Yeah.
I might say challenge accepted.
Is that a relative of Okie?
That's gruesome. That's really gruesome.
Dude, that guy looks like Peter Griffin.
Hey, Riggs.
I bet all those DVDs in the back are corn.
I suspect I was shooting my load early by saying that people they can lead into dangerous territory. I guess this is the more appropriate example.
Mm.
It's only gonna get worse, guys. It's only gonna get worse.
This guy's a kook.
But I'm just curious, how many people listen to him though? Like, you start spurging out like this, like I don't know. There's a lot of different people that spurg out like this.
Yeah.
But like, if you start spurging out like this, how can you be taken seriously?
I don't know.
I would figure the last guy would be more of a threat than this guy, because he's just like, you just see him. He's like, okay, you're gonna try to hit me? I mean, give me a break.
I think there's an element where some people be like, this will never be me. And then lo and behold, give it a bit of time, they start emulating it.
Yeah.
This is like the clear definition of your classic keyboard warrior.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
Regard to Thunderfoot's position on feminism. Now, you might wonder, why would he be so angry? Well, I'm not really sure. Hannibal isn't a massive fan of Anita Sarkeesian, the feminist that Thunderfoot most often criticizes.
Porn DVD.
So it turns out that Hannibal the Victor 13's real name is Jared, and Jared has a criminal charge against him from 2004 when he attempted to sexually assault a teenage girl. Given the amount of guilt he must feel, I am not surprised he is so militant against his chosen targets. But the thing is, despite Emma Watson's kindly invitation...
Men, I would like to take this opportunity to extend your formal invitation.
We need to consider whether men can even be feminists, and what female feminists think of this.
On Tumblr, I've spoken about this sort of thing before, about how I see myself as a feminist. But I got told that I can't be a feminist because it's a movement for women by women. And I think that's quite a backwards way of thinking. I'm happy to be told I'm wrong. I'm always happy to be told that my viewpoint is misconstrued. I'm always happy to put my hands up and say sorry.
Of course you are, buddy. You're a male feminist. But let's ask some female feminists. So on everydayfeminism.com, I found an article called Men Should Be Feminists, but Should They Call Themselves Feminists? It already feels like we're walking a tightrope.
Hold on a second. Sorry, it's not to interrupt again.
What?
Like, GM, you get accused of being like a feminist. Or
Me?
something like that. Yeah. Like, sometimes I'll try and throw that at you, be like, you're the true feminist or whatever.
Oh yeah, just the most fucking retarded crazy bitches.
Right.
Though.
So does that mean, like, us guys on the panel at least, sort of thing, are we male feminists because we're here talking with you?
Well, that would kind of go against the you guys hate women narrative now, wouldn't it?
I mean,
yep.
I'd rather see something like, couldn't we just call people or hope for decency? Never mind having to subscribe to feminist or chauvinist or something or whatever kind of labels.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't want to be part of an ideology as such in that sense. I'd rather just treat one another decently.
Yeah.
And with respect.
Mutual respect, yeah.
Right.
That's normal.
Whatever happened to men questioning things? Like, I don't know. I guess I'm a late millennial, but like in the 90s, we used to question everything. Everything was, you never believed anything on face value. Like when people said make a left, you made a right, and you said, why am I making a left? Like everything was questioned. You had to fully back up what you're saying. Like this, like men should be feminists. Like if I had no idea what a feminist is, like, what is a feminist? Why should I be a feminist? Like,
Yeah.
to
What
me,
I
this
did,
is like a classic.
Bandit, what I did 2 years ago when I learned that feminism wasn't a fucking joke.
But
That
what they
there
do
are
is
people that have literally lived their entire lives and promulgate policy based on a fucking ideology.
yeah, but when you say like what is a feminist, and
Yeah.
like from a point of view, like you're naive, you're new to the place or whatever, like what the hell is this feminist thing? They give you a brochure on it. They don't actually tell you. They say, oh, it's just about treating women equality, you know.
Yeah, equal
like,
rights.
I'm going to agree to that. Be like, well, yeah, I mean, that sounds decent, you know, but that's not really what the feminist is about. This all that.
Right.
That's just the brochure or the cover story.
A mantra.
Yeah.
The false advertising.
Right.
It's the bait and switch. Yes.
Yeah.
But
whoa, hold on. We meant female supremacy. You must be our slaves.
That's the small print. Yeah.
Yeah.
This
by
is
the way, Ryan's says he's back. Let's try again. Link. I don't know.
Yeah, I dropped the link. Oh, bullets came up too.
this is your prime example of basically what happens when a culture just does what it's told. Like, to me, feminism is like the clear example of people just following a narrative, and whoever doesn't follow the narrative, those are the enemy. It's like, it's your classic us versus them mentality. It's like, you know, it's frustrating in the fact that, like, no one's taught critical thinking, critical thought, questioning things. Like, this used to be like the culture. This used to be like, everybody was always talking about the counterculture, and you should always question what you believe so you can build better ideas and better thought. And then we have this where it's always playing down to the dumbest, smallest denominating factor, and it's beyond infuriating.
There's another element on top of what you're saying there, Bandit. You know, I was saying earlier about like an easy path and a hard path. Well, to use critical thinking and having morals and, you know, ethics and all this requires effort. So on top of everything we're saying, you see this preference for minimal effort. They don't really want to have to do anything. They want to eat. They want their life easy peasy, cushy, entitled, given to them on a platter, and they don't want to have to really do anything themselves. You know, so they target people who are more willing not to put the effort in.
Right.
And that's why they're called. That's why it's like vulnerable people. We don't mean vulnerable as in like weaklings. We mean like vulnerable in terms of like they've got no boundaries. They're susceptible to being misled. They're impressionable.
They get their kind nature being taken advantage of. Feminists are really good about doing that with men, like enacting the inner white knight in them. They're like, oh my God, I'm so scared. I don't feel safe. And here comes the white knight. Like, oh my God, I need to protect you. Like this Ryan guy, I think he's an example of, because I heard in some of his videos how he was complaining about these women not feeling safe. like he believes these crazy bitches.
They've been the most protected group on the planet.
I know, but
anyway,
he
I'm going to jump off.
Okay. Okay, Billy.
I mean, hey Bullets, good to see you here. I'm going to jump because it's getting really late for me. So take care.
Have a good one, Billy. Nice talking to you again.
Yeah, great catching up with you guys. Take care. And I'll see you soon.
Thanks, Billy. No, but something I noticed in his video, like these crazy bitches are literally trying to fight the trans men, right? And they're like, they put themselves in harm's way. And like this Posey Parker crazy bitch was like, I got assaulted because I got water thrown on me. Like,
are you sure it was water?
No, she said it was water.
Well, it says I said in the chat, you throw water on a witch, that will hurt her.
Right? She didn't melt though. Well, I don't know. I didn't see her face after that happened. So she just complained about it. She wanted to press charges and shit. Hi, Bullets.
What's going on, Bullets?
Hey, Mandy, how you doing? Good.
Good.
How's it going?
Iridium. Yeah, buddy.
Here we
I
go.
was just watching it. I was commenting. I'm like, yeah, I need to come up here and give my 2 cents in on this. These simpy dudes, man, that Sargon's talking about here. They're trying to score pussy points. Is what it is. They're trying to be agreeable with unagreeable women, and their idea is like, to declare themselves a feminist is a way of them kowtowing, to the golden vagina, in hopes that they'll get some sympathy pussy and the chance to procreate, and spread their seed, but that's not the way that it works,
doesn't it? Well,
yeah.
our world.
Sorry.
Yeah, trying to appease these women, it's not going to score you anything, because
says that
they
in
know the
short-
game. You're basically handing
She's
your power
skeptical of
over
the
to them.
legitimate.
Sorry, Bullets. My headset's acting up and it's doing its own thing. So
Oh, that's fine.
sorry. It keeps playing this shit when I don't want it to, or stopping it when I'm playing it.
See,
It's
of men
this.
calling themselves feminists. She thinks, of course, that men can be.
Yeah. So. Well,
No,
so
it's
we
like, when I was blue pill, there was a time, when when I was living in Austin, that I encountered feminism, and the way that I understood it politically, that women should have, equal rights to men, and being in my early 20s, and not understanding it totally and realizing what it was about, I became agreeable with it. I'm like, yeah, I believe, women should have equal rights to men, equal rights to vote and so forth and stuff like that, And I never really gave it much thought at the time, even after I got shoved in through the gyno judicial system. You have to understand, I was in the matrix,
Right.
I was blue pill, even though I was being subjected to the gyno judicial system, I didn't fully understand the magnitude of it all. I never saw it until back in 2014, 15, when I came into the MGTOW community, and I had it laid out for me in a way that I could understand it, in a way that I could see it, like looking at Google Maps. I mean, I could see it as clear as day now. Back then, we didn't have internet. We didn't have Google Maps. We didn't have a lot of the things that we have today in means of communication that we have today to understand what's going on. Now, hindsight being 2020, I understand the brainwash that I was under, and I see a lot of young men, even with today's technology, they get blindsided by a lot of the brainwashing that's out there, this feminist brainwashing that's being pushed by the mainstream news media and TV and movies.
Yeah.
And
Ryan's not young though. He's old like us, Bullets.
Right. Well, even still, I mean, I wasn't. How old was I when I found MGTOW? I think it was like I just turned around 40 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
When I really understood it, So yeah, there's we run into blue pills all the time. They think they know, but they don't. They
Right.
come in, they get some MGTOW knowledge. They may watch a couple of Sandman videos, but do they truly understand? Do they truly understand how the chips are stacked against them? How the laws have been skewed against them in the gynocentric landscape? Do they truly understand that the modern nuclear family, the federal government is not set up to support the modern nuclear family?
Well, you bring up a
It's
couple
set
good
up to make
points.
you a wage slave. Yeah, go ahead.
You're taught the blue pill lifestyle. I firmly believe the only way someone's going to know themselves is you have to do some kind of form of looking inward on yourself, and you can't do it on the internet. You need to go somewhere and think about your thoughts for a good month and detox from the internet and actually work things out. Problem is, most people don't self-reflect on what they value or who they are, so they'll just believe. It's like they're all Pied Pipered. They all will just believe what sounds good instead of really thinking about what this movement is or what it comes down to. And the problem is, you're talking about going over male biology. Like, we're designed to reproduce. That's like other than I listened to Aaron Clare today, I think the only driving factor that's stronger than male sex drive is humanity's ability to be lazy. We will do anything what we can not to do work. If you take work away, the ability not to do work, the next thing is the next thing over that is sex drive. So
Right.
a lot of people just
Bandit.
Yeah.
Ryan's backstage. His
Okay.
device isn't connected, but he's getting close.
All right, I'll mute myself.
Is that really Ryan?
Well, the thing is this: like when you say that you're a feminist, as a man, do you truly understand what that means? When you say that you as a man are giving your power over to women.
All right. Well,
in essence, you're betraying yourself.
Right. I wanna bring Ryan up, but I wanna have a chance to talk with him one-on-one, okay?
Yeah.
So I wanna know why he
Oh,
called
you
me a
want to go out?
dork. No. Yeah, mute. Hello, Ryan. Are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, you have. Hold on. I'm gonna mute you for a second because it sounds like, and I can hear an echo. So.
Gotcha.
Got it?
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Is that better?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Let's talk. What's up?
So tell me, why are you joining feminists in fighting the trans stuff?
For the same reason Matt Walsh is doing it. I mean, do you think that Matt Walsh is fighting gender ideology so that he can gain the favor of feminists?
No. I'm asking why are you white knighting for crazy bitches like Posey Parker and not actually joining a men's movement that actually is going to do the same thing?
Because I don't give a damn if it's a men's movement, a women's movement, whatever it is, whatever's going to stop it. It's a lie. It's a destructive lie.
Yeah.
This white knighting accusation, I don't know, like, what do you think I'm like hoping I'm going to get laid once this is all over with?
No. I just want to know why your only content has to do with feminists and aligning yourselves with feminists instead of actually men that are doing better work.
No, I'm saying is that people are spending a lot of time whining about feminism and not focusing, on the autogynephiles who are trying to body snatch half the population. They're not focusing on, psychopaths like Dr. Sarah Gallagher, who get kicked out of butchering kids. I mean, no, instead, that's the reason I bring up feminism, is because it's like, okay, let's whine about, like, what if, all feminists bowed to you right now and said, we repent, this is all our fault, we're that, now what?
No, they would hold their sisters accountable, like the two women you just mentioned. Those are feminists.
Okay.
So
holding them accountable means what?
They would be calling out the women instead of blaming just the men, which all feminists do.
How about we just call out the guys pretending to be women?
Well, but we can't do that without looking at who created those men to begin with.
You can't see who's pretending to be a woman.
We can, but we have to look at the people that coax them into that kind of a lifestyle, and all of those are feminists.
And how did they coax them into that? How did they make that decision for them?
First, it starts usually with the mother, and then it starts in the medical field, our psychology people, our doctors, all the people that positively reaffirm this delusion are responsible, and they all are feminists.
No, well,
If I can interject really quick.
they're not all feminists. First of all, are you familiar with the open cult known as Terra Sem?
No.
What's that?
No, I don't know what that means.
Well, I would recommend you type in TERASEM into YouTube, and you'll find a guy by the name of something Rothblatt. I forget what his first name is. This is an open transhumanist cult, and it includes the guy who founded Sirius Radio. And this is not me speculating. You can find it just by typing TerraSim into YouTube. So why aren't we talking about that? Why are we talking about old feminist theory or even current what the fuck? Why are we talking about theory instead of those guys?
No, because it's women in every single structure of our society that have university degrees who are causing this. It's women.
No, I just told you who you can look up who's causing
No,
it.
no, not some random guy or like little group. Like I'm telling you, it's feminists in every single structure of our society that's perpetuating this. The same people that you're trying to support over there that fucking hate you, they created this shit.
The guy who created Sirius Radio is a little guy. It's just some random guy, is he?
The guy that created one guy. You want to blame one guy?
Oh no, there's more than him. There's also the Pritzker family. You can look into them and their involvement in this. There are wealthy autogynephilic men.
Mm-hmm.
They're the ones pushing this, not feminists with opinions.
No. These men that get off on dressing like women used to be kids, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
a lot of the trans kids are being absolutely abused by their mothers. That's the problem. That's a bigger problem than kind of predator.
Why is anything a bigger problem than the predators perpetuating the problem?
Well, it's the mothers that are perpetuating the problem.
Yeah, and you know, within the community of people who within the various factions of feminism, which I'm not a scholar of feminism. I understand it's a broad range of ideas. What the fuck ever. I don't care. They have a word for such moms. They call them Transhausen by proxy. They also refer to them as handmaidens. They have nothing but contempt for those women. As far as I can tell. So, I mean, do they not count, or do you only want...
No. No feminist gets off the hook with me. I blame actually women first and foremost, because the majority of women that know what the hell's going on and don't say anything, I actually put more blame on them than the crazy bitches that get away with the shit. So,
well, that is who everyone is blaming. Everyone is blaming the
women.
Right. The Transhausen by proxy mothers, the handmaidens, the autogynephiles with a lot of money who would like their fetish to be acceptable, in mainstream society. I mean, I don't know what you're getting. I don't know what kind of like repentance you're hoping to get from people.
No, I'm not. I'm hoping to get the men the hell out of my way so I could sort out these women. Like, but guys like you that are supporting and like, I understand you feel like you want to do something, right? Like you want to help in this endeavor.
Yeah, of course.
Why don't you go somewhere with men instead of supporting the same people that cause this problem? You can't help them.
How do you know that I don't when I'm not on YouTube?
Well, I don't. I just see a few videos with one specific feminist.
And that made you inclined to comment?
Well, yeah, you came up in my algorithm, and that's a crazy feminist bitch that's on my list of problems. So.
Okay, well, so why'd you come after me and not her if you have a problem with her?
No, you came up in my algorithm. I'm trying to get you out of the
You
way.
ignored me. You are free to leave, and I will not follow you.
Wait, what?
You are. How am I in your way?
Well, you're white knighting for a feminist.
Am I? Half the population being body snatched is me thinking that's disgusting. Is white knighting? Is it? What's your idea of white knighting?
Well, no. Like, if you want to be productive and actually help, you should go elsewhere instead of
should I, as dictated
sorting
by you?
out.
Okay, where should I go?
Oh, Jeff Younger is a good person to follow. Here, I'm gonna put in. I played it earlier, but I will give you another link. He's actually fighting the same thing, but on a local level, in the U.S. here.
Yeah, I'm down with absolutely anybody who wants to put a stop to this.
Yes, no. This guy's put millions of dollars into it. Frank is backstage. Hello, Frank. Yeah, because what's her name? Posey's just doing. She's just she's a grifter. She's a feminist. She's doing what she's doing for money. She's not doing it to actually help. The only reason she's involved is because she's literally a professional activist. And if she's not fighting something, like she's only pissed off about the whole trans thing because it takes away attention from women. And that's all she cares about.
So she just has to be fighting for something, so she's in the limelight, you think?
Oh, no, she's a professional activist. This is her life's work.
Oh, yeah. How do you know that? What was she doing with this?
She's a professional activist. She's a feminist.
As evidenced by? But what would you're saying she just has to be doing something so that she's what was she doing before this?
Women's rights. It's always been about women's rights. Right now it's women's rights against men that are trying to invade women's spaces.
Okay, what was she doing before that led you to believe she's disingenuous about what she's doing now?
Right. The first time I came across her, she was in Japan harassing the Japanese government to try to get more women in Japan in the Japanese government before she took this on. So she just has to be fighting something. This is just the current thing. So have you not looked into her?
Yes, I have looked into her.
Have you?
Yeah, I'm willing to look at any evidence you're willing to provide me that she just because I'm not just going to take your word for it. Sorry.
Of course.
So any evidence you can provide that she just kind of picked this up because what she was previously doing was failing.
No, it's just one of the many things she does.
This is all she does in the public eye.
Yes. She's a professional activist.
You said it's one of the many things she does. What are the other things she does?
I just told you when I first saw her, she was in Japan harassing the Japanese government about women's rights. Whatever it is, women's rights related. Whoever's assaulting women's rights is her realm.
And is that not?
She doesn't.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I have to pee. Does anybody? By the way, Ryan,
Yeah,
this is Mr. Iridium Kush, Bandit, Bullets, and Frank. These are gentlemen from all around the world that
right.
gather here. So
Hi. I was just taking a bathroom break myself. I was just getting ready
Okay.
to do the same
Yeah,
thing. So, yep.
I am also going to take a bathroom break if you don't mind.
We all got to do the same thing.
Okay.
I may take a bathroom break. I'm just
Okay.
kidding. I'm just kidding.
All right, you all go take a leak. You know, I got this.
Okay, thanks.
You know, okay.
I got you, bullets.
Yeah, these, from what I'm gathering here from Gyno Auto dude, I don't know this transformer shit that he's talking about. I really want him to go into that. Like, what is this auto gyno shit, that rabbit hole that you went down, you know? And you're pretty much focused on, he's pretty much focused on this, you know, and only on that point. He's not looking at the at the big picture of it. And it's really easy to go down these rabbit holes and wind up in these echo chambers, and you become laser focused on one aspect of the problem. And there's nothing really wrong with that, but it can, you know, when you come into a forum like this, an open forum like this, where you have different points of view from all over the internet and from all over the world, you know, you kind of like sound like, you know, like your angle's more like an Alex Jones type conspiracy theorist, you know, kind of like, you know, you've been in the Q echo chambers for far too long. In other words, you don't have the visual perspective that I have, you know, when it comes to the gynocentric landscape. You're only looking at one segment of it. Me, I'm looking at the whole damn spectrum of it. You know, so when you come in here and you're coming in with new vocabulary, new terminology, you know, and you think that makes you sound smart. Well, maybe to yourself it does, but to the rest of the class, you sound like you don't sound, you know, as intelligent as you think you are. So let me go into this and ask you what this new terminology and vocabulary that you're coming in here with. Why don't you educate us all on that, on where you learned this and what it is?
You talking to me?
About, yes, I'm talking to you. You're talking about like autogynocentrism or something or other. I didn't catch it.
Autogynophile.
Autogynophile. Can you please explain that?
Yes, that is a man who is aroused by the thought of himself as a woman. And you can very easily find that information for yourself if you type in autogynophile.
Okay, come on, like a trans person, somebody that identifies as a woman, a man that identifies as a woman.
Not necessarily a trans. It's just that is predominantly what the guys are doing, who are calling themselves women. They are aroused at the thought of themselves as a woman.
So they truly call themselves women?
What's that?
They truly call themselves women then? I just want to be sure I'm clear on that.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, these are the guys calling themselves women.
Do they know what a woman is?
Apparently they don't.
Is it the thought of like kind of like erotic fantasies? Like I'm just trying to trying to unpack it. So they just think that they're a woman, and it gets them off that they feel, even though they're a man, they fantasize that they were a woman.
Yeah, they're attention seekers. They get off. They literally sexually get off on the attention and in like women's clothes. That's a piece of the trans umbrella. There's so many different trans things.
So is that the same?
Those are the most perverted ones, though. Those are the ones that want to go in the girls' bathroom just to go in the girls' bathroom.
Well, those are also the guy who invented Sirius Radio, who has a lot of money to push this.
Is it the concept of like men that become women and like hypersexualize themselves, like ginormous fake tits and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, I mean, like basically the idea is that these are kind of These are basically men who spend who are porn sick, and they've essentially they're trying to embody the girlfriend they couldn't hope to have.
Do you think maybe that they're seeking that because they've maxed out every other sexual outlet that they have? That this is their new thing? Maybe would that be a way of looking at it?
It could be. I mean, I don't know. I'm not in their twisted brains, I guess. But I mean, that would be my thought. Is basically these are lonely men who have spent a lot of time watching porn, and it's just kind of just rewired their brain to the point that they've arrived at this fetish.
So they basically brainwashed themselves into being a autogynophile.
Yeah, autogynophile. Yeah, and it's spelled how you think it's spelled too. If you want to look into it, you can
trying to keep up with the acronyms here. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I had not heard that one before.
Yeah, that's that. I'm sorry to interrupt. That's just look into what autogynephilia is. There's a guy named Debbie Hayton who people would call a trans woman. He openly admits to autogynephilia and goes into it himself. And then also look into the founder of Sirius Radio, and he also is an autogynephile. It's a guy calling himself a woman. And so they're the ones pushing this whole thing. Whatever put that idea in their head is kind of immaterial to me. They thought it was a good one, and they're now acting on it on a broad scale.
Well, what about all the people that support it?
Support what specifically?
Just all of it. The trans, LGBTQ plus.
I think they're out of their fucking minds.
Yeah.
Yeah, but who's tolerating that?
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't. I mean,
I wasn't asking you specifically. I'm asking in general. Who are the people who are tolerating that?
I think feminists, Kush.
Yes, that's what I was getting at.
Yeah, I know you. I mean,
I have no doubt that I have no doubt that there is a faction of feminism that is championing it. I don't know. I do know that I follow a lot of people who call themselves different forms of feminists, and they despise these people.
Yeah,
and they despise the women who are enabling them.
Well, part of it's this whole equality thing. They've been screaming equality. I heard this theme on another person who was on the panel. These feminists will scream they want these gender equal bathrooms, and then when they get them, exactly like you said, you get one of these autogynophiles, I guess, walk in the wrong bathroom. Now they get pissed, right? So it's all the same bullshit. It all feeds on itself.
I've not seen any women inviting men into the bathroom with them. I don't know which tenet of feminism calls for that.
Well, that really wasn't my point. My point was they screamed and pissed and moaned and fought for these so-called gender equal bathrooms. Now that they have them, they got what they wanted. And now if, say, like one of your autogynophiles wants to go in, say he's really a man, but he thinks he's a woman, goes into a woman's bathroom. Now all these feminists are getting pissed about it. That's why they're getting pissed about it.
Ryan, you are aware that feminism and LGBTQ plus are intertwined, right?
I'm aware that there's a connection. Yeah.
No, there's no connection. They're literally intertwined. Because feminism, not only is for women's rights, but it's also for lesbian rights as well. And a lot of these feminists, these militant feminists, I'm talking like hardcore Marxist ideological feminists are diehard lesbians that infiltrated these universities. This is something that Mandy's been pointing out for a long time now. That these militant feminist, feminazi lesbians that infiltrated HR departments, universities, government, all aspects of government and the court system have been pushing this type of gynocentric bending, gender bending policy that's led into this autogynophile type of structure that you're focused on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, hold on. Why are you conflating lesbians with that faction of feminism?
Lesbians started.
Mandy, would you
It's
like
not.
to expound on this?
Lesbians are the first feminists, actually, and that's why it's not a coincidence that LGBTQ plus starts with an L. Lesbians are the first fucking feminists, even back in the 1800s. So.
Okay, they're also some of the most vicious opponents of this. So,
well, yeah, they fucking hate
now,
men. Any man that's trying to invade a woman's space, they're gonna vehemently fucking it. Like they hate men.
Now they're
so
up in
much.
arms and freaking out because these men are starting to use what the militant lesbian feminists have gained, and the men that are invading their culture under trans are starting to hijack their movements.
Yep.
Right? They hate it because they literally created the playbook that.
I got a quick question. What's the main difference between autogynephilia and body dysmorphia? Are they the same thing?
One is a sexual perversion, and the other is a result of abuse.
But they seem to be the same thing. They seem.
Well, they're just sort of two sides of the same coin. I mean, like a body dysmorphia. I mean, that'd be something closer to like your anorexia or bulimia or something like that. You know what I mean?
Or just being told that your sex you were born into is fucking wrong and you should be ashamed of yourself for having a penis. There are a lot of trans women that have been abused since early childhood by their mothers who were feminists to make them want to actually change sex. So they went from gay to I'd rather not be gay because, you know, my mom is not that way or whatever, to I would rather just mutilate my fucking body. So, kill two birds with one stone.
Okay, well, yeah. If you have an abusive mother, I mean, in any capacity, that's fucking terrible.
Yeah,
obviously. I mean, like, just this whatever issue it may pertain to, just an abusive parent is terrible.
Yes.
But if you're suggesting that that's the reason that guys are deciding to cut their dicks off, like, I don't buy it.
No,
there's a lot. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying I agree with this, so don't say I'm part of this, but there is some kind of play when you think about what a certain gender has over another gender, and some people like to take the easy road, so they rather mutilate their bodies and take the easy road than face challenges. So, like, if I can go into my job and I can say, look, I'm transgender, like, you're almost fireproof. Unless you really screw up, you're almost fireproof. Everybody's going to leave you alone. You never have to be accused of sexual assault because you can just claim you're male when you want to be or female when you want to be, depending on the situation. If anybody attacks you, you can just call them a bigot. Like, literally, it's a cheat code. I'm not saying I agree with it, but I understand why people are doing it, because you're creating a scenario where you're benefiting a certain group because I can just change a characteristic of myself. Like, literally, I'm creating a cheat code for employment. Like, if you go into your boss and said, I'm transgender now, you probably get promoted.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, everything you've just said, I'm 100% in agreement with you on that. I think that's their motivation for doing it, at least with the guys for the most part. It seems to me like your trans men, so that would be women who think they're men or want to be men. Seems to me more like they're opting out of womanhood, whereas, as you say, men are sort of using it as like a cheat code. I mean, I'm sure there are women who do the same thing, but yeah, in essence, everything you just said, I agree with absolutely.
I would be more, to be honest with you, I would give female to male, I would give them more props because they're going from a scenario that they're raised their whole life of being on a pedestal to being someone that's not on the pedestal. Like that's like going from the cheat code to, you know, losing a leg. You know what I mean? Like literally you're handicapping yourself.
No, but a lot of these girls grew up hearing about male privilege.
I understand that, but there's male privilege that you hear from a feminist, and then there's the real world implications from it. I mean, like you go from being every single guy staring at you and hitting on you to crickets. Like when you do something like that, and a lot of them can't take that. So I'm not saying I agree with it, but I would give someone a lot more credit going from female to male than male to female.
No, I mean, don't you think that might be a motivation for them to do it so that they aren't gawked at constantly and harassed? And
I don't think their egos can handle it. Like you go from getting attention all the time to no attention. That's like grounds for suicide.
No, I think a lot of the girls who do this are doing it because they think they're not going to get unwanted attention anymore. They're opting out of some. I think there are some women and girls who want to opt out of womanhood.
But
I think that's the primary driver for the girls to do this.
I mean, I mean, technically, you could chop off your boobs and just put on a baggy clothes and a baseball cap, or just wear really baggy clothes and not wear makeup, and you probably won't get hit on as much as, I mean, putting on makeup, putting on tight clothing, stuff like that. I mean, I'm not saying you're going to avoid it completely, but there's steps you can take to make yourself invisible without actually having to go through surgery.
Sure. I mean, there are obviously like gradations to it. There are differing levels of severity. I think obviously when we're talking about somebody, you know, undergoing HRT and having double mastectomies when their breasts are perfectly healthy. I mean, I think that's what we're talking about there.
What do you think, Ryan, about Nora Vincent?
Nora Vincent?
Yeah. What do you think about her?
I don't know anything about Nora Vincent.
Okay, fair enough. Someone else.
Oh, Nora Vincent. She wrote a book about how she did an experiment, sociological experiment about living as a man. We call her Brother Ned. You know, she committed suicide last. I think it was like back in July.
It's a shame too.
Yeah, damn shame. You know that we lost a brother. You know, I haven't had a chance to read her book, but
yeah, I read her Voluntary Madness book, and she's been a crazy bitch since college. So she's been suicidal since she became a feminist in college. So her mental illnesses started there and never got any better. She didn't commit suicide because she tried to be a man for 2 years and couldn't hack it. She was already mental.
But I'm just saying, you're this whole transhuman thing that you're talking about. Like, I understand the cult aspect of it because you can't. It's not like you can procreate. Once you get rid of your bits, you're done. Like you can't procreate. So it's kind of like I mean, just using it as a metaphor, it's kind of like a vampirism. Like you have to prey on someone else to keep it going, because otherwise it's gonna die with you.
Yeah.
Like you can't. It's not like you can go in and get kids and even if you got kids involved, like at this point, like with the transhumanistic movement, can you actually pass it on to other people without,
no,
getting them to do reassignment surgery? I mean, that's a big ask. I mean, there's liking other genders, and then there's getting rid of, your private parts. Like that's a step too far for a lot of people. Like, I don't understand how a movement like that's going to take over like more than like 1/8 of 1%. Like you're not going to have guys just automatically start chopping off their dicks or you know.
A lot of them are. Most of them are.
How big of a movement are we talking about here?
Well, I mean, again, not to sound like a broken record, but I mean, like the guy who invented Sirius Radio is backing it. The guy who was the cousin to the mayor of my state, Illinois, is pushing this. That's also an autogynephile. So I don't know. You can go all down some crazy rabbit holes as to what exactly is driving this, who started it. I mean, pretty much all roads lead you to the guy.
These crazy bitches right here. This Women's Declaration International. All the roads have led me to this one right here.
Well, you might want to travel a little further until you get to John Money.
No. John Money is part like. No, I know about John Money. I'm saying like these are the kind of people that supported his work and nurtured that.
Yeah, but he was doing the work.
Yes, like a good little puppet.
So no. He is the perpetrator of the work. He did experiments on kids.
Yes,
as did Alfred Kinsey.
Yeah, he's not the only one though.
You're right. Alfred Kinsey is another one.
Yeah.
Who was openly publishing charts about how he could detect orgasms apparently in infants.
Yeah, John Money basically
Disgusting.
started the whole like pedophilia with. I mean, he basically modernized pedophilia in the academic world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, him and Alfred Kinsey. Yeah.
Yeah, but another question to ask for this is, do you think the people that are doing this, is it just for population control? Because it seems like they're just preying on weak people to change their gender so they can't have sex. It's either they're knowingly trying to get rid of the weak to improve, like we'll call it Darwinism, take out the weak so they can't reproduce.
Call it
or
eugenics.
just a soft or hard eugenics. That's a good way of putting it. Or do you think it's more of them just saying, okay, the whole depopulation crowd, they'll just do any kind of method to, take a certain percentage off the planet? I mean, I'm not saying a Georgia Guidestone's level of taking humanity down, but say you take out 1/4%. I mean, that's 1/4% of what do we have now? 8 or 9 billion people. That's a lot of people. We're talking like the amount of people in we'll just say a state like Pennsylvania. I mean, that's a lot of people if you think about it. If you take away that many people.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I would. Am I still there? Screen went weird for a second.
No,
you're
you're
still
here.
good.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's. So you're asking, is it kind of like a Darwinist thing, or is it a?
Darwinistic or depopulation? Because to
I
me,
don't know,
it's
man.
just,
Like a part of me almost thinks they didn't expect it to get this far. Like I almost get the impression that like that you got some
exactly
some rich perverted guys, and they were like, look, they didn't think it would get as far as it has.
rich people don't do things for no reason. There's a reason why they're rich.
Ron, you're definitely onto something. It's coming from these rich billionaires, globalist, elitist, eugenicists.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like George Soros, Klaus Schwab.
Rich people don't do things. They're not. One thing they're not do. One thing you have to understand about rich people is they value time more than anything else because they only have a limited amount of time. So when they devote themselves to a topic or to a subject or whatever the case may be, they're in it 150%. These are the people that are either all in or all out. So when they do something, they mean it. It's not like They never do stuff half-assed, and there's a reason behind they doing things. Rich people, otherwise they wouldn't be rich. They'd be common people like us. If it takes a unique mind to be like that. Takes a narcissistic mind, but yes, it takes a unique mind to do it.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, well, I don't know, man. I think that they like it. I think once we have absolutely nothing in common with people who are that cartoonishly wealthy, like just cartoonishly wealthy. I think once you get to that point, really just like the world becomes just like a monopoly board to you. It's just, you're just going to play just with society. You got nothing else to do.
Right. You have so much money.
Well, these people don't.
People are just your playthings.
We gotta understand
I see
something.
what you're looking at, Ryan. I think you're on something.
Rich people think about legacy more than anything else.
Oh yeah.
They want two things in their life. They want legacy and they want to live forever. That is the billionaire class.
Yep, bingo.
So leaving a legacy is their driving factor at this point because they know they're going to die. They want to leave a legacy. So if they're doing stuff like this, they're doing it for a reason, and it's a legacy reason. So I talk about this a lot on the streams, but when you get to the point when you're making that kind of money, you really start thinking about what you can leave behind to the culture, to the betterment of humanity in their eyes. Not saying my eyes, in their eyes. Mm-hmm. So when these people start talking about transhumanism, there's a reason why they're doing it. They want to leave a legacy behind.
Yeah,
I think it's even more twisted than that.
Oh, but I'm saying that's at its root cause. It twisted, yes. It's not for the betterment of humans. I'm saying it's in their eyes. They think there's too many of us, so they need to depopulate. That's why I was asking, I think it's more of eugenics depopulating. They're just trying to take out the weak people. The people that know, I'm just going to change my sexuality, now I can't reproduce.
I think you are definitely onto something with that. I think it's in addition to the fetish aspect, it probably is a legacy thing. These are guys trying to social engineer so that they can, have the future that they want with, I know you're going to hate me saying this, without the consent of women, because it's going to take, it requires women in order for the population to continue.
Well,
and so they would like a world where that's out of the equation. It seems to me they just get to play with the world like monopoly pieces, however they want.
Well, everybody in society knows that if you can control women, you can control the men.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
So if you can convince women to chop off their boobs, and you can get men to accept it. I know this is a big ask, but I'm just saying this is what they think. If you can get men to agree to that, and simp men will do this, that's how you're gonna get what they want. I still think this is whole about depopulation. It's just another avenue of how they're doing it. Yeah. Eugenics is the same way. It's just they think there's too many people on the planet, so they're just going to create another avenue of getting rid of people. So there's transhumanism. There's creating strife between the parties. There's animosity between races. There's animosity between the sexes. Animosity between transgenders and normal. We'll just say baseline people. Like it's all about creating
normal
drama.
Normal Bandit.
I know it's normal.
I know you work in corporate, Bandit, and you're not used to free speech.
That is normal. I'm trying to be scientific about it. Baseline humans.
No. Not if the majority of the population's crazy as hell. That would be
majority of the population is not crazy as hell. Majority of the population is just trying to make it paycheck by paycheck, trying to survive.
There's a lot of crazy people out there.
I'll be back in 1 second, guys. Give me 1 second.
All right. I identify people that allow this shit to happen is just as guilty and crazy as the people who are doing it. Lord Jeremy said, instead of being focused on just feminists, please ask Ryan how many of these folks he thinks are left/socialist versus conservative-minded.
I can answer that one.
I can answer that.
He said, please ask Ryan. Yeah, Frank, I agree with you. I just think that's why I was like, why did he pop up in my damn algorithm? He just started talking on his channel about this shit. He sounds like he really cares about stuff. Why is he over there white knighting for a crazy bitch that's on my list? He's just going to be in my way.
He's upset at these men who are doing this, but the thing he doesn't understand is he's supporting the very thing that's creating this.
Yeah.
Well, he might have his reasons. You need to let him answer that.
Oh yeah.
He might have his reasons, in associating with the people that he's associating with, going after his original target. And if that person's going to help him do that, it's kind of like the enemy of my enemy is my friend type deal.
I follow.
I guess if his enemy is the product of feminism, his friend would be the feminist? That doesn't...
Well, think about this. This whole transhumanism is just another way of dirt. Think about it. Everybody knows the Hungarian dialect. You basically go too far, and then we're going to settle on, it's okay to be gay. So if you make, for example, if you take a whole thing and say, hey, we're gonna have guys chopping off their dicks and women getting that dick that got thrown away. That's really extreme. So we'll settle with, it's okay to be gay. Like this is a great, like, I know Iridium talks about this. This is one of those, corporate contract things. You basically double what you ask, and you settle in the middle.
Welcome back.
Had to get some coffee because I don't want fade on you. All right. So.
All right. And Brian, Lord Jeremy Hirsch said, instead of being focused on just feminists, please ask Ryan how many of these folks he thinks are leftist/socialist versus conservative-minded.
I don't really care, to be honest with you. I just want to defeat the damn thing.
Yeah.
I mean,
like, considered that you might be going up against a political agenda.
I think you are.
In what way?
Well, the globalists like Klaus Schwab, George Soros, pretty much all these elitists that are for the New World Order are pushing this type of Marxist ideology, this type of autogynophile lifestyle. Like you pointed out that the owner of Sirius and somebody that's involved or related to politics are pushing for this agenda, onto the population. But have you given that any research or consideration?
What, just if I might be essentially allying with people who are kind of like puppeteering me so that those people get their way?
Not aligning, but are you aware of the political implications involved in your research?
I mean, I'm aware that politicians can definitely use it for leverage. I mean, I think if the population hadn't gone along with this idea of transhumanism, Joe Biden wouldn't be, inviting Dylan fucking Mulvaney to the White House. I mean, I think politicians only care about it for leverage, basically. The people actually pushing it are doing social engineering. Politicians they're doing what they always do with any opportunity.
Yeah, I have a quick question. Sorry, I have a quick question. If the politician, if you think this is a political thing, do you think, for example, they're pushing this so they can agree on something a little less extreme? Kind of like, because I know, like, if you're doing contracts or any kind of, like, you're trying to buy another corporation or something, you either overvalue or undervalue something, and then you settle in the middle. So do you think they're using this as a eugenics program, or do you think it's like using, so we're going to go with an extreme so we can settle somewhere in the middle and slowly creep our way further and further into insanity over time?
I mean, it's entirely possible. It's entirely possible that's why politicians are embracing it. It's like, oh, let's go with something just. Well, I mean, yeah, the exact analysis you just gave. I'm sure there are a million moving pieces to the whole thing.
You mean Bandit? Do you mean like an Overton window where it
Yes.
just gets slow? Yeah.
Like a sexual Overton window.
Yeah.
Like, okay, I'll agree that transhumanism is insane, but I'm okay with having to deal with drag queen story hour. Like, like instead of having my kid chop off his genitals, he's gonna have to deal with trans people in his school. Like that's what I'm trying to talk about. Like they're taking an extreme model so that we can compromise on something in the middle, because that's basically how you move the Overton window.
Well, I think something like drag queen story hour is a whole different thing. I mean, I think that's trying to erode child safeguarding. Basically, I think that's part of the normalization of pedophilia is where that's headed toward. I mean, they're kind of intertwined, but I think that specifically that whole phenomenon of let's get kids to question what they're observing with their own eyes. Yeah, I mean, like if you're gonna try to lure children, basically, what do you get them to do? Question what do children do? They point at things and they say a word, and you tell them whether they were right or wrong about what they just observed. Right? Well, they're trying to manipulate that basically, so the children are confused.
Yeah, but it also makes sense of what they're trying to accomplish, because if you understand, the generations, every generation is twice as gay as the previous generation. So like the baby boomers, it was like 1%. Gen X's were like, we'll just say, just to speed it up, 4%. And then millennials were at 16%. And then the next one's going to be 32%. So like when you're having this much move this quickly and how accepting different lifestyles are, this is the kind of push where they're just saying, okay, for the conservatives to agree to these kind of changes that are happening so fast, you create something like this. So you would say, okay, it's prime example, it's how they passed like gay marriage. They said, oh, we just want to be just like normal man and woman. It's okay. And then basically that led into it's teaching your kids it's okay to talk about anal sex when in like 4th grade. So like this is what I'm talking about. The push, they're using it as a push, because remember the design of the left is to take away all aspects of what makes you human and different from someone else. They're take away all distinctions away. And once you understand that, you understand what they're trying to do. Because their goal is to make you just a robot that works. That's all they care about. You're an erogenous person that has no gender, no sex, no age, that you can hook up with anything. It doesn't matter how old they are. You can marry a 12-year-old. This is all that they're going to be pushing in the next 10, 15 years. Like hard. I mean, it's already seeing it now, but you can see it being hard now. So it makes sense when you understand what the left is trying to accomplish. They just want to see you as a drone, and they want to sacrifice your family, and they want the religion to be basically the government. That's the religion of the left.
No, I agree totally. With that point, I think they demonstrated that lovely with everything that happened around COVID. I think that what you're talking about, it seems to me like what you're talking about is it's just nefarious people using stuff like gay people wanting the right to marry or whatever as a shield to push a more sinister agenda.
Correct.
My whole thing is just I only blame the people using it as a shield. I don't care what the other people are doing. It's just I care about the guy in the shadows who's using it as a shield to push something darker.
But the pawns get you killed. Like
The what gets you killed?
the pawns get you killed. The queen doesn't. The king is the last to go. What's the first to go when you play chess? It's the pawns. So the pawns would be like the equivalent of white knights. Those are the guys that will get a normal guy killed because they'll either gang up on them if you go against a woman or whatever case. So when you're looking at this whole thing, you should identify who are the people that they're using as pawns, because those are the people.
men.
No, it's not just the men. It's honestly it's the
I know.
women that push the men to get into this, because who's the one that's pushing this transgender ideology? It's not the men. I see more women pushing this than men.
Exactly. There's more women pushing it.
I don't know. I think the ones. Well, there may be more women vocally championing it, but I think that you have to have resources to be able to push it, and I think the resources to do it are largely
Women.
kind of feel like men.
Yeah, but women are able
billionaire,
to
like who
extract resources, though.
You need a billionaire globalist, like maybe somebody who owns Sirius Radio, to help pay these feminists to push this agenda. And that's one thing I wanted to ask you, Ryan. Do you think this guy that you're going after that runs Sirius Radio, do you think he's part of this globalist cabal? Do you think he's funding this type of agenda?
What was his name?
To fund people to push this autogynephilia campaign that he's doing?
I think he is absolutely pushing to normalize it.
Do you think he's a globalist? Pro-globalist?
I don't know, man. GM, yes, who it is. It's the creator of Sirius Radio. I don't know his name right offhand. I'm sorry, but he's a guy. It's the creator of Sirius Radio. He's gonna be a guy dressed as a woman. So.
How do you spell Sirius? S-E.
We need to look into that.
Sirius.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely. Go for it.
Is it
actually
Martin Rothblatt?
Martin, yep, yes, Martin.
Yeah, Martin Rothblatt.
Yeah. He's a major player in the whole thing, and he's a guy. He's a major player in the whole thing. He is the head of the Terrasem. Well, they call it a religion, but it's a cult. It's an open cult.
He says, "My daughter, my wife, our robot, and the guest of immorality." So he has a wife and daughter?
Sadly.
Damn, that's a rusty-looking dude.
Feminine? Oh, it's this dude?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's him?
Yep, that's him.
Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Well, it looks like it fell down an ugly tree. It hit every branch on the way down. Jesus Christ.
Check out the books that this man wrote.
Yeah, so Martin Rothblatt. What I would recommend looking up is Terrasem, Terasem, and you're going to find pretty quickly a video of Martin Rothblatt and this creep talking to each other about their agenda.
No.
Yeah.
To throw a wrench in this whole thing.
He's a
dude.
lawyer, author, and entrepreneur, transgender rights advocate.
He married a female dentist.
Graduated from UCLA. Well, there's everything you need to know there.
Yeah. But the question is, do you think it's one of those things where you're this, very, very small part of the population, and because you feel these ways, you're projecting all this onto society because you want to feel not left out. You kind of want to feel a part of something, so you're going to try to change the culture, because that's how these people think. Like, their egos are so big that, oh, if I'm special, that means everybody's got to be special, because I can't be unique. I need to be a leader. I need to have a cause. That's what
are you talking about the special the kids with very special identities who are kind of going around mindlessly with this whole thing? You're talking about just the civilians going along with the whole transhumanist thing?
I'm saying like rich people saying that if say a rich person thinks that they're transgender, they're gonna try to push that on society because they have the means to do it, and their egos are big enough to say. It's kind of like, you ever see Trading Places?
No, I
This is a
haven't.
prime example of Trading Places. So
Eddie Murphy.
they basically, and Dan Aykroyd, they have a bet that they're going to take this bum off the street and turn him into stock, and they have $1,000 bet in the 1980s, which I guess is a good amount of money, and they're saying, oh, I can turn this guy into the best stockbroker, and then they turn Dan Aykroyd's character into a bum, and then they end up screwing the two rich guys that made this bet at the end of the movie, but that's how these people think. They say, okay, I wouldn't be surprised if this was just a bet. And it's like $1 million bet if I can try to change society. Hold on.
Bandit, your damn dog.
Sorry about my dog.
What kind of dog is it?
It's a Shih Tzu.
Oh.
It's a punting dog.
Hey.
Medical ethics. Huh.
So Ryan, you're concerned about young people younger than all of us here.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. It's a good thing to be concerned about them, and we just have to find a means of how do we go about stopping these people. I've seen videos from another content producer, and it wasn't even the one I'm thinking of. And basically, I mean, I've heard stories as well, seen written stories. I haven't seen the videos of these young kids are crying, going in to have some sort of gender reorientation, and their parents, almost exclusively the female, in fact,
The mother.
and they're gleeful, and
Yeah,
once
it's gross. It's fucking disgusting. Frank.
well, it makes me actually get so boiled up that I can't say things on Goody's channel because I might get a knock on the door, allegedly. So that's the sort of thing that it would come to. So we care about young people,
absolutely,
and there are some people out there who don't seem to care about you. Remember Gacy, John Wayne Gacy? He certainly didn't care about young people. Something wrong with that killer clown.
So this Terrorism movement is what you were talking about?
Yep.
It's a group of 3 organizations based in the United States. The name was inspired by Earthseed, a fictional religion from the works of Octavia Butler. The movement was founded by Martine Rothbard. Who's Bina? Oh, is Bina his wife?
I believe so. Well, you're looking at Wikipedia, which might have a slant. I would recommend just hearing it from the horse's mouth and going straight to YouTube. Terrorism. This guy's just talking directly about what he wants to do. I mean, maybe Wikipedia's got it right. I don't generally trust Wikipedia.
No,
but yeah, no. I would just type terrorism into YouTube, and you can hear this guy just outwardly admitting what he wants to do with society. It's like, I mean, it's just weird that people don't know about it. It's like it's right out in the open. Yeah.
There was a guy lived about, I think, 17th century in England. His name was Thomas Malthus, and he said that we should engineer society, that we build the streets smaller, because in those days they used to they lose their teeth and they put wood in it. They'd have wooden teeth back in England, back in hundreds of years ago. And he said we should do all these measures. We should make the pools of water and the ponds, fill them with scum so that all of the peasants we could reduce the population. Now, our friend William Gates has said on record, he said, look, he would like a population of 500 million. And what Bandit was saying before, what have we got, 8 or 9 billion? Margaret Sanger, another guy, I forget his name, but they're kind of, it's Peter Singer, Margaret Sanger and Peter Singer. Funny enough, close last names. Talking about, we should, have IQ tests or some sort of test for children up until the age of 2 or 3, and if they don't pass it, then they get the old chop. So you're right about these things. There's some people out there, and no one does it. Sorry.
No. I think this is just the latest, most insidious form of what you're describing.
Well, every time I see one of these dudes, there's always a fucking feminist attached to it.
But it's
with some kind of humanities degree.
I hear what you're saying. Ultimately, I'm saying though, it's those dudes who have to make the choice to act on it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So I don't, I just kind of don't care who did or didn't put the idea in their head. The fact is, it weaseled its way into their head. They thought it was a good idea, and they acted on it, and they're pushing it on society.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's where I'm coming at. I mean, like if and this is something that is largely happening to women. It's going to be impossible to talk about it in that capacity without getting the white knight accusations and you're a simp and all that. I don't fucking care. I just want to stop the thing.
Well, go simp for Jeff Younger instead of that crazy bitch on my list, Monroe knockoff, because she's literally nothing's. There's a lot going in her pockets and her sister's pockets for what she's doing. It's not actually helping much.
Well, you want to talk about like the simps. Why don't you go after the simps who are showing up in masks with their noisemakers or whatever? That's why I made the video about what I saw in Chicago. I mean, whatever you think about Kelly J. Keene. The fact is, I made those videos because I witnessed a lie take place. I witnessed a smear, like a blatantly orchestrated smear, take place, and I couldn't stay quiet about that because I don't like lies.
Yeah,
so that's the whole reason That's the entire reason. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
But that's their modus operandi. Like that's what they do, no matter who speaks up about it.
Well,
They'll do it to anybody.
So who's they? Who do you mean by they?
Anybody with a social justice bent. So if it's feminists, they go after men. If it's trans, they go after whoever's speaking up.
Well,
I mean, this is the same thing you're talking about, right? Like this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
This is at a fucking university here in Texas.
That shit.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
No.
That's what I heard in person. That's why I was going to speak about it, because that's what I heard in person.
Yeah, but this is who teaches them how to do this shit.
Well, It's not people like Kelly J. Keene teaching them to do that shit.
No. She taught women how to do this against men already. Like it's the same playbook the feminists have already used. It's just currently being used against them with the trans movement. Like this guy right here, his 12-year-old son is currently being held hostage by his ex-wife, who is a doctor who's trying to cut off his testicles. And this man has been fighting for years the legal system against that shit.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
I mean, anybody fighting this I mean, even if okay, you're gonna have to give me one more bathroom break before I.
No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Right. That guy looked like Paul Elam. I know it's not him, but he looked like Paul Elam for a bit. The guy standing up there, but he's not tall enough. That guy, yeah, he looked like him. He's not tall enough. But
Jeff?
That guy, he looked like Paul Elam for a bit. Yeah.
I don't know who Paul Elam is.
Oh, he was older. He was an older guy. I think he left YouTube as well. Kind of a men's rights activist. He was one of the original MRAs around.
Yeah, Paul Young was a voice for men. He was like the original men's rights activist. He's been, he's like he's one of the OGs of the men's rights movement.
Yeah. This guy Ryan's not terrible. I mean, but he's got to apologize for calling you a nerd or something. What was it?
A dork.
Dork. Dork.
No, I don't even care about an apology. I just want to know what he means by dork.
Well, I think his heart is in the right place.
Oh yeah.
His heart is in the right place. He's in my opinion, and I don't want to speak for him, but what I'm seeing is he's just misguided. He's being like you said it. I don't need to say it. He's going to the wrong person to fight this battle.
You talking about me?
Yeah, but we're all saying good things about you. The Kush.
Yeah, actually, we were saying your heart's in the right place, dude.
Well, I want to know what you. I want to know what you mean by dork.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay.
Just meant it.
Sometimes Ryan, we have a bit of fun here, a little bit, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Runs off out of.
I mean, no, that's the nicest pejorative I've ever heard anybody call me before.
Yo, I was a kid in the 80s, right? It was those were the insults: dork, weenie.
Right.
You know, they were timid sounding compared to today.
Yeah.
Dork, dingus. You know.
I get called the good Nazi all the time.
Do you?
By a specific racist. White people have racist DNA type of dude. RBR.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess I just I guess just on this idea of just like just even if this is a creation of feminism, and they're essentially slaying their own Frankenstein monster, what's wrong with that?
No, you said it yourself. They look like they had mommy issues, right? The men that were at the I heard it in your video. You called them incels and something about mommy issues. Yeah. That's exactly the problem. They do have mommy issues. And that's the issue.
Right. And anybody that I follow is against such mothers. Again, they have a term for it: Transhausen by proxy, handmaidens. They
wait. I gotta
anyone
look
that
this
I
up.
follow. Anyone that I follow has.
Transhausen.
Yeah, it's a play on Munchausen by proxy. You basically project your own illness onto the kid.
Yes.
But I'm just any of the women that I follow. I don't know what faction of feminism they all identify with. I do know that all of them have nothing but resentment for the type of women you're describing.
Transhausen. Okay, Urban Dictionary. It's an unfortunate trend most foisted upon young children by mothers. Common, as a matter of fact. Well, it's weird because that one Kelly specifically is associated and part of a big group of women in the psychology field who encourage exactly that.
Which group?
The Women's Declaration Independence.
This blah blah dude is inventing clones and robots and AI, trying to bring it to the forefront. Sounds like this person is the same line that that Elon Musk is in when Elon talks about bringing transhumanism and like neural link, and making people into cyborgs and shit. I don't believe in true AI. I've looked into AI. True consciousness isn't possible. Silicon, you cannot contain a soul in silicon. So I don't think that would ever work. What they are producing though is software that can mimic AI, but it's not true AI. True AI is true consciousness. Like In other words, the ability to hold conversation and create. In other words, to like we're thinking on the fly right now. Anything can just literally just pop into our head. Whereas, on a computer, when it's software, it can only bring about a thought that it's programmed with. It can't imagine that thought up on its own.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you.
With bullets, yeah.
Yeah, and any of the transhumanist shit is bizarre and needs to take a long walk off a short bridge.
Yeah.
Well, but it's also a manifestation of homophobia. like I mean, the lesbians are right and the gay people are right that it's the erasure of the gays and lesbians. Well, yeah.
Absolutely. It's literal conversion therapy.
I believe it's an affront to God. In other words, you're renouncing God.
Yep.
I mean, I understand, it's cool to create, because we are all made God's image, and we are also creators and create, but I think there's a certain point that you can reach that's just an affront to everything that God created when you're thinking to yourself that my creation is greater than that of God. That's a blasphemy in and of itself.
Yeah, and with bullets, 100%.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, well, I think even if you are somebody who's not particularly religious, I mean, I almost find that in my personal life, just regarding the truth as God is really as good as believing in God. Like if just just the truth is omnipresent.
I don't push it on
You're
anybody,
always
be it
gonna
unto
have
you.
What's that?
I don't push it on my beliefs on anybody. You can be it unto you, whatever it is you believe. And I just wanted to interject that thought really quick because I need to bow out and crash. I've been up since like 3 o'clock in the morning. I need to get some sleep. Iridium Bandit, Ryan, good talking to you. Dude down there on the bottom. Yeah, good talking to you all. You have a good night. Take care.
All right.
Good night, all.
Take care.
If I'm slowing down, it's because I'm getting tired as well, but I'll stick around for whatever. I might just not be as articulate as I might have been.
That's right. Do you have kids?
I don't.
Oh. Are kids like on the table?
Oh, certainly. I wouldn't mind having kids. Absolutely would. I would love to be a father.
But I mean, you have plans on having kids, so that's why you're trying to sort out some of this shit so people don't predate on your kids.
Well, that's certainly part of it. If I am to have kids at some point, then absolutely, I don't want these creeps preying on my kids.
Yeah.
Maybe so you have nieces or nephews, perhaps? Or
yes, I do have nieces.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want them having to contend with this. I don't want I have a grandmother. I don't want her potentially ending up in a ward with a fetishy guy.
Oh, no one wants that. No one wants that. It's,
I mean,
we actually call that hockey. We call that HMT time. It's a little hidden code that we have. It's called HMT. But,
okay.
Hockey mask time.
That's right, Mandy. Mandy can say it. It's her channel. So
no, this is a free speech platform. So
we're a friendly, peaceful bunch, really, generally, except for JR. Is he listening? I don't know. Is he still listening?
He's still here.
Yeah.
It has been quite pleasant.
Well, so you just started making. What are your plans for your channel? Do you plan on creating more content? What's the deal?
I do, and I mean, I'd also like to do something tangible. I would hope to get involved in like school boards and stuff like that, and get this the hell out of schools.
Yeah.
There's just in life. I just feel like we've largely misidentified who the simps are. The simps are the guys simping for these fucking dudes calling themselves women. What I'm trying to do is get guys to accept some kind of civic duty. The way we get rid of this is the guy standing in the way, like we always have. You know.
I know what Ryan's saying. Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's all I'm trying to say. Is just like, I'm not trying to say like, you should go out and be a feminist or support feminist causes or anything. I'm just saying, just do what men have always done: stand in the fucking way of danger.
but women, what if it's the women that are the danger?
Oh, well,
yeah, I think I think your heart's absolutely in the right place. It's just it's how you want to vector that energy, and you want to vector it through people who aren't going to even promote more of this same shit.
I don't see. I don't know that anyone I follow is going to go on to. Everyone I follow is trying to defeat this. Nobody's.
Only because they're men, not because there's children involved. It's because these men are invading their space.
No, it is not just men. Did you see Kelly J? One of Kelly J. Keen's, she went viral for saying this. She was talking to the trans men, so the women who think they're men. She goes, "It doesn't matter how much you get on your knees and fillet these men; they will still steal your rights." Does that sound like somebody who's just only coming at men?
Yeah, that is a comment going after men.
Yes.
No, that was a comment aimed at trans men, which would be women.
Yeah, but saying no matter how much you play ball with the men, they'll still steal your rights.
Yeah, that was generically vectored at all men.
Right.
Yeah.
But is that not what the guys pretending to be women are trying to do? It's just blatantly obliterate any kind of safeguards for women, any kind of rights women might have.
No, they want equality.
No,
they want equality.
The guys, the autogynophiles, the guys invading women's spaces, they just want equality.
They want to be treated the same way that women have been treated by men. Yeah.
No, they want.
And their minds going into whatever bathroom they want is equality.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's validating.
In their minds, it is.
That's in their minds.
It's
Just like these. That's part of it. But just like all these feminists have been invading all the men's spaces. Like women want to have their own, but women can go anywhere they fucking want into men's spaces, right? I mean, look at the fucking Boy Scouts, for fuck's sake. Women or girls are allowed in, but no boys in the Girl Scouts. Women have successfully invaded every single man's space.
Don't get me started with the Boy Scouts.
I know, Bandit. It's a tough one for you.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed the panel. Ryan, thanks for coming on, mate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm going to step down too. My eyes are burning.
Bandit.
It might be time we all take a breather for now.
Okay.
Well, Ryan, what's your take coming out of this? I'd just be curious.
Bye, Frank. We'll see you later.
Just generally, I mean, it's. I hear what you're saying. I blame nobody except the people implementing this agenda. That's ultimately where I fall. I don't care how the idea got into somebody's head. I don't care if this is some form of feminism destroying its own Frankenstein monster. I don't care what the situation is. I just want the monster dead.
Oh yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah.
That's where I fall on it. And I don't think, I mean, I think we're perfectly capable of using discretion to tell who's a weasel, who's just hoping to get an honorary turf card, and who is actually, in it to put a stop to this bullshit.
What's an honorary turf card?
That'd be your male feminists. That'd be the guys who are simping, who would just like to get attention from women.
Yeah.
So, and I think that we are perfectly capable. I mean, maybe not, because apparently that's how I came off to you guys in my videos. But I mean, I think we're capable of parsing out which one are the weasels and which ones are trying to do something positive. So,
Okay. Well, I hope you check out Jeff Younger here. Did you get the link I put in the private chat?
I did. Let me see what's still there.
I also
Yeah,
have
I got it.
Okay. I also have a conversation on here with him that was pretty recent. So.
All right.
Well, it was good to meet you, Ryan. Thanks for
Yeah.
coming up.
It was nice talking to you.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome to join the panel anytime.
All right. Thanks very much.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. I think he's just misdirected. That's all. I think his heart's in the right place.
Yeah. Well, he's like all of you guys. I know you guys are extreme, hold men accountable, blah, 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 blah. And I'm just playing the other side. I'm like, oh, see all these women that are doing it? Yeah, I'm going to hold them accountable.
Yeah. Yeah. But my eyes are burning too. I need to I need to get going. I was up super late last night and I need to get some much needed shut eye.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for coming up. I think I will play this video as kind of an outro because it was a great, absolutely great interview. This was his 21 convention interview. Well, thanks for coming up.
Yep.
Mr. Cush, always a pleasure, sir.
Okay, so you're ending it after this?
Yep, I'm going to end it after this.
Okay. Do you mind if I hear this or?
No, stay, please.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You decided like you wanted, I'll guess out.
No. Okay. It's a brilliant interview, by the way.
How long is this? Okay. I'm just seeing how long it is.
It's like 32 minutes. It popped up like 6 days ago. They aired it. Yeah, Frank is a great interview. I cannot wait to have Frank Pesci on here and talk. We're gonna talk I think Thursday about setting up a chit chat. But these two men right here are fucking fire.
Welcome to the 21 Report. I'm Frank Pesci, and I'm here with Jeff Younger, loving father, Army veteran, successful entrepreneur, a proven leader, champion of family values, and gender sanity. Jeff, how are you?
I'm well.
Hi, gender sanity. What did you say, Kush?
I was just going to ask you to blow that up because I was having trouble reading it.
Isn't that a great freaking intro? Hello, Mr. Pliskin. Hey, Peng. JR.
I wasn't paying attention to the chat.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, thanks for having me. Thanks for being here. Jeff, you came to the national forefront because you had a case in family court that brought you national acclaim.
That's right.
Would you care to talk about that?
Sure. It started when my son was 2 years old, and my ex-wife, who's a pediatrician in Coppell, Texas, began to transition my son to a girl without my consent, even when I was married to her. And when I pushed back on that, she filed for divorce and used her connections with the psychologist in the area as a physician and forced me out of the house and socially transitioned my son. And this eventually culminated in her enrolling him in school as a girl. The school district actually transitioned my son without my consent or my knowledge. This is the Coppell Independent School District. I would take my son to school in boys' clothes, and the teacher would give him a dress and make him use the girls' bathroom. And they would use a fake female name for him. And this went on for a year before I knew about it. So that culminated in a big trial in 2019, where the top transgender experts on both sides of this issue lined up at the 255th District Court in Dallas, Texas. And I got the original experts from the original Johns Hopkins clinic that opened the first transgender clinic in the 1970s, where this whole scientific movement began. They shut their clinic down after 4.5 years because their evidence showed that they were harming patients with those treatments. But we see a resurgence of this now under a political ideology rather than a medical treatment concept. And she brought in experts like Johanna Olsen Kennedy. I deposed her and I asked her a simple question in the deposition. I said, what justifies you in cutting healthy body parts off of children? What's the medical justification for that? And her answer was, well, if those body parts are causing psychological distress, they're not healthy. And she admitted that she had personally referred over 250 pubescent girls for total mastectomies. And as a result, they didn't put a single one of their expert witnesses on the stand in front of a Texas jury. Texas juries would have not liked to hear that evidence. And the court gave me 50-50 custody and no child support and the ability to check my ex-wife from doing anything to my child, including socially transitioning. But I'm facing down a very powerful law firm, which is the largest donor to judicial campaigns in the state of Texas. They're very well connected in the legal education network. And they were able to get that judge recused, and they got me put into the most liberal court in Dallas County, the 301st District Court, with Judge Bloody Mary Brown. And Judge Bloody Mary Brown refused to implement the jury verdict, completely contrary to Texas law and the Texas Constitution. She put me under an illegal gag order, which gave me a permanent lifetime ban from doing interviews like this. This interview is actually illegal in the state of Texas. And I have just told the court I'm not obeying that. And I went about telling my fellow citizens what was happening to my son in Texas courts. And eventually I ran for office in order to change those laws because over 2 legislative sessions in Texas, I could not get conservative Republican legislators to pass laws against castrating little boys. And so I said, well, I have to go do it myself. So I ran for office. The governor of the state of Texas, Greg Abbott, and the Speaker of the House, Dade Phelan, spent combined about $3 million against me to keep me out of the House. So I've been a huge political force in Texas, not because of anything special I do, man. I mean, I'm not even temperamentally well suited to lead democratic movements, honestly. But when it's your son on the line, you learn fast. And by quantitative measures for my bills to outlaw this transgender child abuse, we generated more political force than for any law in Texas history. There were some legislative offices getting 300 lobbyists a day in favor of my bill. And we still couldn't get it passed. So right now, the current status of the case is that this liberal judge, recognizing that she has no political way to transition my son in the state of Texas, just 4 or 5 days ago, gave my ex-wife permission in a court order to move my son to California and put him under the new draconian SB 701, which Gavin Newsom signed only 4 days ago. So you can see this was well planned. And California is now a sanctuary state for transgender kids. And as soon as my son enters the state of California, I believe he'll be sterilized and chemically castrated.
Is there any way to stop that?
The only way I can stop it in the Texas court is to go up on mandamus, because the family courts in Texas are so bad that you cannot even appeal these rulings. There's no right of appeal for these rulings, amazingly. So I have to go on what's called a mandamus, which has an incredibly high standard of proof. 99% of these are denied in Texas. And I'm going to have to just get a higher court to order a judge not to do this to my son, and just order this judge to rescind her order. I suspect that the 5th Appeals District, which I'll have to go to, will deny me that, but I believe that the Texas Supreme Court will actually stop this judge from doing it to my son. If he gets to California, I will have to challenge the California law in federal court, because this law is so bad, it denies the full faith and credit of all other states in the union. So California will not obey subpoenas from states who want to know if those children are okay. Like if I'm in Texas, it will not obey Texas subpoenas. It will not return the children to Texas. The courts are required to take jurisdiction over the children. And lastly, California has enabled district court judges to transition children and chemically castrate them without parental consent if the judge thinks it's in the best interest of the child.
Can a federal court stop this?
That's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to have to go into federal court if my sons make it to California, and we're going to challenge it up there on the full faith and credit clause.
Will you be able to have time? If they move to California and they decide that that's day one a priority.
It's been made clear in the law they will not grant a stay. So I'm going to have to get an emergency stay in federal court and work my way up to the Supreme Court, because I will have to file suit in the federal district for California, which I anticipate losing in. So I'd have to go up to the appeals district, and we'll probably wind up at the Supreme Court over this.
That was my question.
Yeah,
If you were gonna take it to
and that's
Supreme
the plan. And so I'm budgeting about $1 million for this. I spent about 1.4 to 1.7, depending on how you calculate it. $1 million keeping my son from being castrated, and I guess I'll spend $1 million more in federal court.
I know you're a good father and that you actually care about your family and you want decisions to be made the right way.
Yes.
There is no more sacred relationship than parents to their children.
That's right.
It's a God-given relationship, and children have a duty to honor their parents, and we have a duty to honor our children and how we raise them and treat them.
Yeah.
So I understand where you're coming from, and I offer my prayers to you. And
thank you.
I could say that after first seeing your case on TV, I think 2017.
Okay.
I remember thinking like, oh man, that's tough. Wow. But you become disconnected because you see it through the TV and you're just like,
right,
poor guy, that sucks.
Yeah.
But then here I am, I come to a convention and I meet you.
Right.
And I say, hold on a second. After, finding out who you were and hear your name, I said, wait a second, this is a regular guy.
I'm just a dad.
This is a dad. This is a gentleman, but you're not ill-equipped. You're a very brilliant guy in the conversations that I've had.
Okay.
I spent time listening to your speech. How do you fight this battle? You mentioned, bringing up very specific law and precedent to force a stay or force a change of venue or intervene into this case.
Yeah.
How do you have time to live regular life, run a business, be a parent to your children, and prosecute this case from your position?
Man, you make time for what's necessary to protect your children. And I have to make a lot of money to protect my children. I have to pay a lot of child support. I pay way more than maximum child support in Texas. What I do is I just allocate my time very carefully, and I don't sleep a lot. And I've tried to use my brain more than my brawn. I've tried to fight smart and hit the enemy where it really hurts them, where it can have an effect on the case to help my son. I've gone to big donors in Texas to influence the governor, Speaker of the House, and other legislators. I've made no secret that I will destroy the political career of anyone that lets my son be harmed, and it's very clear that they understand that I can do that now. And I have built a network of voters in Texas, and I'm prepared to use them.
In your speech, you used a frame of reference. You said that your battle was against the zeitgeist of our times.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
So the zeitgeist means the spirit of the age. Every age has a kind of animating principle that outlines the horizon of acceptable thinking. It determines what kind of questions you would ask. It would even delineate like what types of answers would be acceptable. And our current zeitgeist is very strange to people like me. The dominant view of most people now is that their sexual identity is the primary determinant of the self. And this sexual identity is an identity that they can determine. And it's completely socially constructed with no reference to biological reality at all. And, just the classification, for example, of gender dysphoria by the American Psychological Association used to be called gender identity disorder, meaning it was something wrong with the person. They had disordered ideas. Gender dysphoria means something's wrong with the wider culture because they won't accept a natural human variation. So we've reached a point where, bizarrely to me, our sexuality has become almost the only determinant of what kind of person we are. And it's not even considered a behavior, but a status that you possess. And I don't believe any of these things. And I don't believe that you can stop this transgender movement. I don't think you can stop the transgender child abuse of children if we don't understand that we have to reject completely that view of the self.
But doesn't an adult person have the right to choose how they want to live?
Yes. Humans have the right to choose how they want to live. Societies have the right to reject their way of life as well. Ostracism is a right that all societies have. And what you see here is an assault on all norms. So the idea is that you'll hear them say, well, gender is a social construct, which surprises many people, but I agree with that. Gender is a social construct. Well, that seems to imply to most people today that any form of gender construction then is okay and equivalent to any other. But it's actually not true, right? So we have to have a conversation in which we can defend traditional social norms. And what we have today is an attack on all norms, particularly around sexual norms. And the future of this attack on sexual norms will be, now that we're actually sexually mutilating children, and that's become normal. Now that we're doing that, the very next step is sexualizing children. And children as sex objects is already happening in places like California.
Have you found strong voices that exist within the American medical complex and psychological complex that are sympathetic to your case?
No. There are no strong voices that will speak out against this because they're all professional cowards. Last 21 convention, not this one, but the one before, we had 2 psychologists on a panel. And I asked the question of them. I said, under the rules of the American Psychology Association, can you gentlemen, as psychologists, you have a child who's come and presented to you with gender dysphoria, under the rules of the APA, can you help him identify with his biological sex? And they both admitted that under the rules, they would not be able to do that. The rules of the psychological profession and psychiatry, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the Endocrine Society, the American Medical Association, all consider that reparative therapy. So doctors and psychologists and psychiatrists can only help children take up an abnormal gender identity that's different than their biological sex.
Do you currently have a relationship with your sons?
I haven't seen my sons in 1 year and 3 months. I frequently write them letters. I write a combination of different kinds of letters. Some of them are oriented towards telling them what I'm doing. Some of them are actually written for their future selves. Should I never see them again, they'll need my advice and they'll need to carry my values into the future. So it's written to their future selves when they're old enough to understand. And some of them are written to their current self and what they're doing in school.
How are you able to sustain in this fight?
Prayer and fasting and doing good works.
Do you feel like the Lord has come alongside of you to give you strength and support, angelic ministers and things like this?
Unfortunately, I have not been given a gift of discernment of these things. All I know is that God makes my duty very clear to me, and I do what he commands.
Understood. And I ask you that because a prevailing principle that has driven this convention so far is I've seen a lot of guys who are speakers, who are influencers, who have been speaking about spiritual things.
Yeah.
And how their evolution of their message, their purpose, their assignment has been driven by revelation or just an understanding and discerning of the times.
Yeah.
Now, few people have a battle as large as yours. Will readily admit that. But
I'll tell you some of the things that I approach this with from a spiritual point of view. First of all, I will just admit as a sinner that I have yet to be able to pray for my ex-wife. And I can say the words, but I'm still sinning because I can't pray for my enemies. I struggle with that. I frequently do night prayer. I wake myself up in the middle of the night and I pray for the whole world and all the children in the world. I do that almost every night. And that has given me tremendous insight. God has provided me a tremendous insight into not only my problems, but a lot of other problems from the practice of daily prayer, particularly waking up and doing it at night when the world's very quiet and the world around me is asleep, and I can pray for them, for those people who are not awake. Fasting has been a big part of helping me as well. And that's, fasting from food. I fast from television and all sorts of things. And that you asked me how much I get time. Well, I don't do television. I don't do, one of the things I have taught my boys is that a fundamental principle that you have to live your life by is do nothing useless. Avoid all useless activities. And by doing that, I can be immensely productive. Yeah.
Does coming to an event like 21 Summit, an event that Anthony has put together for, I don't know, 12 or 13 years now.
Yeah, he's an amazing guy.
Does this regenerate you?
Yes. It's often the case that I'm facing my enemies, and I'm usually surrounded by my enemies. I go to court, or when I'm in a political battle at the Capitol, I'm surrounded by enemies. It's nice to be surrounded by allies, and I don't get that opportunity very often.
Are there any speakers here that influence your way of thinking? It sounds like you don't spend a lot of time consuming content. It sounds like you are the one generating content with your actions. But was there anybody in particular at this event that you were able to connect with or spoke with you that gave you an insight that maybe you hadn't considered before?
Yeah, I continually get real nuggets from Arthur Quanley.
Excellent.
And that's the reason I joined the Genesis Council with him. I think that, and this is definitely an orthodox position on the created world. But orthodoxy looks on the created world the way you might look upon an icon in a church, right? It's signs, and it teaches us and tells us a lot about the divine intelligence that created it. And when I talked in my speech about the social imaginary and how the social imaginary creates the horizon of acceptable thought, that social imaginary is best created and best modified by art. And that includes movies, writings, and things like that. It's through the artistic medium that our imagination is stretched into different areas. And our enemies have been very, very skillful at using arts. For example, the mainstreaming of transgenderism, particularly even for kids, has been done primarily through entertainment mediums, right? So Arthur Quanley is onto something very important that really no one else is talking about. And I find his insights incredibly valuable.
I had a great interview with Arthur. I really enjoyed speaking with him. And in our conversation here at the table, I really just learned so much. And he has a tremendous amount of insight.
He does.
Into how arts communicate to us.
Yeah. He's actually probably the smartest guy at this convention.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
And I probably don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
He was brilliant.
Yeah.
And I myself, we had the conversation about being discerning about the art that you hang in your house.
Yeah.
Because that's your sanctuary, and that art
100%.
is communicating to you.
100%.
Are you diligent about the type of imagery that you surround yourself with?
Yeah. And this is actually very surprising to a lot of people who come to my house when they see the kind of art that's in my home. Okay. So first of all, as an Orthodox Christian, we believe that every home is also a church. So in every spot somewhere in an Orthodox home, there's something called the iconostasis, and that's where we worship in our home.
Is that like an altar?
It's an altar, plus there are icons, usually candles, incense, everything. Everything you'd see in an Orthodox church is present on the iconostasis. So I have many, many icons all throughout my home. Christ Pantocrator is the one that you see right when you come in. Saint Elizabeth, who's a great protector of children, is also there. But if we look at secular paintings, in my dining room, people often remark on this. There's a famous painting of the monk Parasevit, the Orthodox monk Parasevit, killing the commander of the Golden Horde of the Mongols at the Battle of Kulikovo. And Parasevit didn't actually know how to fight. He was not a warrior. So he arranged for a mutual kill. He sacrificed himself. And the loss of their commander led to the only defeat of the Mongol army in history. And the Russians defeated them there and saved all of Europe from the Mongol horde, their second invasion. The other painting is a painting of Charles Martel, Charles the Hammer, at the Battle of Tours, which inaugurated the reconquest of Spain from the Muslims for the Christians. And people are often taken aback by the battle imagery and the kind of image that's depicted, a heroic image of violence. And that is definitely a value that I try to impart to my sons, that violence itself is something neutral. It's the use to which it's put that determines whether it's honorable or not.
So we live in a time where overt violence is not acceptable unless it's done within the framework of a battlefield or self-defense of a home,
Yes.
for instance. But violence is actuated through other means today. What other classifications of violence would you identify as being overt violence other than on a battlefield?
So there's first of all, there's just straight up political violence on the streets. You see this with Antifa. I myself was involved in an Antifa riot at the University of North Texas. I was giving a speech there, and they shut my speech down. They spit on me. They threw bodily fluids on me. They used all of their intimidation tactics, but I wouldn't go away. Most conservative speakers just go away after 5 minutes, you know, when they can't do their talk. But I was like, I got an hour and a half speaking slot. Just protest me for an hour and a half. Let's see if you got the balls.
What were you speaking about?
I was speaking about the laws that I wanted to change in Texas to protect children from transgender child abuse. And they just were not going to let me speak on those issues. So eventually 300 to 400 Antifa, depending on who you ask. The Department of Public Safety says it was closer to 400, surrounded the building and tried to burn it down. So they evacuated the building. I got a rib broken when they evacuated me out the back. A guy tried to choke me out. I was able to grip out of it. They tried to pull me out of a police car, tried to overturn the police car. The police could only get away by running over one of them. So I mean, I've been through Antifa riots, so there's definitely that kind of violence. Then there's a kind of social violence that's perpetrated against us.
Here we go.
You know, where people smear our reputations, they try to cancel us from our jobs, they try to take our livelihoods in order to, if they think that if they take our money, they can take away our voice, right? And then there's direct political violence perpetrated in the courts. You know, I've never had a jury verdict implemented by a Texas judge. I mean, it's very clear that judges are largely unaccountable in family court, and millions of fathers are losing their rights to their children. And this is a particularly onerous form of political violence because it affects children in such a direct way.
Are there other cases that are happening that are like yours?
Yeah, there are tons of cases like mine. Well, why aren't these parents speaking up? Where are they? We never hear about them.
Are you familiar with them?
Yeah.
Do they reach out to you? How are you familiar with them?
They do. They call me. I get dozens of calls a month.
And what is your advice to them?
You have to suck it up and protect your child. And the best way to do that in a democracy is to inform your fellow citizens about what the government is doing to your child and get your fellow citizens to join together in a political movement to stop it. And they won't speak up. They're all afraid to violate their gag orders. They're afraid they'll go to jail. You know, I tell them, okay, maybe you go to jail for 100 days. Okay, that's 3 hots and a cot, almost near infinite leisure, and plenty of time to plan your political moves when you get out in 6 months. Like, how bad is jail? Like, you know, the impending removal of your son's testicles is a lot worse than jail. Like, there are a lot of things worse than jail, right? But we have so many people with a conventional morality. It's not really even a conventional morality. It's a conventional way of life where they just couldn't tolerate the reputational destruction of having been put in jail, right? I tell my judge all the time, put me in jail. I'm violating your gag order and I'm never following it. So you need to put me in jail. And I have a writ of habeas corpus already prepared. I'll just take that right up to the Texas Supreme Court and we'll see who's right. And you know, they won't do it because they'd lose. So instead of putting me in jail, they took my kids to try to coerce me to shut up. And that gag order was actually put on me to prevent me from running for political office. That's how corrupt the system is. They don't want me to get anywhere near legislators and lobby for laws that would constrain their ability to hurt kids. And
now,
these parents are cowards. They won't speak up.
Now, you did run for Congress recently.
I did. I ran for the Texas House District 63.
And
so I made it into the runoff. So we had me and a liberal established candidate, so conservative versus liberal. Here's a dirty secret that we don't ever talk about. We know that Democrats are fixing general elections, right? I think everybody knows that. Certainly true in Texas. But Republicans have been fixing primary elections for a long time. And that's a kind of deal they've worked out with the Democrats. We'll fix primaries and you fix generals. And we'll both look the other way. And so what happened in my case is this is a textbook method that they use in Texas. They go to the conservative candidate. They gin up some fake moral outrage against them with lots of mailings and lots of negative ads. You know, I had a friend of mine in South Carolina. They actually had audio of a fake rape that they played against him. Fake rape. He was never involved in anything like that. Woman screaming and everything. With me, they did everything. They said that I was involved in domestic violence. That's not true. They accused me of being gay. That's not true. They said that I was abused my children. I have been convicted of child abuse. I've never been convicted. I have no criminal record at all. But they did all this, and what that does is it splits the vote from the conservative candidate. So now you have a split Republican vote, right? And then they make a deal with the Democratic Party to bring in 3,000 to 5,000 voters to swing it for their candidate. And how do they get the Democratic Party to do that? They make deals with them like, well, we won't do legislation on transgender this session. You help me get my candidates elected and we'll avoid that law. That's why my bills were killed for 2 legislative sessions. They had made deals with Democrats to kill those bills.
So are you a content producer? Do you put things out there for people to consider and consume, other than, of course, running for Congress and having a case that is such high profile? You're obviously being put on the news. Things are happening. Are you otherwise a content producer? Like, do you have fans? Do you have people that watch your work and want to connect with you?
Yeah, I have a Substack. It's jeffyounger.substack.com. Just one word, Jeff Younger. And you can connect with me on Facebook. Facebook is almost kind of like a blog feed for me. And then I spin off very in-depth articles on Substack. I don't, on my Substack, I don't deal with, current political issues. There are a lot of good Substacks that do that. And I link to them, ones that I recommend, right? Go there and do that. What I'm interested in is, one, the intellectual causes of these political problems that we're having. How do we get here? 2, how can we change it? And how can we get out of it? I'm more focused on those issues. So, for example, if someone were interested in understanding why I oppose all forms of liberalism, classical liberalism, free market liberalism, left liberalism, libertarianism, I oppose all forms of liberalism. And I have a series of articles on why liberalism is really a sham and why it doesn't make sense. Why there were certain structural errors in the Constitution that doomed it from the very beginning. There were errors. For example, they really believed, the founders really believed the judiciary would be too weak. And so they made it very hard to remove judges. But now we know the judiciary is by far the most powerful branch of government, and we can actually stop the operations of the other branches. Mm-hmm. So there were some errors that were in the Constitution. I look at those kinds of things that most conservatives just won't confront. I also talk a lot about propaganda, and I try to help people understand how to spot propaganda, how it's produced, and how the people who produce it think about how to make it, and where you can go to find news sources that are telling you the real facts on the ground, and how to find independent people. For example, we're in the middle of this Ukraine war. You can get people who are there on the ground doing video. You don't have to rely on Reuters to get your news. So I try to help people navigate the world that way. I don't focus on the current events, but how we got here and how we can stop it.
Jeff, what is your message to the world?
If you don't stop the left's advance through the institutions, and transgender transitions are just emblematic of that march through the institutions. If you don't stop them now, you'll never be able to stop them.
Yep.
Jeff, what benefit would a man get from coming to an event like this, where there's so many common shared ideas, common stories, and really just a desire towards being a better man, and in the 22 Conventions case, towards being a better woman, personal growth, all that good stuff?
Let me put it this way. So you know I'm a boxer. I
do now.
You wouldn't approach learning how to box by sitting in a classroom and learning how to box and then go in the ring and successfully pull it off, right? That's not how you learn how to box. The way you learn how to box is you go to a boxing gym and you don't know anything about it, and you hang out with boxers who are good. Mm-hmm. and you start doing what they do. And eventually, from copying them, you can handle yourself. And then there comes a point, I call it the journeyman stage, right? Where you realize you're going to make some little adjustments and you're going to start coming up with your own style of boxing, right? What the 21 convention is that first stage, all right? We're in a crisis of masculinity. There are very few masculine role models anywhere in the media. You have to come to 21 convention. It's like a boxing gym. You're going to learn how to be a man by being a man among men. And you learn it by doing it and being with men. And that there's those opportunities in our society are very rare. There are no male spaces left. 21 convention actually may be it.
You're right. Thank you.
Thank you.
For the 21 report, I'm Frank Pesci with Jeff Younger. Thanks for watching.
Thank you.
So you'll be doing a stream with him, hopefully.
Oh, Frank Pesci?
Yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna have a chat. I think later this week to figure out when to set that up.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna put his channel too in the description. I'm getting together all the links of all the stuff we've played so I can tag everybody that we've talked about. And you know how I.
Yeah, because I'd definitely like to sub for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get lots of corn stuff in here.
Oh yeah.
All right. Well, I do want to leave with some parting thoughts on that.
Yeah, go for it.
Every time I hear this stuff, I mean, the more and more I learn about this stuff, how I'm glad I didn't have kids.
Yeah.
This is scary stuff, and if my colleagues at work knew about stuff like this, they'd shit bowling balls.
Yeah.
They have no idea that this kind of stuff is going on. And what further bothers me about this is what he said is how many people this is happening to. This is happening to a lot of people,
yeah.
And they're not willing to come to bat for their kids for this.
They're afraid. Yeah. Oh, I mean, just
my God, if it were my legacy, my kid, like you said, I'd spend a weekend. I'd spend as much jail and time in jail as fuck that shit.
Yeah.
You'd fight for I mean, I'd fight for dear life.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the guys that are in this situation, like there's some guys that are like married to these crazy bitches, and they're convincing them it's the right thing to do because they've gathered all these certified professional people that are gaslighting the hell out of these men and saying, oh yeah, well, they guilt them and shame them into, and this is a perfect female tactic. They tell them, oh, would you rather have, an alive daughter or a dead son? Like they perpetuate the fear. The same shit happened with the virus thing. One of my clients, man, she was holding off on the vax, holding off. I mean, she made it through all her work people, all her family, just tons of people were putting this pressure on her. It took her going to her regular doctor, who was a woman, a feminist, mind you, going to her, and she totally manipulated her through that thing because she gained like 10 pounds during the whole lockdown, and she was getting her physical, and she's like, oh, your weight's getting up there, and you might want to think about the virus or the vaccine because instead of being what did she call her, instead of being stubborn, wouldn't it just suck if like you caught it and you died and you left your husband alone to raise your 3 sons by himself?
Oh my God.
Like her fucking family doctor, who was a woman, pulled that shit on her, and she came here like 2 days after, and she was still in shock. She's like, you're gonna flip shit when I tell you what I did. And she's like, I finally got the vaccine. I was like, what? You were completely anti. She's like, dude, I don't even really know how this happened. Okay. And she told me this story, and she's like, yeah, I still can't believe I did it. I'm not getting any boosters, but I got it before I left the office because my doctor, somebody I trusted, fucking conned me into it. I'm like, these damn feminists, man. It's disgusting. It's these women that are doing this shit, though. Like,
oh yeah, I'm seeing it every day now. I see. I was in a conference call and a Teams meeting with this a new inquiry with a customer, and it was 4 engineers. 2 of them were women. 2 of them were men. The only one in this customer who added anything to the conversation was the one man. He was the only guy who was worth his salt, knew anything about what they needed, what needed to be done, what was talked about. This one woman who was obese sat there and ate the whole time during the meeting. I mean, I was pissed. And I'm just like, and neither one of these 2 women had added anything to the table. And they're just there to meet whatever HR quota or whatever.
Right.
Yep. I see this all the time.
Diversity quota.
Yep. And it's terrible. It causes all kinds of problems. I talked about this on my stream yesterday. I get all kinds of these phone calls. People not following procedures on things.
Yeah.
Not doing the proper protocols on these things, and that kind of stuff. But what I also a couple things I found interesting too is he talks about being an Orthodox, and one colleague is Russian, and he's Russian Orthodox, and that's a big deal in this whole context of things. Particularly when you start talking about the whole conflict that's going on over there. The Russians, Putin is a very devout Orthodox Russian. And a lot of people love him over there.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Putin, man. And anybody who's against fucking feminism, I am all for.
Well, that's the thing. Being that Orthodox, they're very conservative.
Yep.
And they've seen what communism did to their country. He will stand up to that shit.
Yeah.
He will stand his ground.
Yeah.
If that means launching the nukes, I think he'll do it.
I don't know. I have respect for. I have respect. I mean, they've already been. That's why the left, or they call it the left.
I don't mean out of disrespect for Putin.
Yeah.
There's a side of me that doesn't blame him.
Oh yeah, no. I mean that's why, like, the whole during Trump's presidency, the left or all the feminists in the Democratic Party were like, "Ooh, Russia bad. Ooh, Russia.
Yeah.
It's because fucking Russia was in the middle of getting rid of feminist bullshit within their country. China already started. Russia already started. Meanwhile, we're like, oh yes, feminists are the greatest thing. Like, we need more women everywhere. Even South Korea, their elected official that they just had recently ran on an anti-feminist agenda, and he got fucking nominated.
No,
elected.
what really scares me is seeing the manifestation of this in my colleague's daughter. She already hates him.
Really?
She hates him. She hates me. I think that woman just now has a general disdain for men.
Yeah.
I think he does recognize something, but he's sending his daughter's going to the UK, which is no better. I don't think.
No, it's not. It's kind of worse, actually.
That's what I thought. I thought it was even worse. It's even worse over there. So she's going to be fully indoctrinated.
Yeah.
And
Our
it-
institutions, man. That's how these feminists have been traveling around the world from university to university, like lily pads. They're like these little frogs jumping from lily pad to lily pad, spreading their bullshit.
Yeah. Well, I saw just the tip of it. It was before I started getting into the manosphere. It was when I went to an academic convention, and I gave that presentation, that cannabis presentation. You may have heard that on my stream.
Mm-hmm.
I had seen the degradation just over a period of 6 years in the universities. I was like, who the fuck are these people spending this grant money? Their methodologies, everything. It was, when I say it was trash,
Yeah.
it was trash. I can't believe this was collegiate level stuff these people were putting up.
Yep.
I literally, and people were praising me. And I'm no PhD. I'm a bachelor's chemical engineer. They were praising me for the content that I gave, for something that was just, scientific, objective. Just not just fluff bullshit, which was
Right.
all the other crap these people gave. I'm like, you spent grant money on this stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm like, this is just.
I just recently found a mole in Texas A&M's physics department. She's been there since 2001 doing gender-based research in the physics, taking physics grant money to do gender research and recruiting more women into STEM. Like
that is what kind of corruption, man. My God.
Well, it's been happening for 3 decades. A good solid 3 decades at least.
Yeah. So I graduated from the university in 2006 or 1996, I should say. So probably would have been right at the start of that.
Yeah.
And I saw it. It was starting then, but it was nowhere near like this. It was still a healthy balance of the two. You did see a lot of the affirmative action bullshit. You had that at my college and all that crap. But you still didn't. But you did see it creeping in. It was creeping in then.
Yeah.
And one of the things I saw that was a creep in is that the university started taking a real negative stance against Greeks. I was a Greek in college, a fraternity guy, and they started really going after the Greek system, and they used hazing as the excuse.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
They used hazing. They used getting girls drunk, taking advantage of girls, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And they used that to get into the dean of the university there was just on at that particular time when I was there, just was on a smear campaign of the Greek system.
Mm-hmm.
And as far as I know, that has not changed. And that, those are fraternal orders.
Yeah.
Those were coming under attack when I graduated college.
Yeah.
I remember seeing that then. The more I talk about these things, so what does the EM mean?
Evil mother.
Evil mother. Yeah. Well, you are getting evil because you're keeping me up too late. So I am gonna.
Okay.
I could talk to you for hours. But,
I know, Chris. You got to get up early though.
Yeah, but I do.
Thanks for coming up and giving your feedback. Always appreciate
I think
it.
that guy's intentions are good. That's my conclusion.
Yeah, no. Like I don't know. I just saw something like I was like he could probably be more useful somewhere else. He's just gonna get taken advantage of by like I played that Kelly whatever her I call her Posey Parker because that's like her stripper name, but like her video she streamed afterwards where she was talking about like where he went to wherever she was speaking, and she was talking about it. She was just like, oh my God, I so appreciate all the women who were there as speakers, and I appreciate the women that were there to support, and all the women who organized. Like, not one fucking word about any appreciation for any of the men that fucking showed up for her. Like,
yeah.
Meanwhile, these guys are doing shit. She hates these dudes. That's why I'm like, why are you supporting that crazy bitch? She literally is just trying to buy herself a big car. You guys do realize that, right?
Oh yeah.
There's money in this grift.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of this is about money, jealousy.
Yeah.
When I went on my walk after work, I've been getting my workout in after work instead of before, and just doing the late night walk. I was listening to a Black Ram, one of his older videos, and he was talking about how it's just it's all about money. It's about being in the in crowd, and I think he's spot on with all that stuff. I relate very strongly to him on a lot of the things. I see a lot of the things that he sees.
Yeah.
And he sees it particularly. Like, one thing he touched on in the stream that was so fascinating to me is he says girls love he said black women love the color purple. I noticed that.
They do.
I wear purple at a trade show. Whenever I wear purple when I was traveling at trade shows, I always got compliments from black women. I love your shirt. I love the purple shirt. I get that all the time. Whenever the days I wore a purple shirt, I always get compliments from black women, but particularly black women. And I stopped in my tracks when he said that. I'm like, holy shit.
Yeah.
I mean, there's something to all this stuff. I mean,
yeah. I wonder what that is. I'll have to ask Sun about it. I connected it with Sun today. She's going to war, so man, I've tried to warn these crazy bitches to quit fucking with her. Like, now I can't be the bad guy anymore. Like, if they thought I was bad, like they're gonna regret. They're gonna so regret fucking with her. I tried to warn them though, and nobody listens to me.
Oh no, I listened to that stream. She's pissed.
Oh yeah.
And I don't blame her.
I don't blame her either. She's she's tired of being nice to people who don't fucking deserve it. So.
Well, I felt bad for her. I talked with her for a while before I went on my live stream last night when she was shutting down everything.
Yeah.
And her notification came up because I wanted to talk to her. I'm like, you made a comment. You were just so complimentary of the fact that I said happy Thanksgiving to you, and that really surprised me. And she's just like, yeah, because nobody does that. All the haters do is just hate. Nobody ever wishes me Thanksgiving, and it's like, yeah, it makes sense. And she's having difficulty transitioning from moving to Texas, from Texas to Washington State. And I explained to her I had that same kind of difference, changing in political spectrum when I moved.
Yeah.
Because I went from very red to very blue as she did. So and that represented challenges. And I still, even to this day, don't really have any friends out here.
Right.
I mean, I have a colleague at work, but even he, I mean, I can't talk to him about this stuff.
Right.
I mean, I even, I sent an email today to the group just saying, hey, group, some of the things you're doing are making it harder for me to sell equipment. Comes in my office saying this is a group effort. I'm like, I know. So I told you. I'm like, yeah, I know it's not just me.
Right.
It's a group effort. That's why I was trying to tell you. Why are you coming out here and singling me out?
Right.
This out.
Right.
And And that's another thing I want to talk about is I shrugged. I just looked at him. I just looked him straight in the eye. I said, whatever, and kept on working. And I've come to learn that silence speaks volumes. And I just, Atlas shrugged, and boy, did everybody get polite the rest of the afternoon.
Right.
When I went on my walk, the other engineer, he stopped his minivan. He had to leave early to pick up his kids. He stopped his minivan. It's like, oh, Mr. Iridium, Mr. Cush, have a very good day. I got to leave early to pick up my kids. I'm like, whatever. You don't need to say anything. Just keep rolling, man. None of this even involved you, but they sense that when Atlas shrugs, they get worried.
Yeah.
I'll say hi to Contriver, and then you two can continue the conversation if you want.
Yeah, Lord Jeremy Hirsch said, I know the feeling, brother. I have 2 real life friends still above ground. That's it. Yeah, I actually recently lost another one of the matriarchs that I had in my life. Like, the good ones are leaving.
Yeah. So I will bid you both. I don't know if Contriver's there or if he's listening or.
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take over. I'll let you take over where I left off, I guess, if she wants to continue this.
All right. Thanks, Chris.
All right. Have a good night.
You too.
Good night, sir. Many, many thanks for being
What's
here.
up, Contriver?
Speaking of people above the ground, my mother survived an asthmatic attack last night.
Uh-oh.
Yes. And she was wheezing all the way. I mean, the whole 9 yards. And the night was till dusk before dawn, till there was some twilight. She could not sleep all night, and I was doing an extra overnight shift as well. I could not go to the office. I could not do anything. I just woke up. It is 11:34 a.m. over here.
Yeah.
I just woke up and
Yeah.
saw you streaming. So I said, why not let me join in?
Oh, you missed Ryan. Ryan was up here for a while. He joined us.
Ryan?
Yeah.
Okay. Ryan is. I mean, I don't want to comment on someone's situation, but
Yeah.
the way he has his life planned out, hope, I hope, and I pray to heavens that this young millennial gets through
Oh,
because
no. The guy in the Ryan Pendleton.
Okay.
This guy.
Oh.
Yeah. He came up and joined us. Bullets was up here. Bandit was here. Frank was here, and Kush was here.
So I missed all the fireworks.
Well, no, there wasn't fireworks. I actually agree. He
Really?
actually. Oh yeah. I think he's just. Oh, hello, Easy. How are you? Happy holidays, Eric. Yeah, he brought some new stuff. I guess nope. That sector, a new boogeyman. Let's see, what's his name?
That woman called Kelly or whatever.
Oh no. She's been on my list for a while. She's just a crazy bitch feminist.
Okay.
From the Women's Declaration International group.
Oh, so she's a tough.
Yeah, she's a TERF. Yeah. So, but somebody that he was trying to blame was this person. Here, let me put this up here.
My son said,
Martine Rothblatt. So Martine Rothblatt, I guess, is a trans person.
Yes.
Wiki. Paste. Okay. So I was looking up Martine. Of course, University of California. And he
Shocked
was
me.
right. I'm like, who's his wife and daughters? I bet they're feminists. Medical
I mean,
pharmaceutical.
they don't have to be a feminist because she himself is a feminist.
Right, but unless. Okay, so Rothblatt each had a child from a previous relationship and legally adopted each other's children. They went on to have 2 more children together. At age 40, he came out as transgender and changed his name to Martine. He since has become vocal advocate for transgender rights. Okay, so this movement here is what he was honing in on.
Terrorism movement. I mean, Martin or whatever this Dick Van Dyke is, she is no bigger than someone called Zoltan Istvan. Now Google his name. Zoltan.
Hold on.
Okay.
Z-E.
Zoltan, and after that
L-T-E.
some space, and Istavan. He's all about transhumanism. He has gone an
Yeah.
extra mile.
Yeah, no. It is. They were talking about transhumanism.
So genderism is only a part of it.
Yeah.
This gentleman has been running for office as well as a transhumanist candidate who is selling the snake oil of immortality
Yeah.
to people via, restoring their consciousness in a robot. This is how he thinks that things are going to be.
Yeah.
So this gentleman, he is the grandfather of all these little transgenderist people who are just sorry, doing some sort of propaganda.
Yeah.
And this man is a politician. And once this gentleman was asked as to what is his views about natural sexual intercourse and reproduction via childbearing and all that, he said, in the advent of stem cell technology, I mean, you don't have to have a sexual intercourse or a physical relationship with someone to have children.
Right.
So this is his view. Artificial wombs, and again, I wanted to elucidate on this very point. Artificial wombs are here.
Yeah.
Designer babies are here. That you are going to take the supreme genes
Mm-hmm.
of some of the past old warriors or some high IQ person, and then you are going to create some sort of designer babies or some sort of super soldier sort of individuals,
Mm-hmm.
Ubermensch as they call it. And
Mm.
yes, this is all about restoring your genetic data through CRISPR technology,
So,
and it has already happened in China. In China,
yeah.
of all
Yeah.
places,
Sounds awfully Nazi-ish, huh? Wait,
Well,
why are we
but
doing this again? I thought we already learned our lesson.
no. But the thing about China is Russia also has their own super soldier program. The Syrian ambassador, the ambassador from Syria to United Nations when the war in Syria was going on with the ISIS and whatnot. He said that these people who are fighting as Islamic State terrorists, they are not normal Arabs because they are actually 7 feet tall, and there have been videographic evidence and whatnot that these sort of individuals were actually a part of shall we say the propaganda that was run that a 7 feet tall super soldier is becoming an ISIS terrorist to fight America on the Syrian soil. That was the basic premise or premise of these people. So this has been my friends actually covered the war in Syria, so I know about that. My
Yeah.
friends covered the war in Syria, so I know about that. Russia is already doing that since the days of the Soviet Union. That Universal Soldier film with Jean Claude Van Damme or
Yeah.
whatever that we have seen in the past, it is really a reality. It is just that they are not using the dead corpses of soldier. Instead, they are making live soldiers, sleep deprived and all the other things which US is also doing. This has been in the works. It is just that we were unaware of that, and transgenderism is only merely a pesky little part of it. So, in the grand scheme of things, this is the view transhumanism itself. Now, how it is going to continue, we don't know. When it is going to come into full effect, let's find out. But till then, it has not been properly spelled out, and we know only the genderism part of it. That is why we are being so skewed in our perspectives. Now, if I tell you, good mother,
Mm-hmm.
uh, you need to, there is a trans ableism as well. Do you know what that is? It
Wait,
is
what?
just trans ableism.
What is that?
Suppose if someone is messed around in their head, they want to
Huh?
chop off one of their limbs to become a disabled person.
Why? Mm.
Now, what would
So,
you call that? Insane or not?
yeah, yeah.
Yes, it is insane. Right? So, if it is insane, then why do you want to chop off your own genitals? Is that not insanity?
No, it's
That
all
has,
insane. It's all insane. All of
but
it.
the thing is, we as a psychologist, as a lawyer, as a psychiatrist, or as a doctor, you could lose your license to practice if you say these things out loud. Why? Because Supreme Court, the holier than thou, Supreme Court of United States passed a unanimous resolution, including that very Brett Kavanaugh, for whom the conservatives fought tooth and nail regarding hashtag Me Too and whatnot, a
Mm-hmm.
unanimous decision in which they declared that LGBT is a quote unquote protected group.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
So, LGBT propaganda is going to multiply tenfolds, if not a million, and these things are going to be propounded time and again. It is just that you cannot fight it since it is the state that has declared it to be a protected group via the obiter dictum of the Supreme Court judges, passing judgments through their ivory tower for the rest of the benighted heathen like you and me.
Yeah.
Indian Supreme Court is doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Indian Supreme Court is taking cues from that Harvard University alumni chief taking cues from the they are just emulating what is happening in America.
Right. I know. It's
Same-sex
America's
marriage has
fault.
been legalized. Same-sex marriage has been legalized in most countries, including Japan, South Korea. I mean, every country which has a negative birth rate, it has been
Right.
already declared. I'm just saying that there is a ripple effect that is
Yeah.
going on in the rest of the
Yeah.
world regarding this.
Oh yeah. Who's this black pill revolution? You're wasting your time. Scorpion is enjoying her life. I have convinced her not to get involved in your petty drama. You should get some help. Huh. Did they really convince her? Because last time I saw her, she was over on another channel writing a fucking piece of her memoir.
No. It is
Yeah.
a paragraph writing
I'm
competition.
not done with her yet. GM will be held accountable. You hear that, GM? You got some answering to do. Yeah, that sounds like she's fucking enjoying her life.
To hell with you, puta madre. We
Oh,
know all
she's so
about you.
pathetic.
Yeah,
Who's this
your
person,
father
though?
was sucking the dick of Maduro.
Who is this? Black Pill Revolution.
Community? I sense community. My
Joined
spider
December
sense is taken.
2020. You can find me on Odyssey. Black Pill Revolution 7. I don't know. Yeah, she's still reading because her mom has a higher sexual market value than she does.
At least her mother has more integrity than this puta madre bitch.
Right. She's taking advantage.
Oh, clearly. Imagine you are so bad that your parents also disown you from the inheritance. Let me join in once again. Actually, the screen is frozen.
Uh-oh. Did I lose Contriver? Yeah, go lie on Instacart, you immoral bitch. What happened, Contriver?
I just reloaded the screen since the screen was frozen, so that is why.
Yeah.
The last thing I heard was my own saying that imagine that you are so bad that your parents disown you from your inheritance.
Well, your mom. Your mom's tired of hearing the feminist vegan bullshit at the dinner table.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This is not what they flew from Venezuela,
Right.
of all places.
Oh, Ranger, I have a blonde for you. Her stage name is Posey Parker. Her name's Kelly J. Keene.
Oh, this is a
You
feminist from.
you remember this one, right? This is her before she got her fucking horrendous roots done. This is her after she came back from the United States.
Oh, it takes so long to do these things as well. Christmas mugs. I can do Christmas mugs. I'll have to do them very, very quickly. I just lost so much time going to America, which, as I've said, was a life-changing, amazing, amazing trip. Thank you to every single woman that came out and spoke in America, every single woman that stood and listened in the United States, and a massive thank you to all the women that organized every single event. It was just the most incredible. I'll get a Lamborghini. Get that Lamborghini, KJK. Oh, thanks so much.
Thank you, all the women. Thank you, all the women.
Instead of Karl
she's a
Marx
big
using
bitch.
instead of Karl Marx using the sentence "workers
Is
of
she?
the world unite," they are
Mhm.
saying "vaginas of the world unite"
Hmm?
and stand in solidarity. That's it.
Mhm. Yeah, she's
Nothing
working
more,
on getting
nothing
her
less.
Lamborghini.
Insubstantial claims, insubstantial woman. She is already a
Mhm.
privileged class of transatlantic cousins across the pond, and she's just taking a sabbatical to America to meet the feminists on their side.
Oh
But
yeah.
it is just
Well,
that it is not happening.
my main problem, if she wasn't affiliated with this radical lesbian man-hating group, I wouldn't have a problem. But this is one of her sisters, so. And these women are literally trying to exterminate men from every single space. So
And then
they
they
won't
wonder
call
why
him
they
out. They won't
and then
call him
they
out.
and then they wonder why they are getting such a hard time being on the defensive side when transgenderism comes into the picture. Why? Because if you think men and women are equal, and if you are not actually equating trans women to real women, then you would be on the wrong side of the progressive history. This
Right.
is all a part of progressive history.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Ranger, this is my main concern. This is my main target here. This Women's Declaration International. Now, this freaking group of women. This is the main thing. Oh, it's not in this one. I mean, it's a huge sisterhood of fucking women who are all networking and all going around to every single country that will allow them. Let's see if it's in one of these. Oops.
Close players.
Where is it? Maybe it's more updated one. Hold on, let me find a
It would be in the
newer
channel.
one.
It would be in the channel's about section.
No, they don't put it here. They put it in the yeah. I mean, it just says women's sex-based rights, reaffirms women and girls' sex-based rights, and challenges the discrimination we experience from the replacement of the category of sex with gender identity, which I fucking agree with. But guess what? It's the same people that have been replacing men with women. So they want that separation for sure, only because they want to exclude all the men from all the things. It's not because anything else besides something the Bandit was saying earlier about how these kind of cult type things, they require you to recruit because like these radical lesbians, they don't have kids. They can't make more of themselves by procreation. They have to do it by recruitment.
and conversion. They are
Conversion, yeah.
converting them into their own cult.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Red Ranger sir. I have to disagree with you on that because women have always been this free.
Here we go. Right here. This is it. More on the website womensdeclaration.com, where you find our Declaration on Women's Sex-Based Rights, which has been signed by more than 30,000 people from 157 countries and is supported by 418 organizations. So these organizations are the people who get the funding from the big guys with the money that the men all like to blame. But it's these crazy bitches that are doing it.
What was
Yeah.
that? What Abraham Lincoln used to say?
What?
The hand which picks the corn, feeds the corn, has the ownership of the corn, or something of that sort during the days of Civil War.
Yeah. No, they're not morons. They're not. They're ideologically infected misandrists. These are all women that have been convinced that men are bad and men are all the things that they're actually not.
Have you ever listened to Yuri Bezmenov?
Yes. Yeah, contriver.
His entire video?
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, then nothing could stop you, because I actually wanted to beseech you to run that Yuri Bezmenov clip if possible. There is a channel called Yuri Bezmenov, just like Women's Declaration International. If you type in the search bar, there is a channel.
Hold on, let me get this. Add it to my list here. Woman's. Oops. Oh. Why isn't it here? They block me finally. No way. Ah. Right now. You have a.
Yes. Yuri Bezmenov. Yes, Yuri Bezmenov. There is a channel called Yuri Bezmenov. Channel. Yes, this channel. In this channel, there is a video called World Communist Government. It is quite below. I shall say. No, keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling. No, not in this line. Keep scrolling. It
World
is not.
Communist Government?
Yes. Communist. Protests around the world, it is all. Hypernormalization, no.
World Communist Conspiracy?
No, not this one. It is actually 13 minutes or 15 minutes long. And yes, one world government. That one. One world government.
You're going to make us
Okay,
watch this
before.
again?
Yes. Before
Good
we
night,
start the
Douglas.
video.
Yeah.
Good night, Douglas. Sorry. Before we start this video was actually recorded, but only the voice recording is available. Not full length of the Art of Subversion style video is available. This is one of his another videos. And Yuri was right. So this channel is actually made by an Indian gentleman who actually was able to go through the Indian government records and archives and get this clip of voice recording. Yes. So you play, I'm coming back from the kitchen sink. Please play and stop whenever you can so that you would be much more enlightened, by the way. Of course, Yuri Bezmanov is always enlightening.
Okay, for the audience. Ready, Ranger? This one's for you. You haven't been tortured with this one yet.
About it. And believe me, some of your elitist groups do the same. They also are talking about interdependent world economy, one world government. If you think I'm crazy, go to library, subscribe to a magazine which is called Foreign Affairs, published by Council on Foreign Relations. Or read the magazine which is entitled Trialogue, published by Trilateral Commission. Read the books by Brzezinski. They openly, cynically admit that, yes, their goal is interdependent, one global village, as Carl Sagan calls it. And of course, they don't explain you that probably millions, billions of people wouldn't mind to live in one world system if it were your system. Believe me, 270 Russians wouldn't mind to live in a free market capitalist system and have a form of government which is a republic like yours. Sure, they would like to do that. But the trick is, they want one global village, which is ruled by benevolent bureaucrats and scientists, doctors, Kissingers, Jane Fondas, Daniel Ellsbergs, maybe Walter Mondale. They will redistribute the wealth by force, naturally, okay? They will legislate equality and all other beautiful things. This is the trick. How to do it? Simple. We don't have to infiltrate agents into your governmental offices, and it is impossible, but we can infiltrate ideas into your minds through your media, through your educational system, through entertainment industry, through music even, Beatles, Schmittles, whoever. We, drop by drop, put poison into your minds. On this diagram, I select only one such idea, which is called egalitarianism. It is not new. It has not been invented by Russians, communists, or KGB. It is as old as mankind itself. No, not as old as mankind itself. Actually, the formulation of this egalitarian idea goes all the way back, I would say, French Revolution, when a group of intellectuals, who call themselves Illuminatis, decided that it is easier to control society if I convince all of you that you are equal. Meanwhile, I hope you realize that people are unequal. They never were
Women say
equal.
that.
And God forbid, will ever be. Some people are always tall, curly, and dumb. Others are short, bald, and smart. There is nothing like equality. If we presume that we are created by God, if God is creator of such complexity as universe, probably it wouldn't be a big deal for God to create us all equal, like ball bearings in the factories, or like ants, or cockroaches, or fishes. No, these little forms of life are equal. Mankind is not. Never was. Even fingerprints are different. Ask your policeman. Billions of people populate this planet. No two identical fingerprints. Isn't it interesting? Each one is unequal and unique. And the Illuminatis understood it perfectly well. They were intelligent people. Why they invented this nonsense? Simple, to control. It is easier to control people when they are equal and demand equal things. It is impossible to control society if you remain unequal and independently minded. Simple. What egalitarianism does is not just semantic inaccuracy. Listen carefully what it does to you. Egalitarianism, if it is legalized, legislated, and enforced by law in your country, creates false expectations and false perceptions of reality. We know people are unequal, but by law, I must be equal. For equal job, equal pay, right? Why? I say no, it is nonsense. And many of you will disagree with me, especially unionized work. What do you mean, Mr. Schumann? It's a law of our country for equal pay for equal job. Why? Imagine yourself. You do create these things, podiums, all right? You're whistling, you are very happy. You are paid $5 an hour. Fine. You're very happy. Sun is shining. The moment you realize that the same podium is created by next door unionized neighbor for $12 an hour, what do you feel? Huh? Unhappy, right? Have you ever heard about any American who wants to be equal with someone who has one popsicle less? No, you want to be equal with someone who has more, naturally. Now, please explain to a dumb Russian like me, what is behind the equality in the minds of million people? What is the motivation, sentiment? What is the driving force of equality? Huh? What? Greed. Envy and greed. Something that in any civilization, through the history of mankind, in any holy scripture, is described as destructive side of human nature. Don't be greedy. Don't envy. If you're happy with $5, be happy. You don't need 12. No, we want to be equal. All right? Greed is the main negative side of human nature. Greed, ignorance, fear, egocentrism, all these things are the breeding ground for communist ideas. Greed. 6,000 years ago, Moses came down from the mountain and says, "Thou shalt not desire property of thy unionized neighbor." Huh? No. Well, 2,000 years ago, basically same message from Jesus Christ. Don't be greedy. You are temporary tenant on this planet. You cannot take all these goodies to wherever you go. All right? Now we want to be 20 cents equal. And if we are not paid this 20 cents an hour more, we walk out to strike. If I'm a nurse, I leave patients to die for lousy 20 cents an hour more. If I'm an electrician in New York City, like it happened 3 years ago, for lousy 30 cents an hour more, I leave city without power, 5 kids frozen to death. Poor children, of course, because rich kids don't freeze, as you know. For lousy 50 cents an hour more, okay, $1 more. If I'm a truck driver, I shoot another truck driver because he wants to work and I want to bum around. I'm on strike. Are you that cruel? Are you that broke? Do you that desperately in need of 20 cents an hour more? In a super productive nation like yours, you are getting obsessed about these trifles. You are the most generous nation on earth. Through the 200 years of your history, you're always helping other people. But this is what's screwing up your minds. Égalité, fraternité, et liberté. False ideas.
Hold on.
Artificially created, artificially, forcefully introduced.
Back it up via keyboard for 5 seconds, 15 seconds.
Through the 200 years of your history, you're always helping other people. But this is what's screwing up your minds. Égalité, fraternité, et liberté.
Pause. So, have you ever heard these notions before? Égalité, fraternité, and liberté. Liberty, equality, fraternity. I read in my middle school when I was in 8th standard. Just like you people call it grade, we call it standard over here in India. First standard, second standard, that sort of. When I was in my middle school, I read about French Revolution, and the last thing in the question and answer section our teacher gave us to write was the last line I still remember, that liberty, equality, and fraternity became the guiding principles of the French Revolution thereafter. guiding principles. So you made unequal things as equal because these people jumped on the bandwagon effect because they wanted, detachment from the Pope and the hierarchy and whatnot. So they actually declared women inside as well. They included homosexuals as well. They included each and everyone.
Hmm.
And
Malignant inclusivity.
who have malified intentions.
Hmm?
Malignant inclusivity of people who have malified intentions
Mm-hmm.
in the first instance. They made that, and this is how we are where we are today because this universal suffrage that we have to make everything as equal. You, as a 30-year-old woman, is equal to a 3-year-old child.
No.
How does
See,
uh,
that's why I blame women and I blame the feminists and I blame this. A lot of what's going on is like a displaced mommy energy because it's in our nature to want to treat people fairly. Like we raise children, we divvy up the stuff in the house. We try to make sure stuff's fair. It's in our fucking nature to do that. Well, if we have whole generations of women who aren't having children, but they're going out into a workplace and fucking college and politics and shit, like they're gonna take those tools into whatever space that they occupy. So that's why I'm like, women biologically aren't suited for certain positions, especially in politics, because it's in their
please
fucking
play.
nature. Yeah.
Please play hard. Please play hard.
Good night, Jason. Good to see you. It's been a while. Hope the family's good.
Hope the family is good. Happy holidays.
Yeah, happy holidays.
False
Please play.
ideas, artificially created, artificially, forcefully introduced by your media, by your public educational school. KGB has only to encourage this. That's all. They are not after your secrets. They are after your minds. This is what it does to you. False expectations, when they clash with reality, they create discontent and productivity goes down. Unproductive nation creates inflation, unemployment, recession, and many other unpleasant things. Of course, if government prints more money, this is another contributing factor for inflation. Economical problems lead to social unrest, instability, and radicalism naturally because people become impatient. They want radical solutions. Radicalism leads to power struggle. Power struggle leads to replacement of the social-political structure. Through revolution, civil war, or invasion, you're simply being absorbed by a neighboring state, like it happens in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The result, if that pattern goes according to communist plan, is always the same: closed society. Just the opposite, carbon copy of my society. Now we can merge. This is what any nation can do to itself. This is what you can see on your televisions. This is what you never see on your televisions. On the other side of the diagram, 4 stages of subversion. Why? So that you will never stop going from open to closed society. Even if you change your mind halfway, even if you realize that equality is not important, no, we force you all the way down. How? First stage, demoralization, 20 years. Enough number of years to educate one generation of your students exposed to ideas of your enemy. Second stage, destabilization, 5 years. Third stage, crisis, change of the political structure. And the last one, normalization. That lasts forever. Lifetime of your children, grandchildren, and grandchildren. And that's it. And if you read this diagram carefully, if you're not that stingy to buy my booklet for $5, you can realize that media occupies only one speck, only one line in this diagram. They are being controlled by the big money. They are following the orders. They are being paid for what they are doing, not because they're dumb. Well, some of them are ignorant, yes, but not all of them, no. But if you misbehave in a network like ABC, you will be out in 2 days. If they describe what I am saying to you in positive terms, they will lose their job. This is why they are lying to you. This is why they call you democracy, whereby you are knowing perfectly well that you are a republic. This is why they invent all kind of garbage, such as this redistribution of wealth, forgetting that your president, Abraham Lincoln, said you cannot make poor people happy by robbing the rich, but you can make them happy by allowing them to work and enjoy fruits of their labor. Don't tax them to death, they'll be happy. Don't patronize blacks by giving them welfare checks. Respect them by giving them jobs, by feeling confident, constructive, accentuate the positive. You remember that song?
Which is right, but who do we listen to? All the women that are like, just give us the money.
Well, I would say women became the spokesperson for
Yeah.
the white community back in the 50s when men came back from the war, and in 60s they launched a second rebellion called the bra burning feminism.
Mm-hmm.
And in the advent of that very civil rights and whatnot, black women also became the quote unquote chairperson of the community, so to
Mm-hmm.
speak. So I mean that is the advent of it. I mean they are the largest voter base anyways, so yours don't matter anyhow.
Yeah. I need a pee. I'll be right back. I'm going to keep
Okay.
playing this, though.
Oh, sure.
There's
Sure.
6.5
Sure.
minutes left.
These are interrelated things. Please believe me, these things do not happen by themselves. Nothing happens by themselves except cold or some other unpleasant things. Political things or social political changes happen in society only if they are planned and intended to happen. This is what I'm trying to explain you. Part of your problem is that you are being manipulated unknowingly, and some of your media cooperates willingly or otherwise with subverter. This is basically description of the problem. As you see, it took me almost 90 minutes to describe it, and I don't want you to go home depressed. I want you to know the solution, and it is so simple you wouldn't believe it. It takes only seconds to explain. Have patience. Now we will go home. Where is the solution? Simple, unscientific. It doesn't worth $8 million. It costs only $5. You know what is the solution? If you don't want to be demoralized by the subverter, all you have to do is to stay moral. That's all. Don't change. Don't rush to social progress. Bring prayer back to school. Don't rush after. Try to understand that the demoralization, the most heavy, the most long process, which is incorporated in subversion, may become irreversible. Once you educate majority of your young people, they grow up firmly believing that Ronald Reagan is responsible to clean environment, and no, he's not responsible to keep defense on the top level. No, whereby reality is just the opposite. Ronald Reagan is responsible to protect you from outside enemies, and if a Pentagon wants a $200 hammer, they must have that toy. Ronald Reagan and the federal government has no business to clean your air. Look in your own constitution. Process of demoralization. If you don't want to be demoralized and screwed up by your professors of political science who learn, as I showed on the picture from the KGB, all you have to do is to stubbornly abide by the basic moral principles of your society, which are incorporated into your constitution right here. Your basic rights. I don't have to explain you that the difference between your society and mine is basic. Your rights to live, pursue happiness, and be free is granted to you by God. Even if you don't believe in God. All right, suppose you believe firmly that your grandfathers were monkeys. Fine. But isn't it nice to wake up tomorrow morning and know firmly well that your right to live is given to you by someone you cannot re-elect? It's right here. No, you allow the deceitful idiots of your educational system and your mass media to convince your children that their rights do not come from God at all. They come from nice, smiling politicians, from civil rights movements, from Martin Luther King's, Jesse Jackson's, Walter Mondale's, Geraldine Ferraro's, Ayatollah Khomeini's, Daniel Ortega's, whoever. Like in my country, 66 million people lost their right to live, because that right was given to him by Comrade Stalin, not by God. God doesn't exist. All you have to do to be immune against subversion is to stay moral. Even if you are destabilized, there is a solution. What? If you don't want to be destabilized by the enemy, stop aiding the enemy.
Right. Stop helping those
And
crazy
how
bitches.
to do that? This is the basic answer, I think. It's common sense, plain common sense. Don't aid your enemy, an enemy of my people. You will instantly make 270 million friends in my country. who are sick and tired of the regime which is propped up by your technology and by the billions of dollars in credit. Stop this madness before it's too late. How to do it? The Birches will explain you how. I sold my soul and body to Birches because they've been talking truth for 25 years. Please try to realize that it does not take heroic acts. You don't have to die on barricades or, go into fits of heroism. All you have to do is to exercise your duty as citizens. Watch what your politicians are doing. If you are not happy with the media, subscribe to alternative mass media to broaden up your vision of what's happening in the world. If you subscribe to Time magazine, subscribe to Review of the News. There's a little magazine which is half size of Time magazine. It gives you 100 times more information. And there is no baloney. But above all, the most supreme value which you can get from the conservative publications like this is that they explain you in concise, simple terms what your elected representative does in the Congress. This is where your policy is being made. This is every penny of your budget is being voted for or against. Watch what they're doing. Do they vote for more credits to the Soviet junta? For more weapons to be built in my country to kill more of your boys in Vietnam, in Central America, and in Lebanon? Or for less or none credits to the Soviet junta? Then keep them in power. If they vote against lousy $30 million to help Nicaraguans and Salvadorians, this is a treason. Take them out from the office. You will never understand if you read New York Times, 100 pages of all this garbage. What is your representative doing in Congress? But you can know it from this or little paper, which is called Trim Bulletin. There's enough reading for 2 minutes when you go to washroom. Read carefully what your representative is doing. And if you are not happy with what he's doing, call him, send him a letter. 22 cents for a post stamp, that's all. You can do it individually. The best way to do it jointly by joining the ultra-right wing pro-American flag waving rednecks. I joined the rednecks. I waved the United States flag, and this is the best one I ever waved in my life. Now, this is all I have to say. I'm very sorry to keep you waiting for so long. I know you have to go places and ask questions. If you have questions, I would be happy to be interrogated. If we have short break and some announcements to make some explanations, then I'll be back and I'll be ready for any of your questions. Thank you very much.
By the way, the rednecks are not this crazy bitch.
I mean, rednecks are men, not women.
Don't believe this thought. She's not a patriot. She's a feminist that's LARPing under the patriotic banner. She doesn't want me to remove her bastard factory feeding rights. Privileges, more like.
I would like to weigh in on this one. Mr. Red Ranger, the thing is, sending letters, these were the days of the 80s. I mean, thank heavens that he is not alive today to see what US has become.
Yeah.
But these are the days of the 80s when the Cold War was still in its last stages, or so to speak. So that could be one of the things. And reprimand your representative or make him lose elections.
Yeah.
Make him lose elections.
Well, in 2017, feminists achieved, what do they call it? It's not mass saturation. Mass capacity. I don't know. They officially had like 200 and something more feminists in fucking office.
Oh, yes.
And that was it. So.
I mean, I don't want to, displease the MAGA crowd because I also campaigned online for Mr. Trump. But again, when Mike Pompeo was the CIA director, he was celebrating International Women's Day.
Yep.
So what does that tell you? That the institutions have already inculcated that sort of biases within themselves, and they would work according to those very biases. And this notion of everyone is created equal. One ABC News journalist actually traveled to India and asked an Indian politician, a lawyer from the Supreme Court of India who has never lost a single defamation lawsuit against him. Do you know what he said? His words were the prostitute, as a pejorative term we use for the journalists in India, because they are far worse than the prostitutes. This prostitute lady actually asked him, "Are not all the people created equal?" In a mellifluous Anglo-American British accent. I don't know what the hell that means. So he said, "Everybody is not equal."
Yeah,
So,
they're not.
so she said, "So this community in your country is, well, cutting her, interjecting her." He spoke, "Well, they are not equal under the same category."
Yeah.
This is something that people don't actually use a lot. That you are not equal under the same category. If people would start using this very notion that you are not equal under the same category, many things could be solved. But I guess that is not going to happen.
Wow.
You wanted to say something, please.
Oh, I need to wrap it up here pretty soon. I actually want to play the Catches little video as my outro. I think it's the most adorable video ever. Shout out to the Catch. Rishi is a smart one. Where is it? I think I have it in my community tab. Scorpdot. Yeah, this one.
This one.
I love this video.
I love it. I've saved
It's
it in my playlist.
It's so damn funny.
But you have to increase the quality of the picture as well. You see that cogwheel over there? Click on that and click on that. Go in the quality. Click on the quality section. Make it up to 1080p60 HD. Duh.
What does that do?
Yes. It creates the finest picture
Oh.
in HD, high definition. Now play, and I'll shut up.
What are you talking about, Ranger? I guess those twats aren't paying attention to Germany and New Zealand? What about women leading? Yeah, they already fucked it out. They already did. Now these feminists are ruining other countries. Well, America stays the most stable, strangely. Better resolution. I want one that says Tucky, and then somebody besides.
The same individual could make that for you. He just has to change the name and some of the things in the video. The catch could make that.
The white knights would need to get out of the way first. There's still too many white knights.
Oh yes.
This one can say Posey Parker. Oh, it is better resolution. It is. How's it doing that?
It keeps buffering. Pause it. Pause it. Pause.
Mm-hmm.
And wait for a while. Then it would never buffer. Don't rewind it. Let it play.
Okay.
If the video keeps buffering, you have to wait and pause for a while so that we could talk and the
Mm-hmm.
video would get loaded for you to watch. Now watch.
Yeah, but Red Ranger, that's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to crack the source code. That's why I was like, why are these guys like Ryan, for instance, earlier? He was totally white knighting for Posey Parker and trying to get in between, which I totally understand. Men inherently want to protect women from men, right? And they see all these trans women who are literal biological men attacking women. So they're going to want to try to intervene somehow. But I don't think he understands that these women are putting themselves in that position to begin with. And then that problem that is attacking them is literally their own creation. So these women are doing this shit on purpose to get the men to intervene. So it's like, I'm trying to crack the source code. I'd like more men to go over like to Jeff Younger's corner and go work with him and go support him and go network over there and stay away from these crazy bitches. Because as soon as we get a mass MGTOW movement of men getting the fuck out of the way so I can sort out these women, this shit will be solved a lot quicker.
Hold on. Let me give the StreamYard link. I have not talked to Red Ranger for quite a while. So if you would come up, we could have a backstage conversation, sir. If you want. I mean, if it is not too inconvenient for you.
Okay, I'm going to play this. Because this was
Okay.
perfect. Rishi was
Yes.
saved.
Back it up now.
Oh, wait, back it up? Where?
Yeah.
Here?
Fully.
Oh,
Till
okay.
0.
Okay.
We want to watch it again. Yes. Play.
Rishi's never done anything bad or wrong to me, so let me straighten that out. Oh no, I like Rishi too, actually. Oh no, I like Rishi too, actually. Oh no, I like Rishi too, actually. Rishi's never done anything bad or wrong to me, so let me straighten that out. You're being a cocksucker right now, Rishi. You sure the fuck are.
Whoa, that look. Yay!
Rishi, you sure the fuck are.
Yeah.
This should be your intro for the video. I mean, it has to be. I mean, the first 30 seconds, definitely yes.
See, if it said feminist domestic terrorist. Because ultimately, I mean, that's symbolically, the hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. It's mothers in our society that need to stomp out these radical feminists that are literally destroying the family. So, I mean, really, this is a war between women that the feminists are trying to get the men involved in.
Without a man's protection, they cannot try their unnatural activities just like they used to do. It is just that men have become too much emasculated and castrated enough that they
Yeah.
cannot even provide them any backing
Right.
in this case.
Yeah. See, Red Ranger had a good mother. Has a good mother
Yes.
currently.
I mean,
Yeah.
I too have a good mother.
And you
You
have a
are
good
a good
mother.
mother.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, one of
Amen
these
to
days,
that.
Ranger, I want to talk to your mama. I want to get her take on. I talked to Saunders' mama once. We had a nice little chat. It'd be nice to get your mama's take on stuff, how things are now that she sees compared to the way things used to be. Need more mama voices. Yeah. Actually, I just had one of my fucking matriarchs pass away too. I found out right before I heard about Sifu. I was like, damn it, why are all the good people going?
And we would be playing Johnny Cash Video Hurt.
Yeah.
But hey, nobody is born immortal. I mean, God loves you. That is why He cares more about you not to suffer in this world enough so that you might come back to Him and be a part of the kingdom of God, as they call it. So let us end at that very positive note. They have
Okay.
achieved nirvana, they have achieved non existence, they are one with the cosmos, and that's it. There ends the matter.
Yeah. Little slow
Play,
motion
play, play.
Kamehameha. No. Oh. Well, it's not it's a conversation. It's different. She's welcome to anytime though. So it'd be nice to chat with her.
And
That's
when he is
the
he,
problem. The majority of the women that we have in our society whose voices need to be heard aren't the mentally and emotionally unstable ones that are online 24/7, like reeing over what victims they are. They're actual women who are being responsible and getting shit done in their fucking lives for their families, their kids, their communities. Like, that's the problem. Fortunately, our politics is decided by who in the hell's online. So Miss Posey Parker can go around because she, has no responsibilities. She can go around grifting all over the place, complaining about women and what women aren't getting, and travel around the world and go harass anybody's fucking government about getting more women into positions of power and leadership. God, I hate that thought.
by the way, Red Ranger, you have to start live streaming. Now you have enough subscribers that you should.
Oh, I didn't.
Rishi's never done anything bad or wrong to me, so let me just straighten that out. Oh no, I like Rishi too. Actually. Oh no, I like Rishi too. Actually. Oh no, I like Rishi too. Actually. Rishi's never done anything bad or wrong to me, so let me just straighten that out. You're being a cocksucker right
now.
It
Right,
brought out
Ranger?
the Mr. Hyde out of her. You're being a cocksucker now, right, Rishi? Sure you are. Otherwise, Rishi has not done anything wrong to me. I like Rishi too. I like Rishi too.
Yeah. She's full of shit. Is it raining? Mr. Pliskin, are you getting a storm? I heard that tomorrow's supposed to be cold, by the way.
It is cold in India. 8 degrees
Parker
Celsius.
Posey.
Actress called Parker Posey.
You're still in jail? Oh, you got a
Yes.
strike?
Yes, he got a strike on one of his videos.
Oh, for talking shit about the cows, the fat, obese health
Land whales.
problem that we have in our country.
Land whales.
Ah, okay. Yeah, land wheels. Well, I just think I need to call it a night, contriver.
Oh,
It was
sure.
it was a good stream. I'm glad Ryan came here and had a chat. I hope
Finds his solace.
well, I hope he doesn't make a contract with these crazy bitches. His white knighting can be used so much better so many other places. So if he ever wants to dare to have kids, man. Yeah. Good luck, man. All right, Mr. Pliskin. I'll see you later. Red Ranger, have a good night.
Good night.
Who else is here still? Just 3 people. Contriver, have a good night. Manletopia. I already fell asleep, I think.
Yes.
All right, y'all. Have a good night.